Good morning, everybody. Happy what is today? I guess it doesn't even really matter what today is. It is 26 hours in a row day. That's what it is. But it is 3:02 in the morning. Just put my facial moisturizer on, so I'm sorry I look a little bit greasy. Yesterday was the premiere of our TV show Triple Digit Flip. Thank you for everybody that messaged me. I haven't caught up with all the DMs yet. I've got like 300 or 400 text messages that I haven't caught up with yet. So thank you so much for everybody. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So 3:03 a.m. The plan for today is one thing and one thing only. I'm trying to accomplish one thing, and that is telling people how to get started in real estate. Now, I love creative finance. That's my passion. My community, sub2.com, I think is the undisputed champion of communities. Undisputed. Anybody think they have a better community than sub2.com? Come at me, bro. Come at me, bro. There's just nobody on planet Earth doing what we're doing at sub2.com. And I love talking about creative finance. I love that so much. It's my thing. It will always be my thing. However, I get a lot of people that DM me because in real estate in general, I guess people find me on Instagram, they find me on YouTube, they find me on Facebook. We have a really, really big Facebook group called Creative Finance with Pace Morby. And so people DM us all the time and they ask us the question, how do I get started in real estate? Almost as if it's like a copy and paste, because it's always asked the exact same way. Everybody's always asking it the same way. Thank you guys for everybody that showed up this morning at 3 a.m. I'm sure that the numbers will grow throughout the day, but I'm not going to look at how many people are watching. I know we'll have hundreds and thousands of people watching, but I'm not going to watch any of that. I'm going to focus on the one thing and one thing only. How do I answer the question of how do I get started in real estate in a way that allows me to really never have to answer this question ever again? Okay. It is a code I've been trying to crack for a very long time. I've been trying to answer this question for a very long time. How do I get started in real estate? I've done YouTube videos on it. I've seen other people do YouTube videos on it. I've seen books written about it. And I think that nobody's really done what I'm about to do, which is go through step by step exactly what I would do to get started in real estate. And what are all the avenues? What are the reasons why people have a hard time in real estate? How to overcome those things, et cetera. So we're going to do that today. That's the main goal. The main objective is to answer the question, how do I get started in real estate? And I wanted, give you guys a couple of things at the top of every hour. We're going to change from letter A to letter B in an hour. Another hour past that, we're going to change from letter B to letter C. And as I do that, I want to make sure I hit a couple of things every hour on the hour. Number one, if you guys are not part of my free Facebook group, make sure you go take a look at that. I imagine most people on here now are. The ride or die people that wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning to hang out with me on a weekend, no less, are the ride or die. So please, if you guys have not joined that Facebook group, I'll throw it in the comments so you guys can go take a look at it. And let's see, it is facebook.com/groups/creative finance with Pace Morby. If you're not in that Facebook group, make sure you join it. It's a highly, highly active Facebook group. You'll get a lot of help there. So that's number one. I want to remind everybody of that. It's on the screen as well. Facebook.com/groups/creative finance with Pace Morby. Another thing I want to talk about is this really, really cool sweepstakes that Jamil and I put together. About a year ago, Cody and I, my business partner, Cody Barton, and I were sitting in a room and we said, how can we provide so much value to the real estate community that nobody else is doing, right? Like, how can we give back? How can we do things that people simply just aren't doing? And we came up with this idea called My First Deal, right? Again, it's It's the most common thing I get. How do I get a deal? How do I get a deal? Actually, the question I get is not even how do I get a deal, because so many people think that getting into real estate doesn't even have anything to do with getting a deal. People that are in real estate or have read books, gone to seminars, been part of mentorships, they know that the answer of getting into real estate is getting a deal, right? And then we're going to go into what that means later today for anybody that's brand new. But a lot of people think, oh, getting into real estate means getting my real estate license. Guys, the first thing I would tell you is don't get your real estate license. This is the first thing I would tell you to do. That's not how to make money in real estate. And that's the first thing it's the first thing I want you guys to write down. If you're watching this for the first time and you think getting into real estate is getting your real estate license, that's not the way to do this. If you want a job, then definitely go get your real estate license, because being a realtor is a job. You're not an investor. And if you are a realtor watching this and you say, well, I'm an investor, and how dare this guy say this? No, you're not. You're not an investor when you're wearing the hat that says realtor on it. Okay. When you are acting as a realtor, you are not an investor. And technically, I wouldn't even say you're in real estate. I would say you're a service industry providing value and service to people who are in real estate. But you are a service provider. That's what you are. You are a service provider, much like a title company, an escrow officer, a real estate attorney, heck, even a notary. Notaries are as much in real estate as I think a real estate agent is in real estate. They're selling other people's houses. They're helping other people buy houses. They are providing a service to the real estate community. They themselves in that role are not real estate investors. Okay. Kirsten DeVito, good to see you all the way from Florida. Kirsten says, you are so right. She is a realtor herself. I mean, you guys can see right here on her tag, she says she's a realtor. She's amazing. So here's the thing. Realtors are amazing. My wife's a realtor. My business partner's a realtor, but people think that that's the way to get into real estate. Guys, I'm 9 minutes into this, and I want to make sure that that is very, very clear to you. If anybody told you go get your real estate license and that's what you thought getting into real estate is, you are wrong. Getting a job and providing service and service-based value to people like me that are in real estate, that is what getting a real estate license provides to you. Now, as you get into real estate and you are a real estate investor, it is valuable to have your license because you can save money. But having a realtor's license doesn't make you money. It saves you money. Write that down too. Having a real estate license saves you money. It does not make you money. It might make you a living, but it doesn't make you money. And there's a big difference there. Okay. Most realtors, if you guys look this up, I'll do a little screen share here for a second. If you look up what a realtor actually makes, like the national average of what a realtor makes, national realtor, let's Google this, okay? National realtor salary average. Okay, and look, I know these numbers are going to be skewed a little bit, but Arizona's right at the top. Ooh, all right, cool. Let's look at this. So look what this says right here. The average realtor, even in California, $68,000. Are you kidding me? $68,000. Here we go. This one says, how much do real estate agents make in every state? Okay. As of January 2019, the average annual earnings for real estate sales agents was $41,289, according to salary.com. Guys, triple that. Okay. Let's triple that and assume that salary.com is wrong. Triple it. Okay. I won't just give it to the benefit of the doubt. I'll triple it. Okay. I'll triple it and you're still at $120,000. Guys, I'm telling you, $120,000 is such a small amount of money, especially after you do one flip or two flips and you realize like, wow, right? Mike Gomez says, how much does the average wholesaler make? That's a great question. I would say the average wholesaler probably is $100,000 to $150,000. The circle of people I run into are generating probably $6 million in revenue and taking home $1.5 to $2 million, the people that I hang with. So millions. They take home more money than most NBA players do, okay? most fix and flippers that I associate as well, they also make between $500,000 to $1.5 million on average, the people I associate with. Okay. So let's say that you wholesale, you fix and flip, and you have rentals. I mean, the possibility of you making money in the tune of $3 to $5 million a year is very, very high. Okay. Very, very high. So getting your real estate license is not the way to get into real estate, because it's a job that you're providing. You might as well become a transaction coordinator. You might as well become an escrow officer. You might as well become a notary, for heaven's sakes. I would venture to say you'd make more money as a notary providing service to the real estate industry than you as a realtor would provide value or get the ability to make money in real estate. Okay. So that's the first thing I wanted to go through. But last year, tangent coming back, last year, Cody and I said, how can we provide more value to the real estate community than anybody else? And what we did is we came up with this thing called the first deal. And what we did is we go, okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to do this like really cool sweepstakes, and it's completely free. And if anybody remembers this, please sound off in the chat. But here's what happened. We decided we're going to go find a deal, which we did. We're going to go fund it with our financing. Okay. We're then going to run the project. We're going to then sell the house with my wife, who's our licensed realtor. And then we're going to take that profit and we're going to cut the profit in half and give half the profit away to somebody who had never done a deal before. And that's why we called it the first deal. Okay. And we did that last year. And Keen, who I haven't seen Keen since we cut her a check for $27,000. But that's what we did. And so here's how you entered into that sweepstakes last year. Okay. We entered into that sweepstakes by literally, if you DM'd me on Instagram, that's how you got into that sweepstakes a year ago. And it was hard to manage because I was doing it myself, but now I have a team that helps out. And I was like staying up till 1 o'clock in the morning, waking up, early in the morning, like a couple hours later, and like staying on top of the DMs and stuff like that, and making sure everybody got an entry. Well, Keen ended up winning that sweepstakes. Amazingly cool person. I've never met her in person. But here's what we did. We not only gave her half the profits of the fix and flip that we did, we let her watch us acquire the deal, close the seller. I closed the seller. We let her watch all that. We then showed her how we financed it, which we're going to get into all that stuff today. We're going to walk you guys through all this fun stuff today, hour by hour by hour. And we then let her watch the construction unfold inside of our Slack channel. Okay. And one thing I'll do for you guys, I'll kind of show you how my team communicates with each other. I'll do it right here, right now. Let's do it. So check out the screen. I'll do a little screen share here. And you'll see that this is my Slack software, my Slack channel. Okay. And you'll see all these projects we have going on. Here's a flip that we're listing like right now. These are construction pictures from Anna. She went and visited the property. This is just a little mobile home in the middle of the mountains that will probably make $30,000, $40,000 on the fix and flip. It's super basic, right? Super, super basic. But what's cool about this is that you see all these projects we have going on right here. These are all active projects over here on the left-hand side. And look at this. Some from July 27th. Can I be there in person when the constable pulls this deadbeat out? That's hilarious. So this is how my company communicates on our fix and flips, right? This is Anna obviously showing people. And you can see Anna, Cody, everybody updating each other, videos. Here's what's going on. Here's the budget, all that kind of stuff. And you'll see exactly, here's us closing escrow. Here's the information. Here's our transaction coordinator. Here's when the first lead came in. Boom. Monday, August 9th. And you get to watch all the way through till the end of September, all the way up until today. Okay. And these are the photos that are going online. My wife is saying, hey, here's the photos. We're going to go list this house. Okay. That's a big deal, right? A lot of people really I would imagine, probably want to see how these projects unfold and feel like they're part of the entire project. Okay. And that's what we did for Keen. She won the sweepstakes. We let her come all the way through, watch everything unfold in the Slack channel. She helped pictures. She helped out with paint colors. She helped out with making decisions all the way from New York. Okay. All the way from New York. We let her be part of that. And then at the end of the project, we broke down the profitability and we split the profit, wire transferred her $27,000. And I've still to this day never met her before. Still to this day, I'd never met her before. So we're going to be doing that again. And this time we're not giving away half the money. We're giving away 100% of the money. Okay. We're going to give 100% of the money away on our next fix and flip. So let me tell you what that all entails. That means we're going to find the house. Okay. We're going to find the house. We're then going to finance the house with our money or with our lender's money. We're then going to fly that person out and they're going to walk through the project with us, hang out with us. And who's us? That's everybody from Triple Digit Flip. So that's Jamil, that's me, that's Laura, and that's Rahima. So you get to actually hang out, spend the time with us, and then you get to help make decisions on the fix and flip. And when we finish the project and we sell the house, we are going to force you to come back to Arizona, okay? And we are then going to give you a big fat juicy check, okay? And the place that you sign up, I'm putting it right now in the side chat. It is flipme.com/26-hour live, okay? And I just put it in the side chat and it is up on the screen right now. flipme.com/26-hour live. Let's go to that. Let's go there. I've never actually been to that site. I asked my team to throw something together. Let's go see what it looks like. It's a sweepstakes. Oh, super easy. Okay. Love it. Let me show you what it looks like just real quick, guys. So here you go. This is how simple it is. Register here. Okay. Pace Morby, 26-hour live event. Join Pace Morby as he goes live for 26 hours discussing the ABCs of real estate investing. And here's how you register for the sweepstakes. I told my team to make like such a basic landing page to just make sure that you guys could sign up for it. So that's the sweepstakes for, Alex Signs up in the house. What's up, Alex? Good to see you, brother. Thank you so much for being at the premiere yesterday. It meant a lot to me. Jamil and I were talking about that. Thank you so much. So that's what we're doing, guys. We're going to give away all the profits on a fix and flip in that sweepstakes. So that sweepstakes is free to enter. We want everybody to be part of that. And then here's what's cool about it. Even if you don't win, the people will have access to the education of how did we get the deal? How did we finance the deal? How did we run the project? All of that stuff we'll make it all available, the information on that for free to everybody that actually entered the sweepstakes so that everybody gets value, right? And so thank you. Lance says just registered. Love it, love it, love it. Thank you, guys. So we did that last year. That was the coolest thing I think we did last year. The problem is we didn't talk about it well enough and we didn't help people understand it well enough because it was just me running it by myself. Like we've been trying to provide value like crazy for people for years and years, but I didn't have a team to help me promote things and talk about things and make sure everybody was fully aware of what was going on. So that is something I'm going to talk about every hour on the hour. So please help me, do me a favor. Today in your journey, I'm going to be here 26 hours. I don't expect you guys to be here 26 hours at all. This voice box is pain. I'm already in pain. Yesterday, we were at the TV premiere for Triple Digit Flip. And you're talking loudly because there's a room of 300-400 people at the premiere. And then after that, I spoke at Jamil's mastermind. And then after that, I went and hung out with my sub 2 students that all came in from out of town. My voice box is sore. Like I'm in pain, but I'm okay. I'm happy. I'm not complaining, but do me a favor. Show me some support. Share this if you don't mind. Screenshot it, throw it on Instagram, tag me, say 26-hour live or whatever. Nobody's even attempted to do what I do. A year ago on April 29th, I did 16 hours live, and people were like, how is that possible? And then somebody challenged me and they said, you did 16 hours because you couldn't do 24. I said, okay, no problem. Let's do it. So I didn't do 24. He was right. I couldn't do 24 because that's light work. So I did 25. So I went back and I did a 25-hour live. I started at like 5 a.m., went until the next day at 6 a.m. And that was probably a year ago. And so the question of how do I get started in real estate has frequently popped up more and more and more and more over the last year. And so I decided, hey, I'm going to do live one more time, some crazy live. And that live is going to be all about how to get started in real estate. And I got a special, I got a special time frame today. I'm going to be calling sellers straight today for 6 hours. I think from like 10 a.m. until maybe 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. I think. I can't remember. But we'll figure that out. I'm going to be calling sellers in the middle of the day for like 6 straight hours. Okay. Not just like, I'm not cold calling. These are appointments that sellers are expecting me to call. So it's like back to back to back to back to back to back to back call. Okay. So show me some support. Please do me a favor and just share this with people in Facebook groups, share this on YouTube, like this. Please, I have 12 likes, but we have 150 people watching right now at 3:00 in the morning. So, or 3:24 in the morning. So thank you so much for being here, but please give me some support, share this with other people, because really we want to make sure that everybody understands how to get started in real estate. Okay. So as we're going throughout the day, I'm going to remind you guys of the sweepstakes, flipme.com/26-hour live, and entered that sweepstakes. And as more and more people come in here, please, guys, do me a favor. There's always a couple of amazing people. Regina White, good to see you in here. Nicole, oh my gosh, thank you so much. Do me a favor. Help me as people enter into this today. Do me a favor and take that link, the flipme.com/26-hour live. Take that link that I put in the side chat and copy it for me. Okay, copy it. And every 10, 15 minutes, do me a favor and sprinkle it in there and just say, hey, don't forget to join the sweepstakes to win all the proceeds of Pace Jamil's next fix and flip collaboration. Because I don't do all my fix and flips with Jamil. I don't do all of my fix flips with him, and he doesn't do all his fix and flips with me. We collaborate on stuff. Okay. That's what our partnership's all about, is we collaborate even as competitors. And so the next fix and flip that him and I do, whoever wins that sweepstakes, is going to be our partner on that deal. And not just our partner, we're going to let you take 100% of the profits from that deal. Okay. So, really trying to make sure that everybody understands we are just trying to provide a ton of value for you guys. And, without further ado, let's get started. Okay. So, we've already established today that getting started in real estate is not getting a real estate license. Okay. We've got more people trickling in. And we kind of already talked about this a little bit earlier. Okay. Getting your real estate license is not the way to get into real estate. It is a great way to have a job in real estate, providing services and value to people like me who are in real estate. Okay. And a lot of realtors will disagree with me on this because they have pride and they, think, well, no, I am in real estate. No, you're a service provider for people who are in real estate. It's much like a notary, right? It's much like an escrow officer. You're as much in real estate, in my opinion, as my local bank is in real estate. When they lend me money, they provided a service to me. You don't own the house. You didn't buy the house. You never owned it. You never actually made money on the actual house itself. You provided a service to somebody who is in real estate. And so I'm not criticizing real estate agents at all. I mean, real estate agents are valuable to my business, but for me, becoming a real estate agent is not the way to get into real estate. Becoming a real estate agent is a great way to make money and have a job in real estate so that you can learn more. So be aware of that. Okay. A lot of people that are watching this for the first time, maybe not even know who I am. Do not go get your real estate license thinking you're going to make a lot of money in real estate. Just don't. If you are getting your real estate license because you're like, well, I do fix and flips and I want to sell my own houses, then yes, go get your real estate license. But don't think because you're getting your real estate license that is being in real estate. You are not in real estate. You provide services to people who are in real estate, right? Very, very big difference. And I see a lot of people go get their license because they think that's the way to get into real estate. It's not. And what we talked about a little bit earlier is this. Check this out. This is the average amount of money that real estate agents make nationwide, $41,289. But I mean, it's 2019, so maybe that's gone up. But still, even if we double that, that doesn't really move the needle for me. I don't get excited about making $80,000 a year. Okay, that's a job. If you want a job, there's a lot better, easier jobs. Being a real estate agent is incredibly hard, incredibly challenging. It is one of the only things inside of the real estate world that is actually oversaturated. There are too many real estate agents. There are just simply too many, way too many. We have 55,000 real estate agents in Maricopa County where I invest and where we operate. 55,000 real estate agents in the state of Arizona, not even state of Arizona, just Maricopa County, 55,000. And you know how many transactions actually happen every single month? There's less than 10,000 transactions in Maricopa County that happen every month. People fixing and flipping, homeowners buying and selling houses, people doing all that kind of stuff. There's less than 10,000 transactions. So by that math, that tells you that less than 20% of the real estate agents licensed in Maricopa County are even touching those transactions. Okay. And when they touch those transactions, they get paid a small commission. Okay. Small commission. So if you're going to jump into a business where there's 55,000 people clamoring for 10,000 of those transactions and you're brand new, and then even when you get one of those transactions, it's not going to be consistent. It's going to take you years and years and years to build up any sort of pipeline, any sort of clientele, and get referrals and all that kind of stuff. So you have to recognize that getting into real estate is not I will never advise you to get your real estate license to get into real estate. Okay. So very, very important. Now, Daisy Nicole says, I'll be right back. Let me go follow you real quick. Thank you, Daisy. Appreciate that. So guys, do me a favor throughout the day. People who do follow me. Last time I did the 16-hour live and I did the 25-hour live, what happened is I had a handful of people that would support me tremendously. They would put the link in that I was trying to talk about. Like I just put the link in again for the Flip Me Fix and Flip Sweepstakes. And other people have, Daisy Nicole says, Pace, I've been following you. Okay, cool. Thank you so much. Nicole Tedder says, it took me 3 years to get my business where I wanted it as an agent. So that's a great point. Thank you so much, Nicole. I'm not trying to get people to not become real estate agents. If that's what you want to do, do it. What I'm trying to get people to understand is that is not the way to get into real estate as people think, okay? It just isn't. So please do me a favor, guys, today, throughout the day, share the link, flipme.com/26-hour live. I just shared it in the side comments. Make sure that you share it and help everybody out. Last year, we gave away a fix and flip, and we gave away the money on the profits, and we're going to be doing that again right now. Jamil and my next fix and flip, we're going to be naming a partner and letting them make all the money on a project that we find, we finance, we run the project, and we sell. All right. So today, as we go through our ABCs, the first letter of the ABCs, the first letter, can anybody guess this? Anybody guess what the letter is? It's something that everybody needs to understand. It's mindset related. And getting into real estate was an interesting thing for me because here's what happened. I recently talked to somebody who's my mentor, somebody I love, appreciate, I followed for a long, long time, somebody named Robert Allen, okay? Robert Allen's been teaching real estate, creative finance. He's been teaching fix and flip and wholesale and all that kind of stuff for over 25 years. And he said in 25 years, the number one reason why There you go. Shaq William, you've got it. Analysis paralysis. Okay. Thank you guys so much. IL, I love that. Attitude is a good one. It's a really, really good one. So Robert Allen, I see him speak on stage probably 7 months ago. And he says on stage, he says, guys, I've been teaching real estate for 25 years, and I can tell you the number one reason why people are not successful has nothing to do with the information inside their head regarding strategy and how to do the actual business, right? The tactical knowledge, the physical information about how to physically go do actions. And that's not the problem, because there's an over surplus of information out there. It's a surplus. It's crazy. The number one reason why people aren't successful has nothing to do with that. It has everything to do with mindset. He said 90% of people are not successful in real estate because their mindset is broken. And that could mean a handful of things. And he started talking about a whole bunch of amazing things. I won't go into what he talked about then, but I went up to him, right? This was right after he got off stage. And I went right up to him and I said, I went to him and I said, hey, Robert Allen. He goes, Pace Morby. I'm like, Robert Allen knows who I am? Oh my gosh, this is amazing. So Robert Allen says, yeah, of course I know who you are. Me and some of my colleagues have talked about your sub2 community that you've built, sub2.com. It's crazy what you're building. And he's like, I just respect what you're doing and all that stuff so much. I was like, oh my gosh, thank you. That means so much to me. Now that you're saying that, would you mind coming to my sub2 community and talking about fear? And he goes, oh my gosh, I would love to talk about fear. And he did. He went and talked about fear. And here's what we learned about fear. He came into the mentorship. He did a private Zoom with us. And this is what he broke down for us. Okay. He broke down what fear really is. And he said, fear is 5 things. Okay. So you've got FEARS. And fears break down into an acronym. Okay. The fear of failure was number 1. I have a fear of failure. I'm feeling, so I'm so afraid of failure. So guys, as we go through this, please go in the comments and let me know, what are you fearful of as we go through this? Okay. Fearful of failure. Okay. Fearful of embarrassment. Obviously, I don't know how to spell, guys. Is that how I spell that? Okay, cool. Hopefully that is. Is that how you spell embarrassment? Am I just dumb? Okay, I got it. I got it right. Cool. So I'm afraid of failure. I'm afraid of embarrassment, right? I'm a fear. This was an interesting one too. A lot of people are a fear of being abandoned. Failure, embarrassment, and abandonment. I'm a fear of being abandoned. Ooh, this one's a good one. R is a really good one. Rejection. I'm fearful of rejection. And then this one is actually where my fear is I'm afraid of success. Okay. I'm afraid of success. And this was so eye-opening for me and life-changing for me to hear him break this down. It was a 2-hour live he did for my students talking about, these are what your fears are. There's no other fears outside of this. Everything falls underneath one of these 5 things. I'm either afraid of failure, afraid of embarrassment, I'm afraid of abandonment, rejection, or success. And because of these things, people ultimately don't take action. Okay. And people are like, well, wait, is this how to get into real estate? Man, I thought you were going to talk about how to get into real estate. I'm like, yes, we're going to talk about how to get into real estate. I'm going to break down all the ways to actually get into real estate and what I would do and all of those things. But this is what's going to keep you from being successful. Okay. I see a lot of people do this. And what happens is, I would say over 50% of people attempting to get into real estate never accomplish that. And why? Why can they not accomplish that? The reason being is 100% of this 50%, now I sound like Ron Burgundy, 100% of these people have a fear and they don't take action. Okay. They actually don't take action. And so that is the number one thing, is that taking action and actually doing it consistently, whatever it is, whatever strategy, and we'll get into all the strategies I'm aware of, all the strategies that I would take into consideration. The reason why these people don't succeed is because one of these 5 things. Either they're afraid of, I'm afraid to fail. I'm afraid to be embarrassed, which, oh my gosh, I could not even care at all. Okay. I could not care at all about embarrassment. That is not my problem. Okay. So I'm going to cross that out. Embarrassment is definitely not my problem. I could not care a lick about anything. Abandonment, I felt that maybe at some point in my life, but I really don't care. I know the value I bring to the table. So if somebody abandons me or somebody decides I'm not worthy to be in their life or whatever, I know my value, right? So that's something that I don't worry about. Rejection, man, I used to be afraid of rejection. I think the main rejection here that people are afraid of is they're afraid of a seller or a homeowner telling them no, right? They're afraid to hear a no, which I crave a no. You guys are going to see me get a lot of no's today when we call sellers in probably 5-6 hours. Okay. So I can see that, but I don't have that problem anymore. I don't have abandonment issues. I don't have embarrassment issues. Have I been afraid of failure? Yeah, I have. But I would say that my number one thing that I've been fearful of the last 5 years is like the success that comes with doing more and more deals. And you change from one group of friends to another because you're like, I need to upgrade. I need to be around people that are like-minded and want to grow. I don't want to be around people that are like, I have a job at my 9 to 5 and I'm going to do that job until the day I die. I can't be that. I can't be around that. For me, I repel that. I can't handle it. It stresses me out. I think this is what's so funny about this is that I think I am so much more fearful of all of this stuff because I look at people that have 9 to 5 jobs and I think that is the most unreliable. A 9 to 5 job is the most unreliable source of income. And that freaks me out. Having a 9 to 5 job actually freaks me out. Whereas most people, that gives them comfort. And so they have all this comfort around having a 9 to 5 job that they're like, well, what if I don't have my 9 to 5 job? I'm like, oh my gosh, if I ever had a 9 to 5 job, I would be so afraid, so deathly afraid of not having that job in 3 months or 6 months and having no control of my life. I feel as if having a 9 to 5 job strips me of all my ability to provide real value to the world. I know that some of my opinions are going to upset people, and I will have people who go, I have a 9 to 5 job and I provide value. I'm sure you do. I provide value by me coming up with the value and watching what the industry and what my niche needs. And I then create that value from scratch. In a 9 to 5 job, somebody's telling you what to do every single day. And that scares me to death. I have no control. Okay. So everybody's a little bit different. And that's a big, big part of this is that people are having a hard time with mindset because of one of these things. Okay. One of these things are keeping people from being successful. And fear of success is a big one for me. It's something I'm still trying to overcome because I didn't make the amount of money I was making last year, the year before. And I am making more money this year than I did last year. And in 2022 and 2023 and 2024, it will only compound and I will make more and more and more money. And a large part of that freaks me out because it's like, am I worthy, right? This is an interesting question. Am I worthy? And a lot of this right here comes down to imposter syndrome, right? I've never been here before. I've never made $1 million a year. I've never made $2 million a year. I've never made $3 million a year. Holy moly. My whole life, I was trained by people to think that making $100,000 a year is a lot of money. Oh my gosh, man, if I could go back to when I was a young kid and somebody telling me $100,000 is a lot of money, I would have immediately told that person, just dude, don't tell people that. It's not a lot of money. It really is not. It's not a lot of money. 200 grand a year is not a lot of money. 300 grand a year is not a lot of money. I don't even think $400,000 a year is a lot of money. Okay. So as you make more money and you start hitting these numbers, right? You start making $400,000, $500,000 a year in real estate. You really start having this imposter syndrome of like, I've never been here before. Am I worthy of it? Okay. And that's the fear of success. Am I worthy of it? You know, I was trained to think that the only people that make that kind of money, right? That the only people that kind of money are like NBA stars and like Hollywood actors. And then you get into the business world and you start joining masterminds and you go, oh my gosh, I'm even if I'm making $1 million or $2 million a year, I'm still literally, I have a guy staying here's what's funny. Here's the difference about this. I have a guy staying at my house right now. He's a friend of mine. I won't say his name, but they're asleep, you know, on the other side of the house. And we're hanging out in the pool with our kids the other day. And he starts talking to me about buying a $3 million plane. A $3 million plane. Okay. He's like, I'm going to buy a $3 million plane so I can get the tax write-offs, and then I'm going to turn around and charter it out and make $100,000 a month on it. And I'm like, these are the conversations I need to be having. These are the conversations I should have been having when I was 20. I should have been hanging out with somebody having those conversations, because what happens is you elevate to your surroundings, right? Or you downgrade to your surroundings. We already know this. Everybody knows this. A lot of the stuff we're going to talk about today is common sense, but I'm hoping to put it together in piece by piece by piece, okay? So your fear is causing you to have analysis paralysis, right? And I call it, I kind of think of it as like the lawnmower effect. Okay. For anybody that's ever mowed a lawn, the first time you ever used a lawnmower, you can hear the loud motor and you know there's a blade down there spinning. And so you really want to take your time and your energy to make sure you know what's going on with that lawnmower before you start pushing. And what happens is, because of that fear, a lot of people are not even moving forward in their business. They then just gather information. You learn more about why is the blade on that lawnmower spinning this way rather than that way? Well, I got to know what kind of engine this is and what kind of oil it is before I actually start moving the lawnmower. Okay. So people start overthinking things and they don't take action because they have fear. And that is the main reason why people don't succeed in real estate. It's the number one reason why, is because their fear keeps them from taking action. And we're going to break down what your day-to-day activity should be every single day, going through your business. But fear is what's keeping people from being successful. They're low-level group of friends. I'm going to write a book sometime in like 2023 probably, and the name of the book is going to be called Your Friends Suck. And they do. I'm sorry. I have friends that maybe even are watching right now. I can't be around people that are not elevating me. I crave those conversations. I crave the conversation of, I am buying a $3 million plane with cash so I can have a tax write-off and then turn around and charter it to other people so people can rent my plane, and I will make $100,000 a month. And then his thing is like, but then what's the next level, right? Still never thinking about what the next level is. And when you have a 9-to-5 job, all you do when you go to a 9-to-5 job is you have conversations with a bunch of people that are talking about what they did over their weekend. What did you do? What TV show did you watch? And look, I like TV too. Damn, man, Game of Thrones was amazing. I'm currently watching Yellowstone on Paramount. That's an amazing show. I watch TV too. I go take my kids to movies. But I do it in a structured way, right? And so when you're coming back from the weekend and that's what you're talking about throughout the week, oh my gosh, you're wasting your entire life away. So that's the ironic part about fear, is that as you're living in it, I'm going to kind of tell you something that's very interesting. You're afraid of failing, right? You're afraid of failing. And I'm telling you right now, the absolute most utter failure is staying in a 9-to-5 job your whole life. That is the greatest failure of life. in professional life, right? That's the greatest failure. You failed. You had a 9-to-5 job. It provided income to you. You didn't leverage that to go start a side hustle, buy one house, buy two houses, buy three houses. That is the number one failure. So if you're keeping your 9-to-5 job, technically you are living in failure. And so when people say, well, I'm afraid of failing, I'm like, you already are failing. You already are failing. You're living in failure and you're letting that go long. So look, 9-to-5 jobs are amazing. They provide a tremendous amount of value and stability for people and their families, and they're needed, absolutely needed. The difference in what I'm saying is that if you are not leveraging your 9-to-5 job to go get into something else, that is living in failure. You continually living in your 9-to-5 job and not doing anything, even if it's an hour a week, is living in failure. You are currently failing every single day and you're not doing anything about it. You've already failed. Okay. So it's ironic that people are like, I'm afraid of failing in real estate. I'm like, you are already failing. I look at you and I'm like, you are failing. You are failing. You have already failed. So what are you going to do about it? Your 9-to-5 job, in my mind, is the greatest failure of your professional career. It's the greatest failure of your professional career, and you're not able to invest in yourself, and you're not able to take action in your business. It is bonkers to me that people think that they're successful. You're successful over here in your 9-to-5, but your fear of failure is keeping you away from living your life's real purpose. And you're afraid of failure. You are living in failure. You are living in failure. So here's a question I want you to ask yourself, okay? I want you to ask yourself, write this down, okay? I'm going to put this on the screen. I'm going to put this on the screen. Do me a favor. I'm not telling you to quit your 9-to-5 job. In fact, I have a whole entire hour dedicated today about when to know it's time to quit your job, okay? When to know it's time to quit your job. I will jump into that today. I promise you, okay? We will jump into that today. When is the right time to quit your job? So let's write this question down and let's go through this and think about this. Ask yourself this question. Okay. Am I living my life's purpose? And the challenge with this question, I would say for everybody, is that you have no idea what your life's purpose is. Okay. You have no idea. Most people have no clue what their life purpose is. I know what my life purpose is because I don't have a 9-to-5 job keeping me from thinking about my life's purpose at all. Your 9-to-5 job, your stable paycheck, your amazing stability is keeping you from even thinking about what your life's purpose is because the only thing you can think about is paying your bills next month. That's it. That's the only thing you can think about. Okay, well, let's think about that. Most people, this is what I look at people with 9-to-5 jobs and live that stable lifestyle. And again, in my mind, it's the most unstable thing. It's the most uncontrollable thing ever. You could get let go. The job could, like, think about truck drivers. In 5 years, truck drivers' jobs are going to be gone. Gone. You know how many people are in the trucking industry? Think about how that's been completely reinvented. And the people that have lived their entire life, 20, 30 years living in that industry, that entire industry is going to be annihilated. And people are like, well, I have a good job. It's stable. No, it's not stable. No 9-to-5 job is stable. Even doctors. Think about how much doctors used to make. Now doctors make less money than salespeople. Salespeople make the most amount of money. If you're going to have a 9-to-5 job, get in the sales department. That's where you make real money. And that's where you acquire real skills that can be applied to actual business. Okay. So what's happening is your job is keeping you from thinking about what is your life's purpose. So are you living your life's purpose? Am I living my life's purpose? What is your life's purpose? I know what my life's purpose is. Okay. The first thing that your life purpose is when you're a family person, it's to pay the bills. Okay. It's then take care of your children. Boom. You can do this in a 9-to-5 job, right? You can do this in a 9-to-5 job. It's to build healthy relationships. Okay. Okay. But what happens when you make enough money, right? Let's say I make enough money now that this is taken care of, this is taken care of, and this is taken care of. What now? What now? And this is where people go, man, why are you such a go-giver? Why are you always helping so many people? I don't get it. Like, what are you talking about? This box is checked. I pay the bills. I take care of my children. I build healthy relationships. My regular life is taken care of. Now, the next thing, which your 9-to-5 job has the impossibility of providing to you, okay, is build wealth. Okay. You're not building wealth with your 9-to-5 job. Even your 401k, your IRA, your whatever weird investing instrument that your job has created for you is not building wealth for you. It's a great savings account, but it's completely being annihilated by inflation and other things. You are not building wealth at your 9-to-5 job. Nobody is. Nobody's building wealth at their 9-to-5 job. You're not building wealth. Okay. So your job is to then build wealth. And after building wealth is when you usually live your life purpose, because now you're free to think about other things that provide value to other people. And this is the thing. People right here are spending most of their time right here. You are so far away from living your life purpose. It's ridiculous. But you think you're successful because you're checking off these boxes. Okay. You're checking off these boxes. So you think you're successful. I'm paying the bills. I'm taking care of my children. I'm building healthy relationships. I honor my wife. I go on vacation every single quarter. We go on 3 vacations a year. Whatever your justification is of you thinking you're successful, this is the greatest failure ever, is that living your life as these are the 3 things you're taking care of, failed. You're living in failure because you have not built wealth. And that's not even the goal. The goal is not even to build wealth. That is a step along the way. This is the goal, living your life's purpose. What is your life's purpose? And most people have no clue what that means. And so they don't have anything to target. They have no actual end in sight, and they don't understand where to go. And so they're afraid of failure. I'm afraid of failing. You already are. Embarrassment. Here's what's interesting about embarrassment. You imagine being 75, 85 years old, and the only thing you did your entire life was pay the bills, take care of your children, and build healthy relationships. Great. You should have accomplished that by 25 to 35 or 45 years old. Those things should have been accomplished. What's next? Are you kidding me? That I would be so embarrassed if I was 75, 85 years old and that's what I accomplished. That's why it's a different fear. I have the same fears as other people. I am afraid of failure. That's why I don't have a 9-to-5 job. I'm afraid of embarrassment. That's why I don't have a 9-to-5 job. I'm afraid of abandonment by people who have control of me and my finances. So that's why I don't have a 9-to-5 job. I'm afraid that if I go and crush it at work and I go for that promotion and I'm told, no, they're going to give it to somebody younger, smarter, more intelligent than me, I'm going to be rejected. So it's a different mindset. The mindset is you are already failing if this is what you're trying to accomplish. If this is your main goal every day when you wake up is I got to pay the bills, I got to take care of my kids, and I got to build health. Guys, this should be taken care of. This should be a basic, like putting on a pair of pants. This should be so basic and understood that paying the bills, taking care of children, and building healthy relationships should have been put on autopilot a long time ago. Those are things that I don't think about because they're on autopilot. They are automatic. So now you can then start working on building wealth and investing and doing whatever it is, whether it's real estate, right? Whether it's other things. Real estate is my drug of choice. And once you're retired, and retirement doesn't actually mean I'm going to stop working. Retirement means I'm retired from the fears that I had before. That's really it. Think about that. Retirement is not that I'm going to stop working. Retirement is that I'm done fearing my future and I can truly start thinking about what can I provide of value. Okay. So what does that mean? What is your life's purpose? My life's purpose right now, and I might have multiple life's purposes depending on the phase of my world and what I learn and what skills I acquire. Oh my gosh, that's another fear I have of like, if I have a 9-to-5 job and I learn one skill and I just repeatedly do that skill every single day, like a drone for the rest of my life, that scares me to death. That is a prison that I am so afraid of ever being put into. I am so afraid of that I repel from that. It's never even a thought on my mind to go get a job. And that's the difference. It's the mindset, right? The fears, the analysis paralysis. I'm overthinking everything. And so that is the A of real estate. Analysis paralysis because of your fears. And the reality is you're already living in failure. You have not succeeded. You have not accomplished anything if you have not achieved at these basic bare necessities. You have not accomplished anything. You have literally barely not even scratched the surface of ever living your life purpose because your entire 9-to-5 job pays you just enough money that you can barely take care of these 3 things. You have already failed. Well, guess what? That's the beautiful thing about failure is just a lesson for you. So you can pick up the pieces and you can move forward and you can take care of stuff. So stop being so fearful. I'm deathly afraid. Okay. I'm deathly afraid of what everybody else is living in. And that is one of the reasons why I'm successful. It's not because I'm smarter than anybody. It's that my fears are different fears. My fears are different fears than most people trying to get into real estate. So you have to change your mindset. Okay. So if you want more information about like mindset stuff, I would go, there's a really great book and I'll give you guys the PDF of this. If you guys, anybody that DMs me, I'll actually give you this PDF. It's a great book. It's free. Let me pull up Robert Allen. So Robert Allen, as I talked to you guys about this earlier, Robert Allen, here we go. Boom. I think he gave me a link for the book. It's a free book. He doesn't even like have you pay for like let's see here. Oh, there it is. Sorry, guys. I'm pulling up a book that Robert Allen shared, and it's all about mindset. Okay. And it's a really good one. And again, for 25 years, Robert Allen talked to people about strategy and how to be successful in real estate. And he found that a lot of people would still fail. And he realized that it was because of their mindset. And so I'm going to get into a lot of strategy today. That's actually the next thing we're going to talk about. Is currently 4 a.m. in the morning, Phoenix, Arizona. It's 4 a.m. And we're going to talk about strategy next. We're going to talk about some basic things that I want. Oh, here it is. 4 maps of happy people. That's it. Boom. So let me pull that up, do a little screen share of this. It is a PDF, and so I don't know how to get it to you guys, but I will throw this up here. So here's the book, completely free. It's the 4 maps of happy, successful people. Okay. It's a really great book and it actually breaks down mindset and how to overcome those fears on a day-to-day basis. Amazing book. Okay. If you guys DM me, I'll get it to you. DM me on Instagram. At Pace Morby is my Instagram, at Pace Morby. DM me and I'll get you a copy of that book free. It's a great book. Had a lot of people read it. And mindset is 100% the reason why people fail. It's crazy to me. Okay. When people are like, well, my business isn't succeeding. I'm not this, I'm not that. And I'm like, okay. And I don't even ask them questions about the strategy they're using. I don't even ask the question about their strategy. It's always something they're overthinking or something they're not taking action on is the reason they're successful. I used to do one-on-ones with people years ago. I used to do one-on-ones with people. And then I realized it's literally when somebody wants a one-on-one with me, it's literally the same exact problem every single time. every single time. It's a mindset issue. That's it. There's never somebody comes to me and goes, man, I need a one-on-one with you. I really need help. I'm feeling overwhelmed. I'm feeling this. I'm feeling that. And blah, 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 blah. And it's not mindset. It's never been like, wow, your software isn't working, or your such and such, or your sales strategy isn't working, or the way you're talking to sellers isn't working. That is not why you're not being successful. The success is coming from your mindset. You're not taking action consistently. That's it. Okay. So whatever you learn today throughout the 26 hours, 25 hours left. Whatever you learn today in those 25 hours, I want you to understand that you always have to go back to that. What are you not consistently doing? And what's the reason why you're not consistently doing that thing? Okay. So for me, a lot of that comes down to looking at people's business. I got to pull this up in a little bit, but I'm going to give you guys 10 steps of what I want you to do today. Okay. 10 things I want you to do today. That's what B is. Okay. A is analysis paralysis. Why you're overanalyzing, why you're overthinking things is because you're afraid of something. You're afraid of one of those things. You're either afraid of failure, right? You're afraid of embarrassment. You're afraid of abandonment. You're afraid of rejection, or you're afraid of success. One of those 5 things. That's what you're afraid of. And that's why you're not taking action. That's not why you're consistent. You might not believe you deserve it, which is something that sometimes I even struggle with. And that's why affirmations and talking to yourself and being around other people, like being around that guy the other day, talking about him buying a $3 million plane while I'm hanging out in my back pool. I'm like, these are the conversations I should have been having 20 years ago at age, in my teens. I should have been having these conversations. I should have been around these people. And that is part of my life's purpose. Part of my life's purpose is to break the chain of not poverty, right? My family's not in poverty. My parents worked really hard, made good money, but my parents never built wealth. My parents never built wealth. And then my parents, because they didn't build wealth, guess what? They didn't have the ability to do. They didn't have the ability to teach me these things at a young age because they were too busy in their 9-to-5 jobs, not building wealth and never actually getting to their life's purpose. Right now, their life is great. They get to watch their grandchildren grow up. They get to do all those fun, amazing things. But guys, I'm telling you, family is amazing. It's only the foundation. Now, nobody ever says, oh, that's only a foundation when they're building a house. Man, my family is everything I build. Everything that I build is based on my family. So obviously it's my foundation. It's the most important thing. But really, that's all you built? Your entire life was all you built was a foundation? Where's the walls? Where's the roof? Where's everything else? Right? And that's the thing that people are missing. They think that because they have an amazing family, they have an amazing relationship with their wife, they have amazing relationships internally, and they've got their 9-to-5 job, they feel as if they've built a really sound structure, right? They feel like they've built something amazing, but really they have not. Here's the foundation. This is family and the people around us, right? Some people are not interested in having kids. I totally get that. Family and relationships. Okay, that's the foundation. Family and relationships. Okay, great. What about the actual building itself? What is this supposed to look like? What about the roof that actually protects these people, right? This is the thing that people are missing. They don't understand that this is wealth. The wealth that you build in your life is what will protect the foundation of your life. Money is incredibly important. Building long-term sustainable wealth is the only thing to protect your family and to ultimately live your life's purpose. Most people think that you stop here. I built a family. I'm taking care of my kids. I'm paying the bills. That's not where it stops, guys. That's where it starts. Write that down. That's not where it stops. That's where it starts. So that's A. A is analysis paralysis. You're overthinking it, and you are currently living in failure right now. So if you're afraid of failure, too bad. Welcome to living in failure. You're currently living in failure. Okay? You're currently failing. Okay? So let's get into B. B is basics, bare necessities, beginner. Now, if I was going to start in real estate again, I would give myself 10 things I would do in one day. Okay. 10 things I would do in one day. First thing is I would figure out what is my life's purpose. And guys, this will change throughout your life. It will change. Okay. This will absolutely change throughout your life. But what is your life's purpose? Okay. My current life's purpose, just to give you guys an indication, my current life's purpose right now is I've already built my foundation. I've built my walls and I'm building my wealth. Once I'm done with this and I've accomplished that task, my family's taken care of, I've had my children, I've built my amazing relationship with my wife. It's now on autopilot. It doesn't mean I abandon it. It means it's on autopilot. That's taken care of. I'm on autopilot. Now, what is my job? My job is to now go and help other people build their foundations and build their wealth and go and accomplish their ultimate legacy. That's what this is. This is your legacy, right? Your legacy is everything. It's your home, it's your wife, it's your children, it's your entire everything. I've checked off my legacy. People think legacy is like something you accomplish when you're 80. Guys, I'm going to accomplish my entire legacy by the age 40. Done. My legacy's done. Now my life's purpose is to show people how to do it themselves. That's my current life's purpose. Right. And then I've got other life purposes. Like I want to help out homelessness. It's something that in my mind, I just don't understand. And so Laura and I talk about this all the time. And so we've started a foundation to help out with homelessness and not just help out, figure it out, but actually provide amazing solutions to people that are currently going through homelessness. And so that's something that is part of my life's purpose. Right. So think about that. Did any of this, my life's purpose, did any of that say, does that any of this say I need to get a promotion at my 9-to-5 job? Did any of this say I need to go and acquire a new skill to make my boss more money? No. And that's what most people are focusing their time and energy on right here, is that you're figuring out how to acquire skills to make other people more money. Oh my gosh. So figure that out. What is your life's purpose? Write that down. What is your life's purpose? And you're going to think about this. You're going to think about it a good amount of time. What is my life's purpose? Am I truly providing value? Right? Am I truly providing value? Think about it this way. If you wrote your own eulogy today, would you say you accomplished everything that you were meant to accomplish? And look, there's people in here that are like, I've achieved the American dream. I've got a beautiful house. I've got a beautiful relationship with my loved one. I've got beautiful children that are healthy. I've accomplished everything I've ever desired. Great. This is not for you. I am not for you. I am not your cup of tea. Please stop listening to me, because everything I talk about goes against all of that. That to me is the bare necessities. As a man, that is my requirement. That is my job. Right? I cannot live my purpose until my job is done. I can't live my purpose until my job is done. And so for me, my wife, my children, my wealth, my legacy is the number one most important thing I have to take care of first in order for me to work on my life's purpose. Okay. So what is your life's purpose? What is that? Write that down. Think about that. That's number one I would have done. What is my life's purpose? Because people talk about, what is your why? What is your why? Guys, everybody's why is the same damn thing. It's their family. Okay? That's your why. Everybody. I go to masterminds and people, I go, what's your why? What's your why? What's your why? What's your why? Everybody has the same why. Everybody does. Your why is your bare necessities. It's your job. Why are you doing anything? So I can take care of the bills. I can take care of my kids, take care of my wife. That's your why. Perfect. Should have been accomplished already. You don't live your whole life trying to attain that. That's something that should have been taken care of already. Now, if you're 18 and you're young, I get that. Your family essentially could be your dog or your cat or whatever else. Okay. Whatever that is. I know I'm speaking primarily to, probably my age group, between 25 and probably 65 is probably who I'm primarily talking to. If you're 75 years old, it's never too late. It's never too late. If you're 85 years old, it's still never too late. But I'm just saying these are the things that should have been checked off a long time ago. The why is not what I ever talk about. My why's been accomplished. My why is done. I have the house. I have the car, Prius, all day, Prius gang. I have the things in my life that I want. I have everything I want and desire. I have it all. And real estate is what allowed me to do that, right? I have all that. My why, here's the thing. My box of why that everybody's focusing on, what is your why? They're all overthinking this. What is your why? Here's the box. And here's my check mark, okay? Done. My why is done. It's completed. I'm done. I'm retired from that thought process of what is my why. I am now on to the next step, okay? I am on to the next step. What is my life's purpose? My family's taken care of. My wife is taken care of. Every relationship in my life has, amplified because I focused on that, but it's done. I don't need to change anything there. I just need to make sure that I manage it and I maintain it. So really the main question to me is, what is my life's purpose? What was I meant to do here? Definitely not have a 9-to-5 job. Definitely not to work for somebody else. That is not my life's purpose. And if you're doing that right now, that's perfectly fine, but you have to change something about it, okay? Second thing that I would do, okay, what is my life's purpose? I steal this from Trevor Mock, okay, from carrot.com. Friend of mine, I love this. He wrote, he talked about this 20-year perfect day. I really do love this. It's one of my favorite things. And I do it repeatedly, like once a quarter. I still talk about this and think about this. It's like, in 20 years, what does my perfect day look like? What time do I wake up? What's the first thing I do? Right? This morning, I woke up at 1:30 in the morning so that I could shower and prepare my day, and I could be on this live with you guys at 3 a.m. Is that my perfect day? Yeah, I love this stuff. I'm passionate about it. That's why I'm doing it. I'm not doing it out of necessity. Nobody on here is paying me to be here, right? Am I living my life's purpose? Yes. I just told you guys what my life's purpose is currently. My current life purpose is my foundation's built. My house is built. My legacy is built. It's done. It's time to help other people get there. Okay. So am I living my perfect day right now? Yes. I wake up, I dream, I want to do stuff like this. I want to create challenges for myself. This is my perfect day. These are perfect days for me. And so what is your perfect day? Now, there's other perfect days that I'm like, I want to wake up, I walk out my back door, I'm in Wyoming, right? I can see the lake that my house is on. I can smell the pine trees. I can hear the wind blowing through the trees, and I can see the little dander falling off the pine trees. I see birds. I see all that kind of stuff. I go in, I kiss my wife. We have breakfast together. Our children are there with us. So it, like, in my perfect day, it's not even 20 years in the future. It could be 3 years in the future, 5 years in the future, whatever. But for me, 20 years in the future, if it's my kids, guess what? It's probably my children are there at my house with their children. And I'm granddad, and I get to hang out with my grandchildren, right? And then what we're going to do is we're going to go do activities, and we're going to go, I'm a sucker for like blue collar work. I grew up blue collar. I love working with my hands. And so what I would do is want to teach my grandkids how to go take care of the farm, or go take care of things, or, hang out and do activities. And then show my grandchildren what this business is all about. Go visit properties together. Go show them, hey, look what we're doing. We're providing affordable housing to another family. That provides value to us. I want to be able to teach my grandchildren from the age of 3, 4, 6, 8, etc., things that I now know when I'm in my 60s and my 70s, et cetera, et cetera. So do you know what in 20 years, do you know what you're eating in the morning? Do you know what you're having for breakfast? Do you know what you're having for lunch? Is there a book you're reading? Detail that out. Take an hour, take 2 hours, and literally walk through hour by hour by hour throughout your day and craft your perfect day, and write it down. Okay. Write it down. That will help you understand your life's purpose. Okay. But the main thing for me is like, what is my life's purpose? I stole this from Trevor because I visited him last year in Roseburg, Oregon, and I ended up spending a week with Trevor. And I was just blown away by his insight on this. And he was like, what's your perfect day in 20 years? I was like, what kind of question is that, Trevor? I don't know. When was the last time I thought about that? I'm just thinking about today. He's like, wow, wow, wow. That's all you're thinking about is today? So what is your life's purpose, right? And then do your 20-day perfect or 20-year perfect day. This is really important. What does that even look like? 20-year perfect day. Okay. And then I want you to do this. This is the 5 friends challenge. Okay. And this is an interesting one. The 5 friends challenge is essentially take your top 5 friends. Okay. And figure out how much money they make. So take your top 5 friends, and you're going to basically take these people and you're going to say, okay, these are my top 5 friends. And if you don't have 5 friends, oh my gosh, you need to get some friends. Okay. So let's say that this guy makes 100 grand. So I'm going to take all their salaries. This guy's 80, this guy's 120. Man, I even have a friend that's at $200,000, and we have this crazy friend who's a doctor and he makes $400,000 a year. Right. So essentially what you're going to do is you're going to take all 5 of these people and you're going to take their income and you're going to add it all up to one number. Okay. So what is that number? That's 200. That's 400, 800. That's 900. So $900,000 between 5 of my friends is their yearly income. I'm then going to divide that by 5, and that's going to give me a number. Let's come up with that number. $900,000 divided by 5 is $180,000. Okay. So that's how much money you will make on average hanging out with those 5 people. Now, people will say, well, are you only about money and hanging out with people that have money? Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Because I'm going to tell you something. The amount of money, this is most of the time, not all the time, but most of the time, the amount of money an individual has access to is a direct measurement of how much value that they provide. Think about that. The money that you have access to is a direct indication of how much value that you provide. Disagree with me, hate me for that. But if you're broke and your bank account is 0 and you don't know what's going on, why you're not making money, it's because you provide no value to anybody. And I'm not talking about your mom and your dad and your wife and your kids and all that kind of stuff. You're valuable to them. But from a standpoint of providing value and changing the world around you, you provide 0 value. 0. If you have $0 in your bank account, you provide 0 professional value. It's a hard pill to swallow for a lot of people. So for me, it's not even the money, it's the measurement of money that's important to me. When I see people making a lot of money, that means that they're providing a lot of value to people, right? Their product, their service, their words, their books, their, like my friends that have skip tracing companies, or my friends that own title companies, or my friends who are attorneys or whatever. The higher the value, the more money you make. That's it. And so I don't want to be around people necessarily who are making a lot of money. I want to be around people that are making or providing a lot of value. And on just the face value, how do I filter those people into my life? The way I filter those people into my life is I look at how much money they're making. And so I pay. This is a crazy thing for a lot of people to understand. I pay to gain access to people like this through masterminds, right? So every year, Jamil and I will go join 2 to 4 masterminds. So we gain access to other higher level people because we understand this rule right here is that your income is based on this. You take 5 of your friends, you add all the money together, and you divide that by 5. This is how much money you will typically make. Right. So just like the conversation I had the other day with the gentleman who was like, I'm going to go buy a $3 million plane. It then forces me to go, man, what do I have to do to go buy a plane? Not that a plane is amazing, but it is part of the legacy, or it's part of challenging myself. It's part of new things. It's part of being a human, is that you're not meant to be the same person you were yesterday. You have to change. You have to evolve. And so do add that up. Are your friends making the money that you want to make? And if the answer is no, it means they're also not providing the value that you need to provide to the world. They're not providing enough value. I'm sorry, you are not providing enough value if that's the money you're making. Now, some people look at $180,000 and say that's a tremendous amount. Guys, I'm telling you right now, 180, the more you make, the more you spend. That's all there is to it. Okay. You make more money, you then get into a lifestyle that you feel like you're worthy of at some point. You get used to things. And then there's a point where you really don't need any more money. You couldn't spend it all, right? There is that point. But most people, when the ceiling is $180,000, I'm telling you, in 10 years, $180,000 will barely cut it. Think about that. In 10 years from now, because of inflation, because of changing everything, $180,000 a year is going to be nothing. Nothing. While it seems a lot of money to you right now, like, wow, that would be great to make $180,000. Guys, I wouldn't waste my time on things that don't make $180,000 a month, $180,000 a quarter. But if you're around 5 friends and your actual number is $180,000 and that's your goal, great. I'm probably not a great educator for you. I'm not somebody you want to be around, because for me, there's not enough value there. It's not money, it's the value. Are you providing the value that indicates that you should make more money? No, you're not. And so that's the thing, is I want to be around people that provide value. And doing the 5 friends challenge, where you actually go through and you look at your 5 closest friends. Now, here's the thing, is a lot of people criticize me on this. In fact, some of my friends from high school criticize me like, "Oh, you don't think I'm valuable." No, I didn't say you're not valuable. What I said is that I'm sure your mom loves you. I'm sure your children love you. I'm sure your wife loves you. But are you providing value to the marketplace to make enough money to change your current circumstance? And if the answer is no, then you have to change this circle. This circle right here has to change. And this is why I'm planning on writing a book called Your Friends Suck. It's more of a joke, but it is also very literal. Your friends, not literal, but figurative. Your friends do suck. They're not providing enough value. And if you're hanging around people that are not providing value, it is inevitable, and it is 100% inevitable that you will also not provide value. And so what does providing value mean? It means providing, like, think about this. It doesn't have to be real estate to provide value. It doesn't have to be an educator or somebody like me who tries to inspire people to do things. That is one form of value. It's not even maybe helping people out of a bad situation in real estate. Yes, that's providing value. It could be 100 other things, right? It could be inventing an electric car, which in my lifetime, I don't think that's ever going to happen, right? I don't think I'm going to invent some life-changing thing. That's not really something that either A, that's a limiting belief maybe on my part, or B, it just doesn't get me jazzed. And maybe that's just not my motivation, and that's perfectly fine. So I'm not going to go seek out and be around people that are like going out there and inventing new magnets and new batteries and new things to change the landscape of our entire world. That's not something that motivates me, right? Real estate motivates me. And so I'm trying to find people better and better and better and better in real estate. Okay. So I'm going to tell you guys something really interesting. So in my circle, I have a couple of friends. Now, I'll kind of break this down for you guys. I have friends like Steve Trang. Okay. Steve Trang, Brent Daniels, we'll call him TTP. I've got Jamil, right? I've got my partner, Cody. And I would say probably my partner, Matt, is a good one too. But Matt is kind of newer, so I'm not going to include Matt in this. I'll include maybe Evo. Okay, Evo is a really good friend of mine. And here's what happened. So about 2 years ago, Brent Daniels comes to us and goes, "Hey guys, I want everybody to meet at my office. I want everybody to meet at my office. And what we're going to do is I want everybody to get all their income, and I want you to put it all on one sheet, and I want you to line out what all your income is, and I want you to add it all up, and I want everybody to report to each other what their streams of income is, and how much that is. And I want to have a conversation. We're like, oh my gosh, really? Okay. This is cool. This is cool. Then Brent Daniels gets us all in this office. And we all meet in this office. And man alive, this was an interesting eye opener for me. As Brent says, this is 2018, I think. Maybe 2000. Yeah, 2018. He says, we're going to have this same meeting in 2019. And if whatever this number is, let's say this number was $1 million. Okay. I'm taking home $1 million, let's say, hypothetically, for mathematical purposes. I'm taking home $1 million a year. He says, if you are not making $1.2 million next year, you are not invited back into this group. Dang. So he's looking at a 20% growth, not in income, a 20% growth in value, because that is what indicates your value, unfortunately, is money. So I provide value, I get paid more money. That's how the world works. So Brent is not saying, hey, I want to be around people making money. He's saying you need to become 20% better. And I want that to compound. And it was the same thing in 2020 as well. Okay. In 2020, same meeting. And instead of 1.4, it was actually compounded. So what's 20% on top of 1.2 million? Probably 1.2220. I don't know. Or let's check it out. $1,200,000 times one. So $1,440,000 is now the requirement to be in that room. Another 20% compound. Okay. He wants us to compound. And guess what the requirement was for 2021? Okay. The requirement for 2021 was the same thing. Take that $1,440,000 and I'm going to multiply that by 1.2. Now my requirement is $1,728,000 a year. And I know that these numbers are like crazy high. I get that. But my job also, and part of my life's purpose, is to show you what's absolutely possible, right? What is possible is only understood to you or understood by you by the people that you spend time with. Isn't that an interesting concept? Is that I am required to make more money to remain your friend. And it's not that he doesn't love me, and it doesn't mean that he doesn't appreciate me as a human being. But he requires me to bring value to the table, not only to his table, but he requires me to bring value to the outside world and to continually challenge him. So Brent would talk about these 5 people as his board of advisors. This is what Brent says. He says, you are my board of advisors. Okay. Look how ugly I spelled that, guys. I'm sorry. That's horrible. So when he brought this up, I was like, man, I'm your board of advisors. I'm on your board. That's amazing. I'm so grateful for this opportunity. He's like, it's not an opportunity. It's a requirement. If you want to be on this board of advisors, I require you to compound 20% value. You need to become 20% better than you were last year at providing value to the marketplace. I require you to challenge me by challenging yourself. And that, my friends, is one of the biggest reasons why people have a hard time getting into real estate, is because they're going and watching the football game with their buddies, and they're going and hanging out at barbecues and talking about how crappy their 9-to-5 job is. And they're complaining about their relationship with their wife. Are you kidding me? I have not complained about the relationship with my wife in years. Probably like the first year we were together, I was 25? Still going through like maturity. And the only thing I had to complain about really was my immaturity. Guys, that's a box you should have checked a long time ago. You trying to figure out your relationship with your wife should have been put on autopilot. That's done. You're done. That's done. You figured that out, right? You do the things. There's a laundry list of all the things that women want in a man. It's not hard to find. Accomplish those things and stop talking about it. It's time to move on to bigger and greater things. The conversation is so boring when I hang out with people who are like, yeah, my wife's mad at me about blah, blah, blah. I'm like, bro, you're a little bitch. I can't spend any time around people like that. Okay. So for me, I also have my board of advisors. I have my people that are around me and I require them to challenge me. I don't need to be challenged on whether I'm taking care of my children or my wife. That's taken care of. That's no longer the conversation. Stop hanging out with shitty people. And it doesn't mean they're bad people. That's the thing that's really hard to convey, is that people's feelings will get hurt. Well, what about my friend from high school? Great. Ask yourself this question. Your friend from high school that you're still hanging out with and you're still doing this, you're still doing that. What value do you provide to them? Forget about the value that they provide to you. Think about the value that you provide to them. Do you provide any value to your friends from high school or to your friends from college? You absolutely do not. Okay. Because if you're looking for encouragement and friendship and camaraderie, guys, you can accomplish that with people who are challenging you. You can accomplish that with people that are making a lot of money and providing a lot of value. So why are you trying to get comfort, camaraderie, relationships, friendships, all that kind of stuff with people that are not providing value at the same time? Go get those things, right? The lifelong yearning for feeling a part of something, feeling like you have friends, having camaraderie, having people, love you. That you can accomplish that in either one. One, people that are providing a tremendous amount of value, or B, people that are not providing any value. So ask yourself that question. Are you providing value to your shitty friends from high school? I imagine there's going to be a lot of people like, I'm not going to listen to this guy anymore. And guess what? In 2 years, you're still going to live I've got my job. I'm barely taking care of my bills. I'm barely taking care of my stuff. You're not living your life's purpose because you're still hanging out with the people that you're not, forget about the value that they're providing to you or not. Forget about that for a moment. What value are you providing to them? I will never call Jamil and go, hey man, let's just hang out. That's not what we do. We don't just go hang out. We have a purpose, because if I'm going to take Jamil away from his home where his wife, his kids, and his love and the box he checked a long time ago has been taken care of, I'm going to pull him away from that. I can guarantee you I'm taking him somewhere that I will provide value to him, whether it's a source of income, whether it's a source of part of his life purpose. I will only pull a man away from his family so that I can provide value to him. So when he goes back to his family, he brings value back in return. And most people are like, let's hang out. Let's do this. Let's go to the football game. Let's go do this. You're wasting your friend's time and you're wasting your time as well. I want to be around people that challenge me 100%. And so it doesn't mean you need to go find people like Brent Daniels and Jamil and all that kind of stuff. What you do is you guys create each other. That's the interesting thing. Okay. I've been friends with these guys when they were making a third of what they're currently making now. Okay. And that's the thing, is we continually challenge each other. It was really interesting. Okay. Check this out with Brent Daniels and Steve Trang. I just saw Steve. I hadn't seen Steve in a couple of months, and I saw Steve in Tampa last week. Okay. I saw Steve in Tampa, and it was like, man, I haven't seen you in months. And he was like, yeah, I'm building my thing. I'm doing this. I'm doing that. And it was just being around him. I was like, man, I feel like you're challenging me. And he says, isn't that my job? Isn't that my job? My job is, I have a requirement. I have a requirement to challenge you. So are your friends? Okay. Or the associates? Or are they acquaintances? Okay. And an acquaintance is somebody from high school. Yep. I'm acquainted with you. I know who you are. As a family man, I'm sure you provide a lot of value to your wife, your kids, etc. You are an acquaintance. An associate is somebody that I work with. I do things with those people. We are friendly to each other. We appreciate each other and the value that we provide to each other, but only would I ever consider you a friend is if you challenge me. Are your friends challenging you? And if they're not, they are not your friends. They are either an associate or an acquaintance. That's it. Carlos Gonzalez says, I've tried to challenge my everyday people and none of them are up to the task. You need to get rid of those people out of your life. Not get rid of them, but they are no longer called your friends. They are called your acquaintances or your associates. That's the difference. It's a different mindset. It's a different way to describe things, right? So think about that and take that into consideration. It's one of the first 10 things I would do to get into real estate, right? How do I get started? I would write these things down. And we're going to get into the strategy. We're going to get into all that kind of stuff today. I promise we have plenty of time. 26 hours, actually 24 and a half hours. Okay. So I've got, what is my life's purpose? I've got in 20 years, what's my perfect day look like? And 3, I have a 5 friends challenge. Okay. What's my 5 friend challenge? What does that look like? Now let's get into some tactical stuff. Okay. I would find, my bad. I would find a community to join. Okay. And that community could be a handful of things, right? I'll give you guys a couple of communities for me that I've built. I would say sub2.com is my favorite community I've ever built. I've got a free community called facebook.com/groups/creative finance, right? Creative finance with Pace Morby. Come on, don't try and correct this stuff. Okay, so that is a community I built a long time ago. And I think this community is now up to 35,000 members all over the country. And why is that important? Right? Why is 35,000 members important? Well, because I can guarantee you there's somebody in your local area that has the same mindset as you, that wants to make money and wants to quit their job and wants to live their life purpose and wants to do all the things that you're trying to do. So when people keep saying, well, I keep trying to get my friends involved in real estate, stop. Instead of trying to get friends to start in real estate, go find 5 friends that are already in real estate and join a community in order to find them. You know, I spent a lot of time with my sub-2 students in the last couple of days. A lot of them have been out here in Arizona. We spent some time together last night. And a lot of my students are like, you know what, man, now all my friends, since I joined sub-2, 100% of my friends came from sub-2, like-minded people. I don't want to push the rope. I want to pull the rope. All right. So here's what that means. Think about like this big, long, thick rope. You know, those battle ropes that people work out with and they're flippity flapping those battle ropes. Imagine you take one of those big, long 30 or 40-foot battle ropes and you put it on a black tar road, right? Just a regular road. Doesn't matter where the road is, could be out right in front of your house. And you line that out really straight. And I tell you, hey, take that rope and I want you to grab it and I want you to push it from point A to point B. You imagine pushing that rope? Imagine pushing the rope and you're like trying to push the rope. It just gets bundled up and it becomes this whole thing. And now you're flopping it over and it's this whole ball and you're just like, oh my gosh, you're sweating. That's pushing a rope. You're pushing a rope. The right way to get a rope to get from point A to point B is you pull the rope. Okay. You pull the rope. You don't fight against it. You don't fight against its nature. Yeah. Sam from Texas says it's like herding cats. And so stop spending time with the friends that you're currently with. Go create new friends. And if those friends at the end of the day, hey, Chester, good to see you, brother. He says, good morning to the best mentor on this planet. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. So at the end of the day, stop spending time with those people. It's not your job to change them. It's your job to go find people that are already like-minded. Okay. Stop that. Stop. And this is why the 5 Friends Challenge is so important, is because you need to go find people that are already like-minded. You don't have time. I'm telling you, anybody that's older in their life right now, you do not have time to go and wrestle around with family and friends that you currently have to get them to be like-minded and do the things that you want to do. Go find the people. Join a community, okay? Another really good community that we're currently creating right now. This is Jamil and my community together. It's called flipme.com. So that's a great community. Another great community would be Wholesale Hotline. Okay, this is our podcast for like a free podcast. Another one, it would be Sunday Service. Usually Sunday Service is basically like all my people from Sub 2 go and hang out with me on Sunday at my Sunday Service podcast. But these are communities, right? These are people that are like-minded people that are trying to accomplish a very similar goal to you. You need to go join a community. I don't care if it's free. I don't care if it's paid. I don't care what it is. If you are not part of a community, you will fail. You will 100% fail. Okay. There's another one. Somebody just brought it up. Astro flipping's dope too. Okay. I love astro flipping. In fact, if you look at my shirt I'm wearing today, I'm wearing my astro flipping shirt. Okay. So astro flipping's cool. I would say masterminds. I wouldn't join a mastermind right out of the gate. Like I've had people try and join my masterminds and they're like, "Hey, I'm joining your mastermind." I'm like, "You're not a student of mine. I don't want you to join my mastermind if you're not one of my students. I don't want you. You shouldn't be joining masterminds until you've accomplished a couple of these relationships and a couple of these communities. Okay. You need to be part of a community before you join a mastermind. Now, Jamil and I are, we own, control, participate in all of these communities here. And so we have an entire massive army of relationships that we can leverage anytime we want, and a relationship with all of these people in these communities that we can provide value to and live our life's purpose as well. And masterminds are things that I kind of look at these as college courses. Okay. Most of the time in a mastermind, I go take that mastermind once. I'm part of that. And then that mastermind accomplishes one thing for me that year. Okay. It could be a mastermind on tax savings. It could be a mastermind on internet marketing. It could be a mastermind on, whatever it may be, creative finance, multifamily, whatever it is. I go there to get 1 or 2 relationships. Right. And I then go and take the next one. Okay. So find a community and join it. And then the next step is provide value to that community. And this is really hard for a lot of people because they feel like, well, what value can I provide? I don't know anything. Dude, value comes in all sorts of things, okay? Comes in all sorts of things. One of the best things that value comes from are things that you just don't even recognize, okay? Something that you could provide a value. Let's talk about that for just a second. Something that I could provide as value would be simple stuff, right? So like, let's say I want to be in a fix and flip community. I want to be in a fix and flip community. A really great way to provide value would be something along the lines of maybe take photos for people at their house, drop off materials, right? Run errands for them, help them run their meetups. I could go on and 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 on about what you could do here, right? There's so many successful people out there that just need extra help. Go find where you can provide value to that community. Okay, where can you provide value to that community? These are the first 5 things I would do. Figure out what's my current life purpose. It's okay to have multiple. What's my 20 years, what's my perfect day look like? I would do the 5 Friends Challenge. I would go through and say, what are my 5 friends making? Are they providing enough value to the marketplace to justify them being in my friend circle? Are they worthy of being my board of advisors? Because that's exactly what they are. They are your board of advisors. Okay. These are the people that are advising every aspect of your life, whether you know it or not. Okay. Whether you know it or not, these people are your board of advisors. They're advising every aspect of your life. Okay. Now, I would then find a community to join. I just gave you guys a list of those communities that I would advise you join. Some of them are free. Some of them are paid. Okay. I don't care whether you spend money or not. And if you're like, I really like the sub 2 community, but you can't join it, then work with some of my students. My students are in the comments right here. We've got hundreds of my students watching this right now that would be willing to help you. Okay. So find a community to join and then finally bring, oh, look at this. Look at this. Munif says, I made 5 new friends this weekend that are all making 2 to 3 times more money than me. And now he says, I now know who I'm going to hang out with. Okay. Sam, Texas says, boy, I'm dumping a lot of so-called friends now. No value. And look, they're valuable to their mommy and they're valuable to their daddy and they're valuable to their kids and their wife and all that kind of stuff. But in the professional world, what value do they provide to you? And vice versa. More important, what value are you providing to them? That's my biggest thing, right? Even now, like, think about this. When I go to a party and I meet people and I go, hey, my name is Pace Morby, and they introduce themselves to me, and then we ask the question, it's always the same question. What do you do? Right? What do you do? That's the question. What do you do? What we're really asking is is there any way that we can collaborate with each other? Is there any way we can provide value to each other? Because if I'm in real estate and somebody goes, oh yeah, I sell Velcro on Velcro shoes. I'm a Velcro manufacturer. Man, I have no value to provide to you. It doesn't mean that you're not a great guy, but I ain't wasting my time going to lunch with you. I ain't wasting my time going to coffee with you. I'm not wasting my time doing anything with you. There's nothing I can provide to you of value. Nothing. There's absolutely zero value I can provide to you in your organization. In fact, I'm just going to steal your time away from your wife, your kids, and your other relationships. It's the antithesis. It's the opposite of providing value. I'm stealing from you. I'm stealing from your children. I'm stealing from your wife because I'm not providing value to you for you to take home to your wife and your children. Isn't that interesting? Think about that. Those 5 people in your 5 friends challenge, are you providing any value to them? Doubtful. Freaking doubtful. And that's the thing for me, is that if I'm not providing value to the people I'm around, then they are not my friends. They are acquaintances and they are associates. They are not my friends. My friends are people that I know I can provide value to, and that every minute I spend with them, I'm either trying to find value that they can take home to their wife and kids. And sorry, guys, I know there's a lot of women in here too. And I know there's like maybe same-sex couples watching this as well. If I'm saying my wife, just know that I just mean significant other for you. Okay. It could be your husband. It could be if you're same sex. And by the way, I have a student, lesbian couple, Dilene. They gave birth, which was so cool. Her and her wife just gave birth the other day on Instagram. Super happy and excited for her. I support all the love. Doesn't matter what relationship you're in, but at the end of the day, I have to speak from my own voice. And that is wife and children, right? Wife and children. And if you're somebody's like, I don't want to have children, I'm probably not the right person to learn from. Okay. I love my children. They are the box I checked. And the box I continue to maintain is my family, my stability, all that kind of stuff is something that's super important to me. It is my why. Okay. And remember, we talked about this earlier, right? Check this out. I told you guys, if you're just joining, here's the first 5 steps I would take. What is your life's purpose? I didn't ask you what your why was. Everybody's why is the same damn thing. Everybody's why is the same thing. To hang out is to be with your wife and kids more. It's to build a legacy. But that's not your life's purpose. That is not your life's purpose. Okay. Your children are not your life's purpose. They might be your current why, but you weren't put on this earth to have children. That is one of the things you were put on this earth for, or whatever it is in your world, whatever that goal is. Insert goal here. For me, it was having a happy, healthy family, but that box is checked. It's now time for me to move on to my life's purpose. Okay. Okay. Then figure out how to provide value to that community. Now, here's the next thing I would figure out. Find a strategy that you like. Okay, and we're going to talk about this on letter D. Okay, so when we get to letter D, just remember this is the main thing we're going to talk about is what are the strategies of real estate? I would find a strategy that you like. Okay, step 7, stick to that strategy for 90 days before complaining. Okay, so this is an interesting principle. I'm going to go really quick through this one. If you think that being consistent starts with, I did think something 2 days in a row, here's my definition of consistent. I'm going to go do something 90 days in a row. 90 days in a row. Okay. Bing, 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 bing. I'm going to do it 90 days in a row. And on day 91 is the first day I can say I was consistent. If you quit on day 89, you were not consistent. And if you quit on day 91, I can tell you that you are consistent at least for one day. Interesting, right? A lot of people will complain about this. Maurice Grant, what's up, bro? Good, so good. I'm so glad you guys flew in for the premiere. So good to see you. Virginia Drew says some people have made their raising their children their life purpose. Then when their children have grown and left their home, they are totally lost. Right? Your life purpose, that's your why. Your children are your why. They're not your life purpose. Right? They might be your current life purpose in that moment, but when your children are gone and your children are now living their why and building their families and doing their things, you're no longer there. What continued value are you going to bring to this earth is your life purpose, not your, that's the thing. Your why are your children, your wife, your relationships. That's your why. It is not your life purpose. It is your why. It's why you get up in the morning. It's why you do all these things. Stop thinking that your family and your children are your life purpose. They're not. Your relationship with them that box should have been checked a long time ago. Okay. So, let's get back into these steps. Okay. So, step 1, what's my life purpose? 20-year perfect day. 5 friend challenge, find a community to join. We already kind of went through all those communities. Provide value to that community. I gave you guys ideas of how to provide value to that community. And then I said, find a strategy that you like, which we will talk about when we get to letter D. We're currently on letter B, and it is 4:55 in the morning. Then you want to stick to that strategy. Whatever that strategy is, you got to stick to that strategy for 90 days before complaining. I get so many people that are like, man, I've been doing this for 3 weeks and I haven't seen a result. Yeah, because you have been trained by think that you work for 2 weeks and you get a paycheck. That's why. This is why this is so hard for people to get started in real estate, because once I get to the strategies and I tell you guys, and I'm telling you that all this stuff is incredibly critical and important for you to understand before I even get into strategies. I'm not going to talk about strategies. There's Nick Legamaro. Find something you like to do first and figure out how to make money doing it. If you need help with community, I'm here in Texas. Thank you, Nick. Appreciate you. Thank you for setting up the dinner the other night in Tampa, Florida. Nick is one of my guys on my board of advisors. Nick is a guy crushing it, does really, really well. Okay. Love Nick Legamaro. So stick to that strategy for 90 days before complaining. And again, you're only consistent once you get to day 91. When you get to day 91, you can say you have been consistent for one day. It's a mindset shift. Okay. It's a mindset shift. Stick to that strategy for at least 90 days before complaining. Stay consistent. Okay. Stay consistent. Now, here are the other things that I really think are super important for people. 8 is learn on the job. Okay, learn on the job. That is one of the things I would do today. I would learn on the job. I would take action on something today. Okay, we're going to go through this. 26-hour live. I'm going to give you guys strategy. I'm going to give you things, marketing. I'm going to give you sales. I'm going to call sellers today for 6 hours. You guys are going to see me actually doing my work. Okay. You see me doing my work today. Learn on the job. Learn on the job. Stop absorbing information, because here's the thing is that information is either important or it's interesting. And the only difference between important information and interesting information is whether you are actually applying it and you actually need it. Okay, I could sit there and go to a seminar. I went to it. Here's such an interesting story. I've never told anybody this. I went to a Bob Proctor seminar. It was a 3-day seminar. I went to a Bob Proctor seminar for 3 days. And I left after day 1. I left after day 1. Not because the seminar was not absolutely unbelievable. It was the fact that it was unbelievable that I left 2 days early. I fly to LA. Okay, I fly to LA. I'm with Cody Barton, my partner. We stay in a hotel. And literally after day 1, I go, I'm gone. I'll see you later. And Cody's like, what? We got to be here for 2 more days. I go, you got to be here for 2 more days. I got stuff I got to do. He gave me some really good information. And the only way that I'm going to actually take that information and make it important to me is go out and take action. And I literally flew home to take action on what I learned on day 1. And I abandoned the other 2 days because I was like, my capacity, I need to learn on the job. I need to go and apply these things right freaking now, because again, we do not learn anything. We do not learn anything by absorbing information. It will immediately leave us. The only way we learn information is by doing and taking the action. Okay. So check this out. I'll be quick about this because I want to get into, it's 5 a.m. in the morning, 4:59 a.m. So we're going to transfer over to C. C is going to be a lot of fun. We're going to talk about company structure. We're going to talk about what I think the perfect company structure is. And we're going to talk about LLC and what should my company look like and all those kind of things. These are the ABCs, right? Analysis paralysis. We talked about fear, how to overcome that. We then talked about, we're now on B, giving you basic steps to get started and to live by. And then C, we're going to jump into, what does your company look like? What should I do first? And then D, we're going to talk about getting into deals. Where do deals come from? Okay. So this is an interesting thing. It's one of my favorite infographics ever, is called the learning pyramid. It was really interesting when I first learned how to I first learned this. It was like mind-changing for me. Okay, check this out. So average student retention rates. You retain 10% by reading. You retain 20% by audiovisual. You retain 30% by demonstration. You retain 50% by having discussions with people about it, right? Like masterminds and relationships and all that kind of stuff. You then retain 75% of what you learn by practicing what you're doing. And then finally, you retain 90% by teaching others. This is why people ask me all the time, why are you? Why do you have an answer for almost everything? And I'm like, well, because I teach people all day long. I teach people how to do this stuff. And so I retain everything because I'm constantly rehearsing it over and over and over. And this is an interesting thing because Munif brings up, this is why I stream and I teach others on the daily dial. It's to help me become a better closer. So inside of my community, sub2.com, we have something called the daily dial. Every morning, we do 4 hours of role playing with our students, and our students then have the ability, 4 hours of role playing. And people like Munif, who's newer to real estate, yes, he's doing deals, but months and months ago, he wasn't. Not years ago, months ago, he wasn't doing deals. And the biggest difference was the learning pyramid. It was taking what he was learning, the information he was gathering, and applying it so that the information was not interesting, it was important. Okay. So the information I'm providing to you today, is it interesting to you or is it important to you? The only difference is whether you take action or not. And I literally left that Bob Proctor seminar because I said, Cody, this information's too good, but I don't want it to be interesting to me. I want it to be important. I'm immediately going home and I'm taking action on it. And that's what I did. Okay. Munif says it took me 90 plus days after joining the Daily Dial to close a deal. Love that. Love that. And while there are people that go out there and just crush and get deal after deal after deal after deal, like really, really quickly, most people don't. Most people, it takes 90 plus days. Okay. Most people, it takes 90 plus days for them to get that deal. Okay. And we'll get into D, which is deals, here in about an hour. But I want to finish these 8 steps for you guys, or these 10 steps. Okay. So again, rehearsing, what's my life purpose? 20-year perfect day. 5, friend challenge. Find a community to join. 5, provide value to that community. 6, find a strategy that you like, which we'll talk about on D. 7, stick to that strategy for 90 days before complaining and stay consistent. You are not consistent until day 91. 8, learn on the job, right? I'm going to type in learning pyramid here. Then 9. Thank you. Tech says, fantastic premiere yesterday for the TV show. Thank you guys so much. By the way, guys, anybody that has helped me out today, we have a really, really dope sweepstakes that we're working on. And that sweepstakes is giving away the profit on a fix and flip for anybody that joins that sweepstakes. If you win, you get all the profits on mine and Jamil's next, our next collaboration. Okay. So learn on the job learning pyramid is 8. And then 9 is, okay. We're going to talk about this next, is now it's time for you to build a company. Okay. Get an LLC. We're going to talk about that on, in this next hour. We're going to talk about this, build a company, start an LLC. Okay. And then 10, scale. Now, interesting, right? That scale is one thing on here, and a big part of this, check this out. A big part of this, literally 50% of this is mindset and relationships. Because these 5 right here will help you accomplish the other ones. You will have no problem scaling. You will have no problem building your business, no problem managing your money, no problem doing any of that kind of stuff. Staying consistent won't be a problem because you have already done those 5 things. So when somebody says to me, Pace, I've been in real estate for 4 years and I'm struggling, I go back to this, and I already know 100% they have not accomplished these 5 things. They don't know what their life's purpose is. They haven't written out their 20-year perfect day. They don't have 5 people around them that are challenging them and helping them. They have not joined a community. They're trying to do this on their own, and they're not providing value to anybody. Those are the 5 things I immediately go to. Okay. And then if they say, well, yes, I already have that, then I go immediately to this. I go, well, then you're not doing this. You have not stuck to a strategy for at least 90 days and you're complaining, and you have literally not been consistent. Those are these guys. I'm telling you, this is the basics of why people are not successful in real estate. They have not done these things. And I haven't even talked about strategy. Being successful in real estate has very little to do with strategy. It has a lot more to do with the first 7 things I just gave you homework on. Okay. So those are the first 10 steps. All right. Tech, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Guys, do me a favor. If you have not entered into the sweepstakes for Flip Me, do me a favor. I'm going to throw it on the screen for you guys. It is flipme.com/26-hour live. Okay. 26-hour live. Now, it's 5:06 in the morning. I've accomplished letter A. I've accomplished letter B. What I want to accomplish in those. I could go on literally for 3-4 hours on each one of these topics because I love talking about it so much. But we have to move on. We have to go through the sequences, right? So on number 9 step of your basic steps is to create an LLC, create a company. So let's go through that. I'm going to give you guys some actual strategy, a little bit less fluff, a little bit less mindset. I'm going to go get another bottle of water and I'll be back in 2 minutes. I just know normally my wife will bring stuff to me so I can have water and all that kind of stuff. But I'm going to get a bottle of water. I'll be right back. We're going to go on pause for about 3 minutes. So what'll happen is somebody will join and they'll go, "Where's Pace? Is this not live?" Guys, please help me out in the side chat. Let people know that because people are coming and going all day long. Okay. All day long, people will be coming and going. Let them know that I'm on a break for like 2 seconds. I'm going to go get another bottle of water. I'll be right back. And we're going to jump into C, starting a company, a corporate structure, LLCs. We're going to talk about that for an hour. What does that look like? What are my first steps, etc. Okay. And then let people know that we're doing this. Take a screenshot, throw it on Instagram, tag me, tell people where to go, tell people go to my YouTube, let everybody know we're here. Let's hang out. Let's get hundreds of more people in here today to network and build relationships with. And I'll see you guys in a couple of minutes. I'm going to get a bottle of water and I'll be right back. All right, everybody. Sorry about that. Just had to go on a break for a minute to get a drink. It's so early in the morning here that nobody in my house is awake. So can't get a drink or anything brought to me quite yet. My wife normally comes in and hooks it up, gives me what I need. But today she's asleep still. So, all right. Hopefully you guys have had a lot of fun today. We're going to have fun. I'm going to be calling sellers, I think, for about 6 hours today. Live calling, talking to sellers, having a good time with that. We've already gone through letter A, letter B. Let's get into letter C. Okay. So letter C is incredibly important, guys, because a lot of people overthink this. Like, what should my company look like? Right? Like, what should my company look like? So let's go through that. and let's chat about this. Okay, so here's the basics of a real estate business. Okay, a real estate business consists of typically what people will do. And then here's what I'll do. I'll show you what my business looks like first. Okay. My business, let's see here. Can I get no. So my business, very basically, and I'm not going to require you guys to do this, but I'm going to tell you that I have a trust. Okay. My trust is what is the foundation of my business structure now. But you don't need a trust to get started. So I'm going to say, don't worry about getting a trust right away. Okay. Because they can be expensive. What you need is you now need a holding company. Okay. And I'm going to show you at least what I do. Okay. So you're going to need a holding company, which is an LLC. And then in my real estate business, this is how I do it. Okay. We have 4 different LLCs, and there's other LLCs underneath these, which is really confusing for people. People have a really hard time with this. And that's why I really wanted to talk about this. Okay. So what happens in this world is that I do multiple things, right? I do everything in real estate. We do fix and flip, a lot of fix and flip. I do a lot of buy and hold, right? Rentals, Airbnbs, that kind of stuff. I do wholesale. And then I also own other service related businesses, right? So like, what would be a good service related business would be like, I own title companies and stuff like that, right? So like other miscellaneous businesses are here. These are all individual LLCs. Okay. All individual LLCs. So what I'm going to tell you guys right now is a lot of people don't understand like what should I do? Where should I start with building a company? Right. And what they do, in my opinion, I think they do it wrong, is they go and start their LLC themselves. Mark Anthony says, Pace, you're not live on YouTube. Interesting. Yes, I am. 100%. Yes, I am. It's always somebody using Facebook that like doesn't understand how that works. Come on, bro. All right. So this is something that a lot of people don't understand. They have a really hard time with building a company because they don't know where to start. Okay. I'm going to tell you guys right now. Yeah, it's live. I should stop paying attention to anybody that says that my audio doesn't work or my thing isn't working. I know better. I know way better. There's always somebody who's like, hey, I can't hear you. And then they find out their phone's on mute. Pace, I can't hear you. I can't hear you. Can anybody hear Pace? Guys, check your stuff. Make sure your Androids are fully charged. Okay. So I'm going to erase the miscellaneous because it doesn't really pertain to a lot of people. And I'm also going to erase the trust for the time being. Okay. We're going to focus on this structure right here. And the goal of each one of these businesses is obviously to make money. And then the next goal of these businesses is to not pay taxes. And so we're going to go through some of these things. Okay. So I see a lot of people making a lot of mistakes. And their biggest mistake is that they try and do this stuff on their own, right? They try and build a business on their own. They try and assume they know better. They go on YouTube. They learn the wrong way. I did everything wrong. I did everything wrong with building an LLC. It took me years and years and years to fix it. It took me mistake after mistake after mistake. And I'm telling you, you need a relationship in your life. Okay. You need an absolute relationship in your life. It is a requirement, in my opinion, that you need to have an advisor, a business advisor in your business that will help you out with these things. Okay. So I do keep a lot of my sub twos, but I do assign stuff. We'll get into that, all that kind of stuff. Glenn Bennett says, Pace, when you buy sub two, Pace, is that under the buy and hold or the wholesale? I will. Ooh, that's a great question. I'll show you exactly how that flow works. Okay, Glenn. Okay. Ooh, man, maybe I should pull that up on Miro. Let's see if I've got that on Miro. I'll just kind of show this to you guys. Miro's a little bit more challenging to operate on the iPad, mostly because I haven't really worked it quite yet. But this is the complicated structure. Here's the complicated structure right here of my business. See, there I go. I'm already screwing it up. But here's the complicated structure of my business right here. This is what it looks like. You see all this beautiful, fun stuff and how this all flows together and all that kind of stuff. This is what I teach my students. And this was like what my corporate structure Zooms that I built for my students. But I'm going to be focusing on these three businesses right here today with you guys and what that looks like. Okay. I'll keep it very basic. All the other stuff that I keep that for my students, and the depreciation and the hard money business and the charities and all that kind of stuff, how I pay myself. I'll get into as much as I possibly can with what time I have. Okay. So I'm going to tell you that I tried to figure this out on my own. I read books. I watch YouTube videos. I listen to other dumbasses. There's so many stupid people that think they know what they're talking about, and they don't. And I'm telling you right now, CPAs don't know what they're talking about. A lot of CPAs don't know what they're talking about. I know, and it's going to sound horribly atrocious saying this, but I know more about accounting than most CPAs do. I know more about taxes than most CPAs do because I've had to go through and get my butt kicked for so many years doing it the wrong way that I had to learn and find the right people that knew what they were talking about. So who I use, we switched over even actually recently, is I use a company called Prime Corporate Services. Okay. And I give my students, and I don't know if my students would be okay with this, but I'm sure they would be. I'm going to pull them up. See if I have this link still. So Prime Corporate Services is who we use. Here we go. Found it. So this is a company I've found, and they're amazing. And if anybody in the side chat has actually worked with them, please attest to how amazing this company is. But this is who I use for all my corporate structuring and the conversations, the trust, the LLCs, all that kind of stuff. So I have a great relationship. The actual owner of the house is actually sleeping in my house right now. That's how much I appreciate these people. It took me 6 months to finally get a relationship built with them. But if you guys go to primecorporateservices.com and you use the code 0 to hero right here, I'll give it to you guys in the side chat. Here's what they do. They give my students at sub 2 like this crazy discount and this crazy relationship that I am not going to make available to everybody on this live because this is a public facing live. Okay. This is a live that I don't know if everybody's my student or not. And I give these crazy benefits to my students that I will not give to you guys on this live. However, they do have another discount. Okay. They do have another discount, and that discount is for the 0 to hero students. Okay. And so if you're a 0 to hero student, I'm sure you don't mind me sharing this. It's not as good of a discount as my sub 2 students get, and it's not as good as like a relationship status as my students. But 0 to hero is a great code for you guys to use. So go there. Let me tell you who Prime is. So what happened to Anderson? By the way, guys, if you're on Facebook, change your name from Facebook user to something else. Let people know who your real name is. Okay. So Stacy Scott says PCS is good. Okay. I still use Anderson. Okay, so let's look here. Here's what I use Anderson for. I use Anderson for, let's remove this for a second. I use Anderson for my public charity. Okay, I still use Anderson. I use Anderson for my whole life insurance policy. So I still use Anderson. I like Anderson, but we're not going to talk about Anderson today because those are advanced strategies that most people will be super confused with. Okay. Anderson. So Christopher Jean Baptiste says, I heard good things about them, but I use Anderson Business Advisors. I'm going to tell you right now, Anderson Business Advisors is literally like 6 to 7 times more expensive than PCS. Okay. Steve Allison says, PCS is awesome. I'm working with them on building business credit, taxes, and 2 LLCs. So I still use Anderson Business Advisors. I love Toby Mathis over there. I love Clint Coons, highly intelligent people. But from an LLC standpoint and a service level of getting your company set up, PCS is amazing. Okay. PCS is, there's nobody else, in my opinion. Okay. So Prime Corporate Services. A lot of people in the side chat. Travis Haxton says PCS set up my business. Munif says I'm going to sign up with PCS. Trisha Flake says I just use PCS to set up a holding company. A lot of people. Mike Siambra says PCS is legit amazing. They broke down everything for me, and then even when I questioned what they did, they even broke it down more, so I fully understood everything. Okay, a lot of people have used Prime Corporate Services. So please, and then Sean Mendel says, Prime Corporate Services credit program is amazing. Okay, cool. I haven't used them for the credit program. But here's what's going to happen. You're going to start your business. I'm going to go through how my money flows and some of the money that I make in some of my businesses so you guys can kind of understand how this works. I'm going to get in some nitty gritty here in a minute. What I want you to do is here's what PCS will do for you. They will do a free call consultation for you. They will even set up an LLC for you for no cost except for the corporate filing fees. So when I go to an attorney, for example, I'll go to an attorney to set up an LLC to do it the right way, and they'll charge me $1,000 to $1,500 to set up my LLC. Okay, Prime Corporate Services won't charge you anything for setting up the LLC with the discount code that I give you guys for 0 to hero. Okay. Munif, I'm not going to talk about so guys, use the 0 to hero code, but here's the thing is on the credit program, Munif, I'm not going to talk about that today. I'm going to actually have Steve or his partner, Tommy, come into Sub 2 mentorship at some point in the next month or 2 months to talk about their credit program. I would focus on, let's just get your LLC started right now and make sure you have your foundation set up and structured properly. Okay. So here are the things that I really want you guys to understand about LLCs. One, you got to have the right person set it up for you because you will screw it up. Even if you go on YouTube and you watch all the things and somebody tells you how to do it, I don't know why anybody sets up LLCs themselves. I don't understand it, especially when you have like a Prime Corporate Services that will do it for you for no cost other than the corporate filing fee with like the state. Why? Why would you go any other route? Right? It doesn't make sense to me. Okay. So there you go. Justin Tumanowski says, I need to rework my shiznit, right? That's what Prime Corporate is for. So go look on my screen, guys. It's primecorporateservices.com/0 to hero. That is the code. And if you schedule an appointment here, I'll show you what that looks like just real quick. If you schedule an appointment right here, this is how stinking easy it is. Watch. Schedule your appointment. It pops up a calendar and you'll be able to see what days you can get on the call. So here it is, October. I can get on a call with them 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock on Monday. Like that's how easy it is to get on the phone and say, hey, I'm going to get started in real estate. I need to get an LLC because I'm going to start acquiring deals, right? Chris Davidson says, how do I become a Sub 2 student? You don't. Just work with my existing students. My existing students are here to help you. Don't join Sub 2. My students will help you out. Okay. It is the greatest mentorship and the greatest community on planet Earth, but you don't need to join it. I would work with my existing students. Okay. Work with my existing students. What I would do is save your money, invest it into getting an LLC set up, invested into doing all that kind of stuff. Get an LLC set up. Get it done and do it the right way. It will give you like the greatest peace of mind ever. Okay. It will give you the greatest peace of mind ever, knowing that your company has been set up properly, that when you start buying deals, you'll be able to sleep at night knowing that all your stuff is good. You've got anonymity, you've got it structured properly, you know where your money goes, you know how to break that all out. And that's what we're going to talk about here over the next 33 minutes. Okay. So while my sub 2 students get access to like all this fun stuff and like what my company structure looks like, where all my money goes, how much money I make and all these kind of things, how I basically pay zero taxes is all over here. Like how I pay no money in tax comes from that. My about 30% of my current LLC structure looks like this. And we're not going to talk about this today. We're going to go even more basic. Okay. Way, way, way more basic than that. Okay, so here's what's going to happen when you get into business. You are going to generate leads, okay? And your leads are going to come in, and you have to determine what to do with those leads because, again, there's 3 places to make money in real estate. 3. You can wholesale, you can develop, or you can hold. Okay, wholesale, develop, or hold. Develop is like fix and flip, building new homes, developing land, doing all that kind of stuff. You can hold, that's Airbnb, that's rentals, that's corporate rentals, that's, Section 8 housing, that's whatever. Wholesaling is whatever. So I have a company, an LLC for every one of these pockets. So the leads all come the same way, right? Generating leads is one thing, and this is how it works. Okay, I have a wholesale business. And that wholesale business is called American Home Offers, or AHO, American Home Offers. That company generates leads into it. And we'll talk about leads later, like where do leads come from, all that kind of stuff. We'll jump into all that kind of stuff later. But AHO buys a deal, right? Let's say it buys a house. I then, if I wholesale it to another person, I get an assignment fee, and that money stays in my AHO business. If AHO assigns that deal to myself, and a lot of people go, wait, what? What's assignment? What's wholesale? There's a lot of people who don't know what that is. We will get into these strategies in a little bit, guys. But I need you to understand corporate structure first. Okay, so let's say I get a house under contract, and AHO is a wholesaling business, so I don't fix and flip inside of AHO. I don't hold any properties inside of AHO. Okay. What I do inside of AHO or American Home Offers is I assign and I do wholesaling. So let's say I get a deal in AHO that I don't want to wholesale to another buy and holder. I want to assign it to myself. I then assign that deal to one of my many, many hold LLCs. I think we have 30 LLCs right now in just our holding company. Okay. And so I assign that deal to that company. And Pace owns this company. And Pace owns this company as well. And a lot of people, what they're doing is they're doing all their business in one LLC. Do not do that. Do not do that. Do not do fix and flips in the same LLC as you assign. Do not hold property in the same business that you assign and you do wholesale in. Okay. These should be separate businesses. So if I hold this deal, in fact, I don't know if I have those in here. Hold on a second. Okay, so I've got these 4 deals right here that we just bought. Hold on a sec. So we just bought these 4 houses, okay? And you can see the address of the house, 7725 West Windsor, 2834 East Beck Lane, 6122 West Palm Lane, and then some other one that the address is on a different page. Hold on. There it is. 1464 North 54th Avenue, okay? Our acquisition company, the company that acquires deals and contracts, got all 4 of these houses under contract. And then we took these 4 contracts and we assigned them to our holding business. and our holding business will now hold these as rentals for forever. Okay. So that's how that works. I have a company that goes out and markets to sellers, and that company gets things under contract. And then depending on what I want to do with that house, I then will assign it to the company that exercises the strategy. Okay. So every LLC has a different strategy of business than the other LLCs. Okay. And the primary three that we focus on are these three. There's not primary. There are no other three types of businesses out there in real estate. You're either a wholesaler, you're either a developer, or you're a buy and holder. Those are the only three strategies that you can use in real estate. That's it. Those are the only three ways you can make money in real estate. Okay. Outside of being a service provider, like a real estate agent. Again, real estate agents are service providers, right? So what happens with your leads, let's break this down. Let me see if I can do this on Miro. Make this a little bit easier since I've already built this out. Okay, perfect. Okay. So American Home Offers right here. You know what? Let's take a screenshot of this real quick. Bring it over here. Hold on a second, guys. I don't want to work with Miro inside of this because Miro is a little bit challenging. So hold on just a second. Okay, perfect. Perfect. Here we go. All right. So inside of this business, this is my wholesale business right here. So my wholesale business is the company that markets to sellers. So we cold call, we text, we door knock, we send mailers, we do all that kind of stuff. And if I assign this deal to another fix and flipper, let's say this company right here is another fix and flipper, I can assign that deal and that I make my profit in an assignment fee, and that money goes back into that business. Okay. Goes back into that business. Okay. Now, what if I get a deal in my marketing business? Sorry, guys. What if I get a deal in American Home Offers and I decide I want to keep that or I want to fix and flip it? Well, what I do is I take the money, or I take the deal American Home Offers bought, and I assign it to my fix and flip business. So American Home Offers actually owns my fix and flip business, and it assigns the deal to them. Interesting, right? A lot of people don't understand this. I have an LLC that does fixing and flipping. It is different than the LLC that does my wholesaling, which is here. And then I have a business. This is one of our LLCs that holds. And then that company will typically hold about 10 to 20 properties inside of it. So I will put 10 to 20 houses in each LLC like this. And then I'll go start another LLC over here that does another 10 to 20 properties inside of that LLC. Okay. So American Home Offers found those 4 houses, okay, by generating leads. Let's see. Let's take this out and just say leads come into my business. American Home Offers buys those deals and then makes a determination. What do I do with those? Well, American Home Offers sold those 4 deals to PCGS and paid American Home Offers an assignment fee for that. That is an interesting thing that a lot of people don't understand in this business, right? Let's see here. Oh, cool. Thank you. 77 Figure says, this is fire so far. Thank you so much. So a lot of people don't understand that that's what you should be doing. You should be acquiring deals in an acquisition business, and then that acquisition business only should be wholesaling. Okay. So let's say I acquire a deal. So let's say I go knock a door. Let's make it very, very simple. I go and knock a door and I talk to the lady and I get her under contract. Okay. I get her under contract. She's going to sell her house to me. And I go, oh my gosh, this is great. I actually want to fix and flip this. What you should be doing, even though you are going to be the one that fix and flips it, is that you should be taking that in your acquisition business, and you should then assign that to your fix and flip business and pay yourself an assignment fee. And a lot of people are like, what's an assignment? Why would I assign myself something? Well, basically, selling yourself your own house doesn't make sense to a lot of people. Like, oh my gosh, it's so hard for me to understand this. You're advanced. You're going too fast. Well, that's the thing is a lot of people want to know, like, what does a real estate acquisition business look like from an LLC standpoint? Well, here you go. You have an acquisition business. This is where I acquire deals. I find deals. I acquire deals. I find deals. I acquire deals. Acquisition business. I go out and I find deals. That's what this acquisition business is. Their job is to do. So the acquisition business goes out and generates leads and it generates contracts. It then gets those houses under contract in the form of a document, right? Nice little purchase contract. And then it makes the determination, what strategy do we want to use? Do we want to fix and flip that ourselves? Or do we want to hold that property as a hold? So these 4 contracts that I have right here are all seller finance, which means we didn't have to go get a loan to buy these houses. These are all seller finance. The seller sold these houses to us and the seller became the bank. If you want to learn about creative finance, then go watch my 16-hour live I did last year on April 29th. I broke down creative finance for 16 hours, okay? Go watch that for free or work with one of my students at sub2.com. My students can help you out, okay? So I don't need to jump into what creative finance is today. That's not what this is about. So what happens is that's my holding business. I don't hold anything, by the way. I don't buy anything in my holding business and I don't acquire assets. This is where your assets sit. I don't buy anything that's non-creative finance. So people send me stuff and they go, this is a great rental. And I go, okay, so it's a creative finance deal. And they go, no. I go, then it's not a deal I want. I don't want that. I want only seller finance and subject to deals. That's all I want. So if it's a subject to or a seller finance deal that comes from my acquisition business, then I will assign that deal to myself and I will assign it to the other LLC and I'll pay myself a fee of whatever. Could be $5,000, could be 20 grand, doesn't matter. And that's not the topic of this hour right now of how to assign that fee. How do I determine that fee? That's not important for right now. I just want to let you know that that's what I do. I then, if I decide, well, I got this contract from this lady, I just knocked her door. Here's my contract. I want to fix and flip that. Well, then what I do is I assign that to my fix and flip business. My fix and flip business is called Blue Acorn Development. And we have, again, I showed you guys this earlier, but I'll show it to you guys again. Here is what where is that bad boy? Oh my gosh. Thought it was here. There it is. So this is, look at all these projects we have right here. These are all my active projects right now. It's a lot of active projects going on right now in our fix and flip business. So you can see, like, here's a fix and flip we bought. I think, let's see, 1130. You can see my team. I think we just recently acquired this. I'm not quite sure. I'm not involved in all that stuff so much, but I can always jump in here and see what's going on with every single property and what's going on with all our fix and flips. So that company, American Home Offers, will assign these fix and flips to our fix and flip entity. And our fix and flip entity is called Blue Acorn. You want to keep all of your activity of fix and flip outside of your wholesale business. And you want to keep all your holding business out of your wholesale business as well. And you also don't ever want to mingle your holding company and your fix and flip business together at all. Those should be in separate LLCs and in separate bank accounts. Okay, completely different bank accounts. Pam Fisher says, what system is that? Projects? No, that system is called Slack. Yep, we use Slack to keep track of all of our projects. You guys want me to pull that up real quick? We'll go through that for just a second. It seems like Slack, you guys care about that, no? Interesting. You just never know what people think is cool, you know? You just never know. I never know what you guys think what you guys are going to think is cool. So here is, so I can go to any property and I can go, okay, what's the latest on, let's see, one that I know. Palm Lane, Coolidge. Ooh, this one's a good one. Check this out. So this one is a property that we closed on recently. And we had to pull out the tenant We had to get the constable involved, and you guys can see all the communication. See my wife in here, see Cody in here communicating. How many times do you guys see my name in here? So this is how our team communicates. So on January 11th, we started communicating with getting our attorney involved in this thing, and my team is talking about it, blah, 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 blah. And they went on and on and on. This is where all of our communication on every project goes. Okay. So here's a bill. We had to evict somebody on August 12th, right? Welcome to business, guys. Then we talked through this. Let's go through the construction. Then Anna, look at this house, by the way. Holy crap. Look at all that trash. This house is actually on the TV show with Jamil and I. This house was so bad. It was like 8 dumpsters worth of trash. Crazy. So you'll see everything that's going on at this house. I don't even need to be involved at all. Okay. And this is our Blue Acorn Development Company, and this is how my team communicates. You can see everything that's going on. And then Cody's always complaining about bills. He says every time they sneeze, thinking about the deal, every time they sneeze, thinking about the deal, they send a bill. Oh, that's funny. Let's see what the bill is. They're charging us $1,300 for something. Invoice. Let's see. What do they charge us for? Interesting. But we got charged $1,355 from our attorney. Welcome to being a millionaire. You get bills. That's what happens. So yeah, that's how we communicate as a team. Our entire team communicates through Slack. I don't get blown up through text messages. I don't get blown up through emails. I don't get blown up through any of that kind of stuff. And people don't involve me in stuff. That's not my job. That's not my job, is to do those things. Okay. So there's your answer. I'm trying not to deviate from stuff. My students know I will deviate for hours. Okay. But here's the thing, you guys, I'm going to give this to you again. If you guys are wondering what state do I set up an LLC? How do I protect myself? How do I make sure that I paid the least amount of taxes? How do I know how to set up my bank account properly? Just go to Prime Corporate Services. Okay. I just gave you guys the code that we give to the 0 to Hero students. It's not as good of a code as the sub 2 code. And it's not like the same level of discount, but it's still a good discount. Okay. So primecorporateservices.com/0 to Hero. The link is right on the screen. The link is in the side chat. Here's what's amazing is if I go to an attorney to set up an LLC, or I go to an LLC company, they're going to charge me $300 to $1,500 to set up an LLC. Prime Corporate Services will give that to you guys for free. They will give that to you for free. They will do a free consultation with you. Let me go back to their site so you guys can see what that looks like. They will do a free consultation with you. Let's see. And they will set up your LLC. All you have to do is you have to pay for the hard cost with your state, which, depending on the state, it could be $30 or it could be $900. But this is how easy it is. You go to Prime Corporate Services, go to schedule your appointment, and then you look it up and you go, okay, well, let's see, who can I talk to? And I got a 1 o'clock or a 2 o'clock. Okay. Tomorrow I got a 10 o'clock, whatever or Tuesday, I got plenty of time all throughout the board. And I can talk to somebody from Prime Corporate Services about what kind of LLC do I need? Do I need an S Corp? Do I need a C Corp? Do I need a general partnership? Do I need a partnership agreement? What state should I do this in? How do I protect myself? How do I keep my name off of things? How do I make sure that when I start doing deals, I don't have major problems and major catastrophes happening to me in my business? It's incredibly important for you to get an LLC. I get a lot of people that go, when should I start an LLC? Now. Start an LLC now. What are you waiting for? If somebody's going to do it for you basically for free, what are you freaking waiting for? Okay. Get on the phone, talk to Prime Corporate Services, get an LLC started, because it's incredibly important. And I think we did a 15 hours. We did a 15-hour mini course inside of sub2.com, my mentorship, that my students were like, this alone was the value like more beyond the value of the mentorship was just that. There's a lot of things to talk about with LLCs. There's a lot of things to talk about with corporate structuring and making a lot more money, but you need to start an LLC. You need to start with one. Okay. For me, if I have a budget and I have a little bit of money, I'm probably going to start with three. I'm going to have a wholesale LLC. I'm going to have a fix and flip LLC, and then I'm going to have a buy and hold LLC, because those are three ways to make money in real estate: is actually wholesaling deals, fixing and flipping, and holding. Those are the only three ways to get a deal. That's it. I'm sorry. It's the only three ways to actually make money in real estate. Okay. So what we'll do, and I'll go through this just one more time because I've got a little bit of time. What I will do is deals come in. Let's say I get a contract. We'll put a big fat juicy C on this for contract. Okay. I get a contract. That contract is always acquired in my, let's say, let me use this more simple. It's not, I shouldn't say acquired. I get the contract by marketing to sellers in my wholesale business. Okay. So my sellers are always approached to buy my wholesale business. Always. My marketing company, my holding company doesn't have a website. Okay. The company that holds my rentals does not have a website. The company that does my fix and flips, we don't have a website. I don't need a website. I don't need to market. I don't need to brand my fix and flip business. I don't need to brand my buy and hold business, because those are not public facing. Okay. The public facing business, the only one that's public facing is, who are you marketing to? Well, a seller, a homeowner. And when they ask you what your company name is, you're not going to give them your holding company's name. You're going to give them the name of your marketing company, because you have a website, you have videos, and you have testimonials, and you have all those types of things. That is where your wholesale business comes in play. Okay. And then when your wholesale business acquires the deal, you make a determination. Do I want to wholesale this to like another fix and flipper? Or do I want to fix and flip this house myself? Right? Do I want to fix and flip this house myself? Or do I want to buy and hold it myself and keep it? Okay. And then you want to transfer it from one LLC to another LLC, depending on whatever your strategy ends up being. Okay. Let's see. Yeah. So here's the thing about Anderson that I think that they're really good at. Let's just be honest here. Facebook user. One thing that frustrates me about these lives is when somebody has the name Facebook user. Can you go in and make sure you change your name and register your name? It's always a Facebook person. It's never on YouTube. But please make sure I know who you are. I don't know who you are. And I'd love to like address stuff. But you say, Anderson has me tied in knots. That's why I use Prime Corporate Services, not Anderson. I use Anderson for high level stuff like charities and IULs, whole life insurance policy, things of those nature. And they're very expensive. Anderson is very expensive, and they're hard to get a hold of. Prime Corporate Services, literally the opposite. Incredibly easy to get a hold of. They gave our community a crazy, crazy discount and a massive value. I mean, Steve Harward, the owner of PCS, is staying in my house right now. That's how close of friends I've become with him in the last year, because he provides, remember, going back to the B's, the basics. What value are you providing back and forth to your friends? Who are your board of advisors? I knew when Steve started providing value to my community, I was like, I need you to be my friend. Like, I need you in my world. Okay. Going back to the rules we talked about in letter B. I know we're on letter C right now, but in letter B, we talked about making sure you're providing value back and forth in your board of advisors. The owner of Prime Corporate Services is a friend of mine. Okay. So you guys can trust that these guys are amazing. Unfortunately, if you're a sub-2 student, please make sure you use the code. I can't tell you what the code is, because I don't want to give it away out in the general public, because I want to make sure my sub-2 students have like a higher level of access. So sub-2 students, make sure you go into our sub-2 community to get the code that you need to get what you get for being a sub-2 student. And if you're not a sub-2 student, then go to primecorporatservices.com/0 to hero. They'll help you set up your LLC. They'll talk through the state that you should set it up in. They'll talk about how to get your partnership agreements met, all the things. And what's cool about it too is they will actually go through and review your existing structure the way it is today. They will review your existing structure the way it is today for free. So if you feel like I'm tied up in knots with Anderson Business Advisors, I'm tied up in knots with this CPA, I wonder if my accountant knows what they're talking about. I was thinking about starting my LLC myself. Guys, if you get a free consultation with Prime Corporate Services and they'll set up your LLC and your corporate structure just for the cost of like the filing fee and stuff like that, you have nothing to lose. It's crazy to me that people will sleep on this. And then what they'll do is they'll go get a deal and they'll go, Pace, should I go get a, hey Pace, should I go get an LLC? I now have a house under contract. Should I go get an LLC? I'm like, dude, what have you been sleeping on? Why didn't you get an LLC? Are you not serious about this business? Like, why? Why is that even a question at this point? You should have set the LLC up very, very beginning. Don't dilly dally on things that are important. Why are we even having this conversation? Get your LLC. If you're serious about being in this business, then start the business. It's for some states, the filing fee is like $30. Okay. For some states, the filing fee is $150. I don't know. You got to figure that out for the state, but you need to know that Prime Corporate Services is not going to charge you for that and they'll do a free consultation. So what is the reason you have not taken action on it? So again, the same thing going back to step one, right? We've got 400 people on here between a couple of live streams, 400 people watching this right now. And I can tell you right now, somebody still doesn't have an LLC and they still haven't gone to Prime Corporate Services website and they still haven't signed up for a phone call. Either A, go sign up for a phone call or get the hell off the live because I don't want to teach people that are not serious about their business. I don't even want to be around people that are not serious about their business. I'm done. I'm getting too old. I'm too old for the non-serious people. I only want to vibe with people who are serious. Okay. Mark Irwin, great question. He says, is Anderson a bad company? No, Mark, I think you must have logged in late by the sound of that question. I love Anderson, but they're expensive and they're hard to get a hold of. And I'm saying this right now on a live YouTube, and I am friends with Anderson Business Advisors. I'm telling you, they're great. I have a discount code with them too, but I'm not pushing their services because I'm not happy with the value that they provided to my community. And until they figure out how to elevate their level of service, I'm going to let you know I love them and I appreciate them, but the value needs to get more organized and be better. That's it. They run my charity and they run my whole life insurance policy. They're great, but they're great for high level people. I don't feel like they're great for new people. I really think it's the opposite. They don't have the time and energy to answer questions about stupid shit. And Prime Corporate Services does. And guess what? Having stupid questions is important and a requirement for being a brand new person. You need to feel comfortable asking stupid questions. And if you feel like you go and start a business and you don't have somebody to turn to and you don't have an advisor in your business, oh my gosh, man, I'd be stressed out feeling like I don't have what I need. So that's the difference is I love them. I think they're great. But again, I require everybody to be around me to provide value. And if your customer service is lacking, it doesn't mean you're a bad company. It might mean that you're growing too fast and you can't handle it. That's perfectly fine. But I'm not going to run and promote company that is not providing the value that my community requires. Okay. So Robbins Dorville says, you're right. I use them and have a great experience with Anderson, but having a higher package helps. Okay. That's a big deal. I don't want to have have this crazy requirement of spending a ton of money. Okay. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can get my guy on here. I might have somebody come on here for a little bit. One of my good friends, Doug Lons, is going to come on here with us for a little bit. Okay. Okay. So Ben says, I'm in Zero to Hero, and although PCS gave me a free consultation, they were charging me for set up my LLCs. Okay, so I've been so incredibly transparent and communicative of this. Okay, I'm going to say it one more time. If you plan on going to PCS and not paying for the filing fees with the state, they're not going to pay for the state filing fee for you. Are you kidding me? They'll do the work and the labor for you for free. But if you expect them to pay for your filing fees at the state, like what? They're not going to pay out of their pocket hard money, hard costs for you. So Ben, very clearly was it stated in Zero to Hero, and very clearly am I stating it for you right now. Prime Corporate Services will not charge you their labor to set up the LLCs. Okay. They are going to charge you for the filing fee. And that is beyond fair. Okay. Well then, Ben, if you feel like you're being charged a filing fee, you need to find out the name of the person you're working with and tell me who that is so that gets fixed. Okay. Ooh, Kelly Hanno's on here. Doug Lonzo's on here. Guys, I'm going to introduce them here in just a couple of minutes. Okay. So if I'm going to say this to you guys one more time, we've got nearly 400 people on here between a couple of live streams. So thank you guys so much for being here at 5:57 in the morning. Okay. I appreciate it tremendously. Okay. So if you guys are here right now, okay, and you have not taken action on setting up an LLC, turn off the live stream. Don't even be here. Don't even be here. I am not interested in teaching or educating people who are not taking action. If you're just here absorbing information, leave. That's my invitation for you to leave. I need to be around people. I need to communicate with people that are taking action. I don't want people just absorbing information. I don't need that in my life, and nor do you. We're not providing value to each other if all we're doing is I'm giving you information, you're absorbing it. If you're not taking action, I don't care if you sign up with PCS. I don't care who you sign up with, but if you have not set up your LLC and you have not moved forward in building your business, leave. Please leave. Stop watching this live stream right now. Stop. Okay. So thank you. Kirsten says, I don't know how you do it. Jonathan Newsom says, Prime Corporate Services is nothing short of amazing. They go above and beyond and take care of you. I can't say enough great things about them. Thank you for saying that, Jonathan. I'm friends with Anderson Business Advisors, and you will see my transparency and how I currently feel about their state of affairs and what's going on. They're an amazing company. I currently use them. But if I'm a brand new person, I need more love, I need more attention, etc. So I'm going to give you guys one last run on this. I'm going to give you guys Prime Corporate Services information one last time so that you guys can take action on it. And if you don't want to take action on Prime Corporate Services, they can do this nationwide. They can set you guys up nationwide. If you're not interested in that, then what you need to do is you need to go on Google right now. Open up another tab on your computer and go on Google and type in set up an LLC, my state. But if you are in here and you are learning and you're going through the ABCs of real estate and you don't have an LLC and you don't have a company, what are you going to go to any of the other hours for? What would be the purpose? Take action, set up a call with Prime Corporate Services, and then come back to me. I am open to hearing about the people. If I promote a company and I push a company service, right? I want to know if the people I promote to you are providing value to you or not. I want to know. I want full transparency. I want everybody to be happy. And if you're not happy, I'm going to go challenge the company that I promoted to make sure that they're taking care of you. Okay. So take action, go get an LLC. It's super critical. It's super important. It's one of those things that a lot of times, if you have not invested in a company structure and you have not invested in any of that kind of stuff, then what happens is subconsciously you don't take action, right? So many people like go buy another book and they'll go join another seminar. They'll go do another thing and whatever else. Meanwhile, they don't even have a company set up. And give me in 2 minutes, I'm going to bring Doug Lanza and I'm going to bring him on as a guest of mine, good friend of mine. Guys, you know what's funny is 20 people dropped from the live stream in the last 5 minutes because I told them to leave if they're not serious about their business. Thank you. You don't want to be around me and I don't want to be around you. I say that lovingly. If you are not ready and serious about building a business and you're not serious about moving forward in your life and living your life's purpose, I can't vibe with you. I don't have the same energy as you. I don't care if you're brand new. I don't care if you're advanced. If you're not moving forward in your business, then you and I have no value to provide to each other. None. No value. Okay. So take action. I don't care if it's setting up an LLC on your own and you want to be the knucklehead that tries to figure that out, like you're some sort of CPA or something. Yeah, there's companies you can go online and set up an LLC. Have fun with that. And then in 3 years, when you find out you set it up wrong or you did something wrong or there's a disagreement between you and your partners and you don't know how to sever because you didn't do it properly, you didn't have a partnership agreement and all that kind of fun stuff, man alive, you'll look back on this live and go, why didn't I just do what Pace said? I'm so passionate about this topic because I did it the wrong way. And it took me 5 years to figure it out. It took me 5 years to solve the problem that I originally set up for myself in the very beginning. Save yourself 5 years of time. Okay. There you go. Jonathan Newsom says 0 commitment, 0 positive energy, 0 action equals not in my circle. Okay. So guys, here's a great thing you can do today, right now. 400 people watching here live. Welcome to the thing. Okay. 400 people on here live. And if you guys are not, if you don't have an LLC, what are you doing staying on here? If you don't have a company you're building, what are you going to learn in the next one? So here's what's going to happen. You're going to start absorbing information in the next couple of letters that we're going to go into. And then you're going to be like, man, I really need to set up an LLC. Guys, right now, go to Prime Corporate Services website, schedule a call for sometime next week, fill up their calendar and have free consultations with them. I get paid nothing for you to have a consultation with them. What I get is I get the value of not answering questions about LLCs and should I start a company. That's the value I'm looking for. I don't want to have a conversation with you about whether you should start an LLC or not. It's not a question I look forward to ever answering. Go set up an LLC and stop being a knucklehead. Okay. Marie says, you make me want to change the presentation I was doing at my meetup next week because LLC setup is important, right? Glenn Bennett says, Pace is saying they won't charge you outside of what it costs to file this with the state. Now, I have had students come back to me and go, hey, I liked working with them so much. I ended up setting up a trust with them and I set up this or I set up that. And yes, they're going to charge you for those things, obviously. But what they're doing is they're trying to make sure that your excuse of not having an LLC for your real estate business is something that you don't ever have to have as an excuse ever again. That's their main purpose of their business. Okay. So go get an LLC set up. What was my mistake with the LLC? If you are one of my students, go watch. Anybody that's in here that is in my mentorship, you know, I have a 15-hour mini course and it's broken down into like 5 separate Zooms, 3 hours long, breaking down my entire corporate structure, how my money flows here, where this goes there, all that kind of stuff. In fact, the thing that I show is this. I teach my students this, how all of my company structure works, this whole entire beautiful thing, all the way from my living trust down to my holding company, down to all my individual companies where my vehicles are held, how I pay myself personally, my public charity, my whole life insurance policy, all of these things, my hard money business, my seller finance business, my rental business, my holding business, my title companies, all of those things, I break that down in detail in my mentorship. I don't have time to break that down today in a 26-hour live. I just don't. And I'm so sorry. I got to stay on topic. So here we are, guys, 6:05 a.m. We are having a good time. I think a lot of people have gotten a lot of value today so far. Now we're going to get into strategy. We're going to start getting into like, where do deals come from? And I've got one of my really, really good friends, Doug Lanza, out of NorCal. Where are you at today, bro?
In Atlanta.
Oh, amazing. What are you guys doing in Atlanta? You hanging out with your son?
Well, yeah. So we're checking out some of the properties here and also spending time with family. And then Eddie and the gang here have a meetup set up on Tuesday night that we're doing, which I think is actually open. It's not just going to be sub 2, it's open to the general public. So I'll probably drop that in the free creative finance group as well. Hey, but before we start, I'm bummed that I missed the premiere of your show. As far as being there in person in Phoenix, as you know, we were in Tampa together at the family mastermind, and then I had to fly to Atlanta, so I would have had to fly from Tampa to Phoenix back to Atlanta, and so I really wanted to do it, but just wasn't able to. But of course, I watched the show. It is an amazing show.
What did you really think of it? Like, honestly?
Okay, honestly, it's entertaining. It's funny, and it actually teaches you something. I mean, because you're dropping stuff in the show about like, this is what a bird dog is. You talked about just different things that they never talk about in real estate shows.
Yeah, even dude, it was really interesting. So we had some guys at the premiere, and these guys like are big influencers. They had one guy had $600,000 of jewelry on him. And he goes, dude, I'm blown away. Like, I never understood what a comp was. I never understood how this stuff broke down. He goes, I'm making millions of dollars and I don't know what I'm doing with it. He's like, now that I just watch you guys in a very basic way break down what a comp is, you bought it for this, and this. And he goes, that was life-changing information. I go, I'm thinking, really? I was stressed out about it because I was like, I feel like we didn't give enough. We didn't teach enough. We didn't do whatever. But I think keeping it as basic as we did on that first episode was probably a necessity.
Absolutely. Yeah, but it's so cool because, I mean, like I'm saying, it's totally entertaining. And of course, Jamil and you and everybody else, I mean, are so funny, right? Like at the end, when you guys do that little thing about like, you're high-fiving and Jamil's like, you left me hanging, bro. Like, what's going on? I mean, just these little tidbits here and there. But then you're actually teaching, right? It's like you're actually learning something on that show. So yeah, it's an amazing show. I'm bummed that I didn't make it for the premiere, but of course I'm going to watch every single week. And
you'll come out to season 2 premiere. No problem.
Definitely.
We're going to do season 2 premiere probably in California this time, because we had so many people fly in from like California and Vegas, and we're going to do it a little bit bigger. It was packed. It was just like, there was no space. The energy was unlike anything I've ever felt at any sort of event. So much love, so much support for everything we're doing. And I can't appreciate everybody any more than I currently do. So thank you for saying that.
Yeah, no problem.
So we're on letter D, which ironically is also
oh yeah, I have my wife's name here too, because we use this together. So anyway,
of course,
great. Yeah.
So Doug Lanza, guys, let me guys give you guys a little bit of information. Doug Lanza is somebody who's been in my mentorship for a little over a year and maybe 3 or 4 months. He has been not only a student of mine, but he's become a really good friend of mine. And here again, guys, we talked about who becomes my friends. Who are the people that become my friends, or the people that provide so much stinking value to other people that you can't help but just want to be their friend and be around them. We love this man so much in our sub 2 mentorship. I started calling him Uncle Lanza. Like, everybody knows Uncle Lanza, even though we have thousands of students. Everybody knows Uncle Lanza because of the value that he provides constantly. Now, his story is, just to jump into a couple of things, and I want to jump into today, Uncle Lanza. I want to talk about, where do deals come from?
Okay.
And get you in here, and we'll chat through some of that stuff. But I want to talk through where do deals come from? But I want to give everybody a little bit of history on you, guys. Uncle Lanza joined sub 2. What was that? Like May of last year, maybe June?
May of last year when it first started.
So May of 2020, you joined, and immediately you just started taking action. Like, you didn't even hesitate. You started taking action. Still to this day, everybody pay attention to this. He has still never watched my training videos.
Sorry.
From a coaching mentorship, which is great because he found value in providing value to other people. He very quickly, Darren Talcott, good to see you, brother. He says, it was amazing meeting Uncle Lanza at the mastermind in May. And so you immediately started taking action, and you found where deals come from is by being out there and taking action is the primary source of where all deals come from. But there's different strategies that kind of break down, and that's what I want to talk about today. And I want you to remind me, Uncle Lonzo, if I'm wrong about anything or if I miss anything, I want you to fill in and so we can educate everybody on where deals come from.
Got it.
Okay. So number one, first place deals come from is direct to seller. So if I want to go direct to the seller, Uncle Lonzo, what would you say that is? How do I go directly to the seller?
Cold call, text messaging, letters.
Okay, so it's good. Let's put that together. Let's say I'm cold calling. A lot of people know that. Cold call, texting. What else did you say?
Sending letters or postcards.
Okay, sending letters, postcards. What else do we got?
Advertising.
Let's say driving for deals, maybe.
Driving for deals. Or did you have to call it on the show? You had to call it
driving for deals. They wouldn't let us call it driving for dollars.
Right.
they rechanged everything. You saw all the the descriptions of everything. It was like,
yeah,
it was interesting. Even like an assignment fee or wholesale thing.
Yeah,
it was like
it a referral fee, right?
A referral fee. Yeah, it was really interesting.
Call it an assignment fee.
Somebody says banner signs. I would say maybe banner is kind of bandit signs.
Yeah,
is what people are saying. Bandit signs. Okay. Let's see. Uncle Lonzo, like Father Lonzo for me. That's funny. Cold calling, texting, sending letters, postcards, driving for deals, door knocking. What else do we got?
Ads, like
Facebook.
Yeah, Facebook.
SEO.
Yeah.
Pay-per-click.
PPC.
Okay. Yeah. Let's do billboards. A lot of people do billboards, like the Home Investors guys. Billboards, TV, radio, door knocking. We haven't done door knocking yet. That's a good one. Door knocking. Websites. Websites is SEO though, but we'll reiterate that. PPC we got, guys. Thank you so much. See, banner signs. I got it. What other ideas do we got? Anything else that we're missing?
Not that I can think of. See if anybody else drops something in that we're missing.
And I think this is one of the things that people kind of misunderstand is that this is a marketing channel is direct to seller, right? You are not necessarily direct to seller in your marketing. Is that correct?
Not really. No, not in the literal sense of what we've got out there. No.
Right. Like you will talk to sellers, but that's not how you're getting in touch with sellers. You're not doing any of this stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. I definitely talk to sellers, but not through doing those marketing channels. Okay,
cool. It's interesting to think like a lot of people, anybody that's brand new is like, wait, how is he talking to sellers, but he's not doing any of this? We'll get to all of that in a minute. So direct to seller is if I'm cold calling, I'm texting, I'm sending letters, postcards, driving for deals, bandit signs, door knocking, ads, Facebook, SEO, PPC, billboards, TV, radio, all that kind of stuff. Let's see. Carrot website, car door magnets. Ooh, I like that. Magnets, right? Even business cards, right? Like leaving your business cards places. Let's see. Carrot website. Carrot website is the same thing as SEO, by the way, guys, and websites in general, but I do appreciate the involvement. VAs. Well, what does a VA do, right? So like Mark Rojas says, VAs. Well, yeah, virtual assistant. You know what virtual assistants do for you is they do cold calling and they do texting.
And texting, right? Yeah.
Right. And a lot of times they can do driving for deals as well virtually. So still, your virtual assistant is not a way of marketing. It's a tool you use to do marketing. But in order for me to go directly to the seller, I have to utilize one of these marketing systems and I have to advertise and reach out directly to the seller. Okay. So that's what this all means. So VA, yes, it's nice to have a VA, but you don't need one to do these things. Right. Let's see. Ooh, swap meet. I have seen this too. I'm going to put this on here. So thank you for saying that. That's one I haven't put on here for a while. I have seen people successful with swap meets. What else do we got? Voicemail. I have not typed that up here for a while as well. Voicemail or ringless voicemail.
Yeah, that's true.
Man, that thing crushed for a couple of years. People were crushing with that for a while.
People are still doing it. I get calls like that just, on my own house in San Francisco, like all the time. So
right. Drew says mailer. So Drew, we hit mailers pretty good. We said sending letters and postcards. So we covered that. Let's see if anybody has anything else. Referrals, that's a whole nother channel. That's not direct to seller. Probate is not direct to seller. Wrap your car. Yeah, sure. Wrap your car. I'll keep that under magnets. Probate attorneys and referral partners are not directly related to the seller. Okay. Google ads, we got that. Estate. Ooh, okay. Garage sales and estate sales. I like those ones. Those are new ones. Thank you guys. Those are good. I can directly communicate to a seller through a garage sale. And I can directly communicate with a seller through an estate sale. We got bandit signs thrown up here, but I'm telling you, we already got bandit signs on here.
Yeah, got it.
Ooh, flyers on windshields. Okay, cool. Retirement homes. Ooh, Craigslist. I like Craigslist. We didn't have that one. Craigslist is a good one. Also, Facebook Marketplace is really good too. Offer up. Let's just say websites in general. And then networking is not direct to seller, by the way. FSBOs. FSBO is not necessarily, because it's like, where do you go? How do you reach out to FSBOs? You still need a website. So that kind of is covered in a website. I do like that. But guess what you still have to do? You still have to cold call, right? You still have to cold call a FSBO. A FSBO is more of a list than an actual tool, right? It's a list. It just like foreclosures. Like I wouldn't say, oh, well, how do I go direct to seller? And if my answer is foreclosures, well, that's actually not a marketing method. That's a list. The marketing method is I'm going to cold call a foreclosure list. That's how that works. Or I'm going to cold call the code violation list. Or I'm going to text the code violation list, or I'm going to send letters to the code violation list. That's how that works. Code violation list is not a tool, and foreclosure is not a tool. It's a list of people that I'm going to cold call, and I'm going to text, and I'm going to send letters to. Okay. But really good stuff. Bird dogs, that's not direct to seller either. I think we've covered direct to seller. We feel good about this.
Yeah, we've covered it for sure.
Okay, cool.
We've dug deep on that one. Yeah.
So what's another one that we could use? Direct to seller is one method. What's another one, Lonzo? Another marketing method.
Yeah, we can go through, like an on-market property, going through an agent, an MLS property.
Agent. Okay. Agent or referral.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Agent, referral, or I would say maybe it's a trusted advisor. I'm going to do different. Okay. I'll do as a separate one. Okay, this would be like probate attorneys, etc. We'll jump into that in a second. So agent or referral. So is an agent technically, if I go through an agent, Lonza, is that direct to seller?
Nope.
Mm-mm. Right. That's because I've got a third party person in between me, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So a lot of times you'll get agents that they're pre-market, right? So before a seller goes on the market, you will get an agent that reaches out to you and says, hey, I have a house that is like in horrible condition and I don't want my seller to list it. So you can get it on pre-market, or we just got a deal from an agent where she had it on the market, but they had no activity. They couldn't sell it on the market. And so we came along and negotiated the seller down and still got the agent paid. But in that situation, I was not directly communicating with the seller. I was communicating through the agent.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah. I've done some of those pre-market deals in San Francisco. And with agents, and we've made some decent wholesale fees off of those. So it's viable for sure.
Love it. So Jacori says for sell by owner. So Jacori, for sell by owner, again, let's be very clear. For sell by owner is direct to seller, but it's not a tool that we use. For sell by owner is a list. Okay, there's three things that we're talking about here, and I got to make sure we understand this real quick. Okay, number one, the three things that we're talking about are, one, what is the strategy that I'm going to use? Okay. Number two, what is the tool that I'm going to utilize to attack that strategy? And then three, what is the list that I'm going to utilize that tool with? Okay. So a FSBO is not a strategy. It's a list that I then cold call. And if I'm cold calling, that means I am direct to seller.
Right. This is a good breakdown. Yeah. And of
Does
course,
that make sense?
Yeah, lists can be right. FSBOs, absentee owners,
there you go.
All of that type of stuff.
Absentee owner or vacant properties, right? A lot of people are like, oh, well, what about code violations? That's still a list. It's a list of people that have motivation. But I still, just because I have a list doesn't mean I'm actually communicating. I have to utilize one of these methods in order to communicate directly to the seller.
Yep.
Right.
Good breakdown.
Well, I've done this a couple of times, and now that last breakdown actually I just added that little piece.
Yeah, I like it.
In fact, the last time I did this, you and I did this together, which I'm glad you're here with me to do it.
Yeah, I'm glad I am too.
Improvement along the way. So pre-market, no activity. Agents here, guys, you'll get real estate agents that have a hard time selling the properties that seller hires them for, right? So essentially, here's how this whole real estate world works. It starts with a seller and ends with a buyer. Okay. And where we make money is somewhere in between all of this. Okay. So sometimes you'll have an agent that represents the seller. And then let's just put you as green because you're going to be money. Okay. And you're in the middle. And sometimes you're communicating directly with your buyer. Sometimes you're communicating directly with the seller. Sometimes you're communicating directly with an agent or a trusted advisor. But if there's no agent involved, that's direct to seller. It means I'm communicating directly to the seller. It's very simple. Okay. And this is why real estate gets so challenging is there's so many different strategies and techniques and ways to get deals. But let's kind of break that down real quick. So agent is going to refer, let's say they work with the seller and the seller says, hey, agent, will you go sell my property? And the agent tries to go find a buyer and they fail. This opens up an opportunity for us. If they fail, then we have the ability to then buy this property through working with that real estate agent. And then what we can do is we can either A, fix and flip it ourselves, B, we can wholesale it, or C, we can hold that property. Those are the three ways you can make money. That's it. Those are the only three ways you can make money once you get the house under contract. Fix and flip it or develop it, wholesale it, or hold the property in your portfolio. So with that being said, if I'm going to wholesale that, guess what I have to do? I have to add an entirely new person. And that new person would be maybe another fix and flipper. And they fix and flip it, and then they sell it to the end buyer. And my strategy of how I reach out to the seller or how I get the house under contract and how I sell the deal is what determines how many people are involved in this transaction. Okay. So a couple other people saying the same thing. Ja'Cory says, awesome breakdown. Totally got it now.
Yeah. Cool.
Okay. I know this is really basic with the stick figure stuff, but a lot of people really need this. I mean, I wish somebody educated me on how simple this really gets down to be. Okay.
No, so I love when it breaks stuff down. It's so cool. And that's about my level of art too.
Yeah, mine too, dude.
I'm totally stick figure guy. That's as good of an artist as I am.
So let's go through. If I'm direct to seller, then it literally it looks like this. It's just me reaching out to the seller, utilizing one of these tools right here. I'm either cold calling them, I'm texting them, I'm doing some sort of marketing to them to reach out to them directly. I then get them under contract and we agree on a purchase price. And then B, can you think of a time? I know that in creative finance, the answer to this is pretty obvious, but can you think of a time, Lonzo, where you bought a deal from a seller and you went directly to the end buyer?
No.
If you sell on a wrap.
Yeah, that's true. I'm sorry, if I sell on a wrap, yeah. But I'm saying in creative finance, I would say 9 times out of 10, we end up just acquiring the deals ourselves, right? There's a few that we assign, but I mean, it's, because when we're doing the deals, we're usually like looking at deals that make sense financially. And then, if they make sense financially, we're like, well, let me just take this for myself. Why am I going to give it to somebody else?
Right. So in that situation, there would be no buyer, right?
Yeah. It
would be you taking that and then keeping that and adding that to your portfolio, which is cool. But even then, if you're going to assign the deal, right? So let's say you assign the deal, now you're entering in another party into the deal.
Yeah.
And we'll talk about exit strategies later in the day today, guys. So this is a marketing strategy or a place to get the deals under contract, is how we call this the entrance or the entry into the transaction. All right. I'm entering into the transaction through here, and then I'm going to exit the transaction here. That we call this an exit strategy. Am I going to fix and flip it? Am I going to hold it in my portfolio, like Lonza said, or am I going to assign it and give somebody else the opportunity to either fix and flip it and hold it, right? So let's get into the other strategies just real quick, because I know you have a dead stop in 33 minutes.
There's so much with that you can talk about, but yeah.
Right. So agents or referrals, right? People who are already communicating with sellers, we can go to them. Trusted advisors are different, right? Trusted advisors are different in the sense that they are not interested in actually negotiating. What they're going to do is they're typically going to truly refer you. So I would say probate attorneys are good, financial advisors. Can you think of anything else?
Probate attorneys, financial advisors,
friends and family a lot of times.
Yeah.
What else? Who else do we think we can get deals from?
Anybody got any comments in that? I'm trying to think. I mean, obviously like real estate lawyers, but you got probate attorneys up there too. But just real estate lawyers in general. Like,
okay. I like that.
We've got some real estate lawyer friends that specialize in like foreclosures and that type of thing. So,
care facilities, a lot of times title companies, right? Escrow officers, etc. You could also put escrow officers up here. I've gotten deals directly from somebody who was working with a seller, and what happened is the other real estate investor did not complete the transaction, and my title and escrow company called me and said, "Hey, we've got a seller in a bad situation here, and the buyer bailed out on him. I want to see if you want the opportunity to buy the deal." And so my escrow officer actually referred the deal over to me, and they were working with the seller and the agent, and the deal ended up coming to us. We bought the deal.
Yeah, another one that I'm thinking of that I just did a deal with recently is like mortgage brokers and loan companies.
Ooh, that's a good one. Yeah, I like that. And those ones are working directly with them regarding their refinance or their whatever.
Yeah.
Or their new purchase of their new home. Mortgage officer, loan officer, same thing like that. It's really good.
Did a deal with a company that does loans, and is kind of like a wholesale deal, but we just made money in the middle of the deal. So
love it. Okay, so 4 is now I can go to, this is the one that you focus on, dead wholesaler leads. Right?
Yep.
And this one is basically adding value to other investors. So if I'm sitting here going, okay, well, what's great about this strategy, which we won't go into this strategy too much, but what's great about this strategy is I can utilize creative finance to help other investors that are struggling, right? So what happens in this business is, let's say that somebody cold calls, and I'm a wholesaler and I'm cold calling. And when I'm cold calling, I get 50 leads, and I get 0 contracts out of it. 1, you should have gotten a contract out of this, at least 1. 2, there's probably an additional contract inside of there, or maybe even a second contract in there if you are using creative finance.
Yeah.
So what's great is going to these wholesalers, right? These wholesalers that are generating leads and saying to them, "Hey, I understand creative finance. Those leads, those 49 leads that you have, I could probably squeeze an extra one out of those. Or maybe you already have a seller that you're just struggling with. You need to adjust your purchase price. You need to do something along those lines. I can help you. I can add value to you, and I can help you close one extra contract out of your leads." And then what's great is you end up probably getting some cash deals along the way too. It's not just creative finance that you get deals on, right?
Yeah, no, not at all. Like we just did a flip in Indiana. It was just a cash deal, but we were able to buy the house so inexpensively that I think we bought the house at $55K, put about $30K into it, and sold it for like $170.
So like this kind of stuff, right? So like Chris Jackson says, I have a sub 2 deal under contract. The balance is 13,000. It needs 13,000 in repairs. The payments are 250 PI, and it's a duplex. The repair cost includes turning into a 3-bed. I can sell it to a hedge fund after it's rented for 75,000. Would you do this deal? Me, no, I wouldn't. I personally wouldn't do that deal, but it doesn't mean that there's other buyers that wouldn't do it. That doesn't get me excited.
Yeah, me neither. I just don't like
the $26,000 in cost plus the $10,000 he's probably missing.
Yeah. Plus right. Exactly. Plus I just don't like deals where like, I know there's houses that you can buy for super inexpensive, but then by the time it's all said and done, like you put in basically the same amount of work, right? Like that deal I just talked about, it's not like astronomical deal, but just think about it. Like I bought the house for 55, I put 30 into it. I sold it for 170, right?
Right.
So I'm like, I'm putting in the same amount of work as I would put into this deal here, but I'm making probably 2 or 3 times more money. And that's not even that high price point of a house, right?
I mean, yeah. I would, at the end of the day, I would sell it. If you want to do that deal, Chris, and again, this is something I teach the students, like think about your buyer. Like, what does your buyer want? Right. And we'll talk about buyers and stuff today. We'll have a lot of fun. We have a lot of hours to go. Obviously, we still have.
I don't know how you're going to do it. You're amazing.
I still have 23 and a half hours.
No, don't say it. Don't even think about it. Just don't even put the
So what I would do is I would think about your buyer in mind. It sounds like you got this under contract, Chris, without even thinking what your buyer wants.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, great, I got a contract, but did you really think about your buyer? Did you have a conversation with your buyer? And it doesn't sound like you did. So now you're in a tough situation. So either A, you got to spend the probably $30,000 or $40,000 it's going to take to do the deal, and then you turn around and sell the deal, and you make some money, which is great. Just do that yourself. I wouldn't want to do it. The amount of money I would make on that deal is not enticing to me enough, to be honest.
Yeah. Could be possibly for a wholesale. I mean, right? You're not going to make an astronomical wholesale fee, but hey, you don't have to do anything. Just put it out into the community or something.
That's a great point. Speaking of community, Lonzo, I know that most of the people who have access to you are existing sub-2 students, but do you want to give out your email or like a website or anything for anybody that wants to communicate with you and maybe send deals to you?
Give out my Instagram. Let me see. I'll put it in the chat, and maybe then you can. Because we're on StreamYard right now, so I can only put it in the chat to you. This is my IG with 2 of my many names. Let me make sure I typed it in there right. I think that's it. See if that's right. It's Vincent Douglas _.
Okay, cool.
Anyway, yeah, hit me up on Instagram for now. I'll respond to you if we need to get together or on a phone call or something. We'll do that, but just message me on Instagram to start with.
So what are you guys up to today? What are you guys doing today?
So my son is playing music at a local church here in Atlanta. Yesterday we were out picking apples.
That's amazing.
And then we made like apple crisp. So, just trying to have fun. We were at that family mastermind with you there in Tampa. So
yeah, I when we flew out, Jamil was like, "How'd the mastermind go? What'd you think?" And I was like, "Oh man, I wish I spent more time with Lonza and his wife and all that stuff. I'm sorry I missed you."
I know you guys were busy. There's a lot going on. No worries. We'll get together. I understand. Well, I'm gonna come out there in Phoenix and visit you sometime. So
yeah, when come hang out.
Filming for season 2
in 3 weeks.
Oh, really? Okay. No break.
I know. I was last night. I was, or 2 nights ago, we had a big dinner party, and I had a gentleman from Diesel Brothers, the TV show on Discovery, came to my house, and they're in like season 8. And he was like, man, I've had 3 months off total in the last 8 years of my life. Like, he's like, I'm getting to the point where I got to adjust my schedule. Like, it's not as fun after season 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Like, it gets really laborious and tedious. And I can already feel that. It's like, we were planning on traveling a little bit for the holidays, and now it's like, nope, you're filming a TV show and you're going to have to sacrifice your whole winter just to film the TV show. So,
yeah.
but it's good stuff.
Yeah, it's good stuff. It's all good stuff. It's just for a season, right?
Just for a season. Yeah. So let's go back to this, guys, for a second, because so I can go to like dead wholesaler leads, right? And I can utilize creative finance. And what's great about this is a free method. Lonzo, do you ever spend money on marketing?
Very little to none.
Right. So a lot of people look at this and they're like, man, that's challenging. I'm like, this is the easiest method out of everything. This is absolutely easiest method to get started, is utilizing creative finance to add value to other investors. It's completely free. Mm-hmm. And you not only get the ability, because in the last year since I've known you and you joined the program, you've done fix and flips. Mm-hmm. You've done buy and holds, and you've done assignments. Mm-hmm. You've done all 3 of them utilizing this one strategy, right?
Absolutely. Yep.
Because a lot of people think like, oh, creative finance means that I have to hold the property. I have to own it. Nope. I have to be, I'm going to buy it sub 2 or buy it seller finance, and I'm going to own it. And that is not true. You can use creative finance to do all 3. You can fix and flip, which you've done multiple times. Mm-hmm. You can assign or wholesale those deals to other people. And you can also hold those, which you've done as well. In fact, you own a property probably just right down the street from yourself in Atlanta.
Mm-hmm. Yep, right here in Atlanta. We, speaking about that, doing creatively, we just signed paperwork on the house in California that we took over subject to, fixed it up. And so all we were doing, we didn't pay the house, I'm trying to think, was like maybe a couple $100,000. We didn't pay a couple $100,000 for the house. All we did was take over the mortgage, which was $1,000 payment per month, and fixed it and put it up on the market. So yeah, you can do it. That's the beauty of creative finance, is that you can, for what it costs you to buy one house, you can buy like 10 houses. So that's what I love about creative finance. Pace, it always blows my mind, like, because I'm looking at like these HUD statements and then I'm turning it around to my wife and I'm going, and do you realize we just bought this like $200,000 house for like $10,000?
Yeah, it's so great. Kevin on the screen says, hey, were you brand new when you joined sub 2, Lonzo?
Yeah, good question, Kevin. So I was not brand new. I was in another mentorship prior to the sub 2 mentorship. I have been doing real estate like seriously for just about 1 year. I had done some wholesale deals, but I will say this, I knew absolutely nothing about creative finance when I joined the sub 2 mentorship. So everything that I've done in that realm has just happened in the last year. And so I mean, just an honest answer to that was no, I wasn't brand new, but like just the acceleration of what happened to me in my life and my business since joining the sub 2 mentorship, and Pace knows, it's just like astronomical. Like, and I was in a point of where I was really frustrated, right? Because when you only have like one tool in your tool belt, it's like, if I don't do this deal wholesale, like I don't know what else to do, right? So
yeah, and this seller wants too much money, and this lead is dead. These leads are horrible. Meanwhile, you and I are like, give me all your horrible leads.
Give me all your horrible leads.
Your horrible leads are the better leads, in my opinion, for what you and I are trying to accomplish.
Exactly, yeah. So that opened up, to answer your question, opened up a whole new realm. And then, I started doing fix and flipping. I started doing buy and holding. So we've acquired properties in like Florida.
And the thing is, you're doing fix and flipping utilizing creative finance.
Yeah.
Like you're not like that last deal you did in California. You guys made a couple $100,000 on that flip, and you didn't have to go get a loan for it. You guys bought that creatively.
All we did was cover the mortgage payments, which were about $1,000 a month, right?
So you covered the mortgage payments instead of going and getting a hard money loan and doing all that stuff. You guys renovated the thing and you sold it on the market and made, what'd you guys make, like 180 grand or something?
I had to see what the HUD say. We didn't make quite that much, but it was a triple digit flip.
Booyah!
So
that's good stuff. Yeah. So here's the thing. I tell people all the time, like, if I'm going to jump into real estate brand new, my personal flavor is my main goal is how do I get leads, right? I want to get leads. And I would say the easiest, cheapest, fastest way to get leads that will convert into something to monetize on is always going to be creative finance. If I could start from day one today, my first deal is going to be a creative finance deal, not a cash deal.
Yeah. Once I started doing creative finance deals, it just flowed so much better. I was getting so frustrating, especially being in San Francisco, right? Because I was localizing the market, right? Now I'm doing things all over the United States, but you know, we were like just going to look at properties and making offers and you know, and you had the crazy people that were doing like non-contingent, like paying high prices and, you know, just doing all, you know, all this crazy stuff. And yeah, so, you know, once that whole other world opened up, it just opened up a whole nother world that just accelerated our business incredibly. So.
Right. And here's one. Cash Investor guy says, do you have any issue when doing creative finance or when the HOA doesn't allow for renters? What would be your plan if you can't rent it or Airbnb? That's pretty simple. I sell it on a wrap or I assign it to a family that would end up living in the property, not a rental.
Yeah.
Right. Or because there are HOAs that don't. So sell it to an end buyer. And you can sell it on a wrap, which, you know, is a little bit over a beginner strategy. Wraps are a little bit more challenging, but you could assign it to somebody like me. I would buy a deal like that. I bought multiple deals from Brent Daniels that HOA will not allow for renters. And I know the exit strategy to utilize, even though I'm not going to go through a lot of that today, because this is like ABCs of real estate. There is an exit strategy for you to take in that realm. And it's incredibly simple.
Hey, speaking of the ABCs of real estate, I forgot to mention this when I first came on, but I love how you were opening up this morning with the, wait, we got Jory on here.
Hey, Jory, what's up, brother?
What's up? He's living the life in Puerto Rico, dude. Jory's posting all these pictures like, he's like,
he's living the life, dude.
In like paradise. Jory's cool to see. Jory's been early on in the mentorship. Got a chance to meet Jory, and he's super gracious and helpful. Just like, so he's an amazing person. But anyway, I just wanted to mention when you were first coming on in the first part of this, in the last hour, when you were talking about the foundation of building your business, I love that. And there's an analogy, right, that you probably are aware of, like building your house on the sand as opposed to building your house on the rock. And what you're talking about is building your house on the rock, right? Building your house on a solid foundation so that when the wind and waves come, like you're going to endure the storm. And if you know, I'm sure you know that analogy, you know,
well, yeah, if you're religious, you know that analogy. That's a very religious based thought process of like, make sure your faith, make sure your life, make sure your wife, your kids, all that stuff, the foundation you build is on concrete, because the life storms are going to happen, right? The storms are going to happen. They'll wash all that sand away. In fact, I feel like there's a song, a gospel song that sings about that.
There probably is. There's probably a few of them.
Yeah.
But I mean, the way you were talking about just building your business upon a strong foundation, like you were saying earlier, like get your LLC established, have that in place, and get ready to do your business. So that was gold. You know, for those of you that are starting out new, yeah, get your foundation strong, right? But then upon that, don't do that, but then take action. Like, don't get caught up in like, I got to do so many things. Like, you don't have to have Pace's corporate structure to start your business, right? Get one LLC, start doing your business and build it out. Like, don't think like, man, I've got to have like 20 LLCs and I've got to have this holding company. No, just get your LLC going, get some money flowing. And then as time goes on, you're doing more stuff, you'll build it out and you'll become another Pace Morby.
maybe 10 times better, you know?
Yeah. That's what we're trying to do.
Jory says, I'm in Puerto Rico planting some fruit trees right now, listening to Pace.
Okay, so are you just trying to make us jealous or what? You're like, Pace is going to be like sitting in his house all day doing this 26-hour Zoom.
I know.
I was going to build this house upon a rock.
I have a smile on my face, but I internally I'm like, what did I commit to?
What in the world? I've got 3 weeks off and I'm doing this.
I know. It's honestly, it's like the thing is where this is all coming from is the question pops up in my DMs all the time. How do I get started in real estate? Right? How do I get started? And now I go back to the 5 places where I would get deals from. And I'm going to always, for me personally, I remember I had this kid come to me a couple of years ago, Lanza, and what he says, he's like, I can't do creative because that's an advanced strategy. And I was like, okay, well, tell me, how's the cash stuff going? How's that going? He goes, well, I haven't done a deal yet. And I go, I'm going to challenge you. If I teach you creative finance in the next 10 days, I guarantee you I can get you a deal in the next 10 days. He's like, no, you can't, because cash is easier. And I've been trying to get cash deals for a year. I'm like, cash is not easier. Going the cash wholesale route is way more challenging than creative finance.
Absolutely. Because you got to think about it. When you're doing a cash deal, you've got to push the price of that house down to where it makes sense for you to wholesale it, for you to fix and flip it. So you're actually asking that person to sell their house for, below really what the market value is. There's no way that you can do a deal unless you do that. But when you're doing creative deals, you can give them full price. Sometimes you can even give them above market price if the numbers still make sense, if you're still cash flowing on it. So when I learned the creative strategies from you, man, it opened up so much more opportunity, in the last year. Just an amazing amount more opportunity.
It was cool to see in that mastermind too, in Tampa. It was like, look where this guy is in 1 year. How cool is this?
That was amazing. And then on the second day, it was so crazy. Vanilla Ice was there. And,
man, I missed that. I saw it on everybody's Instagram, but I missed
everybody was going crazy. He just had everybody jump on the stage and everybody was dancing and just having fun.
Did he sing Vanilla Ice Baby? Or did he do other stuff too?
Ice Baby, yeah, for sure.
Freaking love it.
You had to do that.
Freaking love it. Well, there's a 5th way to get deals in real estate. This is an interesting thing. A lot of people are not going to guess what this 5th one is. The 5th one is.
I don't know if I'm seeing the same screen as you are. Yeah, there you go.
The 5th one is work for someone else. Okay, this is such an understated method that people just don't understand. A lot of the people that I have helped become successful have come through working for me, right? Yeah. Like they come work for me for a season, for a year, 2 years, or whatever, and they get to watch the internal part of the business grow and flourish, and they see all the challenges and they hear the conversations that we have as partners, and they get to watch our failures and learn from all of that kind of stuff while being able to earn pretty good money. The last month that Tino was with me was in January as an acquisition manager. Mm-hmm. And his check for that month was $18,000 as he was leaving to go do his own thing. And so guys, you can make $18,000, $25,000, $30,000 a month working for other people in their acquisition department. So this is something I look at. I'm like, if you don't like your job, right? You don't like your job and you're making $3,000, $4,000 a month in your job. Why not go work for another real estate business? I didn't say realtor, not being a realtor. I'm saying, why not go work as an acquisition person, which is sales, right? It's sales, and it's typically a commission structure, but this is a fast way to get practice and get a lot of experience under your belt before you go out into the world and start spending money or, experimenting and putting yourself in weird situations. It also helps you overcome a lot of fears of like, well, what if I fail? Well, if you fail, it's not your business.
Yeah.
What do you care? I mean, you should care. Obviously you want to make money, but it's not like you have to worry about every lead coming through that door because you didn't have to pay for it.
Yeah, no, actually what you're talking about is something we talk about all the time, which I know even you do, right? Like, 'cause you're part of that family mastermind thing. Is like, you're just around people who are doing better than you. You're around mentors. I was talking with my wife about that because I was like saying the other day when we were coming back from Tampa, we were flying from Tampa to Atlanta. And I was like, yeah, even Pace has mentors. Like, I talk, you know, Pace always says like, I'll have mentors like my whole life. So what you're talking about is like basically a mentorship that you get paid for doing. You know?
Yeah, dude. That's a great point. It really is a mentorship. You get paid to do it. You know, we're always looking for acquisition people. And the reality is an acquisition person for us is usually like, if you're with me after 12 months of working for me, we didn't do a good enough job. You shouldn't be working for me in a year.
Yeah.
You should learn so much working for me and inside of my business that in a year from then, you're like, I'm good. Like I'm making a couple $100,000 a year from just closing deals with you, that I have all the confidence in the world to go out and build my own business. So if you're somebody that's out there and you're like, look, I'm making 50 grand a year, 30 grand a year, young kids, like it's amazing to me nowadays. Like, I don't know what the heck I was doing at 20, but like kids nowadays, I'm sure you can attest to this. Like now kids, 18 years old, 21-year-old millionaires, like it's crazy what's going on.
No.
So if you're young and you don't feel like you have value, you feel like, oh, I got to go to college. I got to go do this. Look, there's nothing wrong with college, but if you want to jump in and start making really good money, the fastest way to do that, whether you're 18 or you're 60 or you're 75 years old, probably is going and working for other people and getting on the phone and talking to sellers and closing deals.
Yeah. And I think another thing about that, like, of course, you and I are the same way. Like we're trying to help as many people as we possibly can and do that. But I mean, you know, for me, like if there's a young person that's like really wanting help, like, and I've had this happen on numerous occasions, including my own children. Yeah, you know, we're definitely willing to reach out because we're like, we see the value in like, because we'll say to ourselves, like, if I had known what I knew now when I was your age, right? So it's like for us to be able to impart that to somebody to like just completely affect their life at a younger age. When we were at Robert Allen's event, they were talking about, and you're aware of this, they were talking about where they were taking like 16 or 17-year-old kids and bringing them into this mentorship and teaching them about multi-family real estate deals, like apartments and stuff. And these kids were doing the deals. It wasn't just like a class, like they were actually taking action and doing the deals. And they're 16 or 17 years old, learning about real estate investment, learning about, you know, investing in multifamily. I mean, it's like amazing, you know, to be able to do that at that age.
Guys, I just threw Pam at puzzlehr.com on the screen. That's her email. That is my HR department. So if you guys I have people in the side chat right now saying, hey, how do I do acquisition? I want to work for somebody. If you guys feel like you can work for me, I'm hard to work for. I'm really hard to work for. I'm no BS. Okay. Hey, the king of the North, Preston Dahl. North Dakota.
Yeah, love Preston. He was at the mastermind with us. Yeah. Okay. So Boss Pace is basically, do you remember like what happened in the last hour when he's like, if you're not going to do this, like I'm throwing you out, just get out. And he's like 20 people just left the Zoom. That's Boss Pace right there.
I mean, you know, you're a little bit older than me, Uncle Lonza. You know, like time goes fast.
Time goes fast.
Right. Like the good thing is like now that COVID's kind of slowed down a little bit, you've been able to go travel a little bit more with your family and stuff, but it's great. Like that whole year during COVID, you not being able to go travel and visit your kids and all that kind of stuff and your grandbabies, that year you look back on it, felt like 2 weeks.
Yeah. Yeah.
We don't have time.
We didn't see our family for like a year and a half during COVID. We didn't see
it. And in the moment it felt like a long time, but like now retrospectively looking back at it, you're like, wow, that went by really fast. It was like a blink of an eye gone.
Yeah.
And so I don't have time. You don't have time. Neither you or I have any time to like dilly-dally with knuckleheads that aren't taking action and taking their business serious. So, I mean, I could be calm and gentle about it, or I can just say, hey guys, like if you're not taking action, please leave right now. Right. So,
called tough love, and that's what you have to do. But I mean, what I love about the mindset, and you know, when I connected up with you, that's what it was all about, right? It was all about taking action. And I mean, I learned that like when you know, it's funny. Last night I was watching the testimonials from the Sub-2 mentorship, and I dropped one in there like 2 weeks into the mentorship, right? And I'm like, just 2 weeks into the mentorship, I was already like doing deals and stuff. And it was crazy going back over a year later now and going like, and then we're saying, all of us are saying like, Can you believe, like, if we look at where we were at like a year ago to today, like it's so crazy, like the acceleration. And even you, I was saying that to you. It's like when I was texting you yesterday about the show, I was like, pace. It's like even you a year ago to now. It's like just so crazy. The acceleration.
I've changed dramatically. We've all that's the goal of a mentorship. Like we talk about this all the time. This isn't Pace's mentorship. This is our mentorship, because I'm learning as much as you guys are. I might be learning different things because I've mastered creative finance, but I'm learning other things, maybe how to articulate better, how to teach better, how to care more, how to understand people's circumstances and help them get through things. I'm learning as much, if not more, than you guys are. And I'm so grateful for it. So grateful for like every minute. You know, it's funny. Darren Talcott, one of our other mastermind students, on the screen, he just says, I love the story of the girl that lasted 15 minutes with Pace on her first day. So I'm going to tell 2 quick stories and I'll let Lonza go. Okay. So I had a girl, she came in to work for our construction company really, really like long time ago. And she came in and I go, there's 25 excuses that people typically use on like in their first 30 days. And I tell you, if you use any of these 25 excuses and you call in sick or whatever, just call and fire yourself. Like don't even use these. Like my grandma passed away. Somebody in my life passed away. My dog is sick. I got a flat tire. Whatever the stuff is, it's not real. And I don't want any of these excuses. And if you're going to give me an excuse why you can't show up at any point in the next 30 days, like one of those days you call in sick, give me an excuse that's not on this list of 25 things. Because I've heard all these 25 things so frequently that I would give you a pass in your first 30 days if you gave me an excuse that I've never heard before. And so literally the next day she calls in and she's like, I have a flat tire. And I go, okay. So you're fired, right? And she's like, yeah, you're right. I'm fired. I'm sorry. And then that was it. That was her entire existence. She never even got to work her first day. Okay. Never even got to work her first day. Then I did let go of another girl day one where she said, I was listening to the Beatles. We were driving around looking at properties and I was explaining to her my business. And I had the Beatles playing and she goes, wow, who is this? I'm like, the Beatles? She's like, yeah, I've never heard of the Beatles. Never heard of the Beatles. Oh my gosh. Then I go, you don't know who Paul McCartney is? She's like, no, I don't know who Paul McCartney is. I'm like, oh my gosh. And we go back to the office and I go to Myra, who was my general manager at the time. And I go, Myra, let that girl go. I never want to see her ever again. And I never saw her again. I will be a little bit harsh from time to time, but like, oh my gosh, if you've never heard of the Beatles, how uncultured are you? Oh my gosh, you like the Beatles, for heaven's sake. They've influenced everybody. And I was in a weird mood. So guys, I say those stories not to brag or anything, but I am hard to work for. And so if you guys do want to have a chance to work for us, I have an HR director. The HR director, her name is Pam. And her email is pam@puzzlehr.com. If you guys want to apply to work for us, you can work for us. You can work for us virtually. That means you can work anywhere. If you live in New York, yes, you can work for us. Email pam@puzzlehr and just let her know, hey, I'm interested in working for Pace and Cody in an acquisition role, and we'll give you a shot. We'll have a conversation with you, okay? Pam@puzzlehr.com. Lonza?
Yes.
Love you, man.
I love you too. I really appreciate you. It's so great to just even see you for a little bit in Tampa, and hopefully get a chance to hang out again soon.
Bro, we're tied to the hip. You're going to see me about 1,000 more times throughout your life.
I'm waiting.
Enjoy Atlanta. Tell Ann I said hello.
I will. Yeah, we'll see Eddie, Charger, and all the guys on Tuesday night. So
our Atlanta sub 2 family is amazing.
They are. Eddie's an amazing guy too. I love Eddie. He's been so helpful. Like the part of the community. Like the other day, I needed a referral for a roofer at one of the properties, and Eddie's like, "Here you go." The guy was great. Did the work for really cheap. And yeah, just like the things. Just I know I'm talking about just little things, but it's just like that's the way the community is. Just ready to help each other at the drop of a dime. It's so amazing.
It's the campfire effect. I've never felt more warm and welcome than even in my own mentorship.
Yeah.
It's where I get my energy from. I'm sure you feel the same way. Not only when you receive, but primarily when you give. I know that it's like your plug in, right? Your plug in.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like every day I'm going like, how can I give more? What can I do? It's like this morning I was waking up and thinking like, remember we were talking about the thing a while ago, like where we would have me and Ann come on and maybe a couple other husband and wife teams and talk about like working together with your wife. So it's like that coming to me again. I'm like, we need to do that. Like, I know that will be helpful to people. We need to get that going at some point.
I love that idea.
Yeah.
I love that idea. That's really, really good.
So we'll do it soon.
All right, brother. I appreciate you.
Right. I appreciate you too.
Go have a great day in Atlanta. Give Eddie Charger a hug for me, please.
I will. Take
Later,
care.
brother.
Thanks for having me on. Love everybody. Thanks for the time. Appreciate it.
So, Uncle Lonzo, everybody, he's amazing. So let's review this because it is 7:00 now. I've been on here 4 hours. We've gone through A, we've gone through B, we've gone through C, and now we just went through D. And what we did with D is we talked about the 5 places that deals come from. Okay, these are the 5 places that deals come from. Okay, the only 5 places deals come from. And if the screen's a little small, we're going to go through it one more time. Actually, here's what we're going to go through first. There are 3 things to consider when you're looking at deals. Okay, and here are the 3 things. Number 1, there is strategy. These are strategies. Direct to seller is a strategy. Working with agents and referrals is a strategy. Going to trusted advisors is a strategy. Working dead wholesaler leads is a strategy. And working for somebody else is a strategy. They're all strategies, okay? Then the second thing you are looking at is a tool, okay? A tool in order to take action on that strategy. So for direct to seller, the tool would be cold calling or texting or sending letters or postcards or driving for deals or bandit signs or door knocking. Those are tools. It's not a strategy. It's a tool to utilize to go after direct to seller. You are directly reaching out to the seller. That is the strategy. These are the tools. Okay. Now, the other thing is, in order to utilize a tool, I'm going to need a list of motivated sellers. So a lot of people go, well, what about foreclosures? What about FSBOs? What about, vacant homes? What about that? Those are lists of motivated sellers, but you still have to use a tool to then implement that strategy. So the list is, let's say, foreclosures, right? People that are losing their homes to the bank. Those people are in foreclosure, but I still have to cold call them, right? I still have to utilize one of these tools in order to get a hold of them. I can't just have a list of foreclosure without cold calling them and getting a deal directly to the seller. So that is an important thing for a lot of people to understand. You need to find motivated sellers, like right here. Motivated seller would be foreclosure. Okay. You then utilize that list and you implement a tool on a specific strategy. So what we just talked about is we talked about the 5 strategies that you can utilize to get into this business. I don't know any other strategy beyond this, and I would love to know another strategy. Okay, direct to seller is probably the most commonly thought of strategy that people think about. Cold calling, texting, sending letters, postcards, etc., driving for deals, door knocking, ads, Facebook, all that kind of stuff, right? Will that document you are referencing be made available to you? I don't know what document you're talking about. Are you talking about this screen right now that's like up on the screen right now? Is that what you're talking about? Irene says, I missed the first 4 hours. Will I be able to replay? Yes, you will be. This is all being recorded. 100% promise you. Okay. And Myron says, Chad, we are in Dallas. I've heard a lot about, Chad is freaking amazing. Myron, you're pretty dope yourself. That was a good couple of days you spent over here at the house. But anyway, these are the strategies. These are 5 strategies to get into real estate. So I know it took us 4 hours to get here, but direct to seller. Okay. Why is this a challenging strategy? This is a challenging strategy because it costs money, right? Like the only thing that doesn't really cost money is I would say the cheapest here. I'll highlight the cheapest the cheapest tools on here. Driving for deals is really cheap. Door knocking is really cheap. Ooh, Craigslist is cheap. Garage sales, estate sales are cheap. Facebook Marketplace is cheap. OfferUp and websites in general, those are cheap. Everything else here, okay? Everything else here is pretty expensive. Cold calling, expensive. Texting, expensive. Sending letters, very expensive. Postcards, very expensive. Banner, very expensive. Door knocking, that's cheap. That's basically free. Okay, this is basically free. So if you take that into consideration, like why these things, why people have a hard time with them is because they are expensive and they take a long time. Okay. So driving for deals, for anybody that's watching, I would say the best way to do this is batchdriven.com. Batchdriven.com is probably the cheapest way to go direct to seller. If you're just starting out and you're like, I want to directly communicate with seller, I would say batchdriven.com is the cheapest way to do that. And, it's unfortunate, but things do cost money and you do have to build your business that way. So if you don't want to build your business that way and you go, well, I don't want to spend money right here in this strategy, well, then you've got to go to something that doesn't cost any money. This is a free strategy, basically, other than it takes time. And this is not a beginner strategy in my mind, is because this takes time and it takes patience to build a pipeline of referral business. It's free, but it sucks because it takes a lot of time. Okay. So that's probably not a beginner strategy. Same thing here. In this strategy of working with probate attorneys, financial advisors, a lot of people are going to overthink this and they're going to be like, I'm not credible enough. That's why I love working dead wholesaler leads. This is the absolute 10 out of 10 best strategy on planet Earth. It is good for newbies. It's good for people that have been in the business a long time. It is absolutely free. And you're providing a tremendous amount of value to other investors already. Now, if I'm new, I don't have any money. I don't even have the money to sign up for like a batch driven or something like that. Then what I'm usually going to do is I'm going to sign up for working for somebody, right? The thing I'm going to work for is work for another acquisition company like my company, right? And I'm not looking to hire anybody right now. We're always looking for people, but I already gave you guys the email address. Her name is Pam at puzzlehr.com. Okay. And here's what I'll do. I'll put her email address up here real quick. I'm going to put it up there. And then guys, I'm going to go get a new glass of ice. I'm going to get a new cup of ice real quick. I'm out of ice and I'll be right back. So let everybody know that I'll be right back. Give me like a couple minute break. And we're going to get into, so I've done A, B, C, and D. It is currently 7:08 in the morning, Arizona time. Thank you guys for being here. We're well over 400 live viewers, between a couple of live streams. So thank you guys for being here. I do really, really appreciate it. And what I'll be doing is I'll be going into E next, which I'm going to talk about. I think I'm going to switch it up. I was going to talk about something else, but now I talked about how to get deals. I think I'm going to talk about exit strategies, like all the ways to make money in the business. Once I get a contract, I think I'm going to talk about exit strategies for a little bit. So give me about 4 or 5 minutes. I'll be right back. I'm going to go get some water. I'm going to kiss my wife good morning. She's probably awake now. And I'll be right back in about 5 minutes. So I'll see you guys in a couple of seconds. All right, guys, back at it. Thank you so much. We are 7:11 a.m. So thank you guys for joining. Looks like we just lost like 40 people because I took a 5-minute break. Sorry, guys. All right. So what we talked about so far is we talked about A, analysis paralysis, like how to get over this, setting the foundation. We talked about B, what are my top 10 basic steps I would do today? I would then, hey, Glenn Bennett, we do novation agreements in my mentorship. We've been doing them for years. So if you want to talk to my students do novation agreements all the time. Okay. I would say that focusing on novation agreements as a strategy is an imperfect strategy. And I really like Eric Brewer, but I feel like it's an absolute missing strategy. It's one little thing in a full strategy. Okay. A novation agreement is great, but it is imperfect, very imperfect. Need a lot more than novation agreements to be successful. Okay. All right. So Jonathan Dunn, thank you so much. Says, Pace, you're a beast, man. I've always been watching you for a long time. Always appreciate you. Thank you, guys. Appreciate that. Jonah, by the way, says, hey, Glenn Bennett, let's talk. He's one of my students. He's been around a long time. MJ Wade says, Pace, you should have taken a longer break. Right? Okay. All right. So then what I did is, so A, analysis paralysis. We covered that mindset. B, top 10 basic steps for you to get into real estate. 3, we talked about corporate structure. You need to get a company built. And we talked about what that would take. We talked about you guys getting on the phone with Prime Corporate Services and doing that. And then 4, we talked about where do deals come from? D for deals. Where do they come from? How do I go get deals? And I gave you the 5 strategies to go get deals. Okay, that's it. There's only 5 deals. There's only 5 strategies. We just talked about them. And here are those strategies. I'm going to throw them on the screen one last time. There's nowhere else. There's nothing else besides these 5. There's nothing else. Direct to seller, agent or referrals, trusted advisors, dead wholesaler leads, and working for someone else. There's nowhere else. Okay. Nowhere else. If you guys can tell me that I'm missing anything, please let me know. But every deal I've ever done has fallen underneath one of these 5 strategies. Okay. And then what I did, is I then gave you guys my HR department's email, pam@puzzlehr.com. If you guys are looking to work for a company instead of trying to build your own company, then that's a really great person to email and just say, hey, Pam, my name is so-and-so, and I'm interested in potentially working for Pace in the acquisition department. Please let me know what you'd like to see from me. She'll tell you to send her your resume and why you think you'd be a good fit and all that kind of stuff. But if you're trying to get into real estate, sometimes the easiest way to get started in real estate is go work for somebody else. Okay. So just be aware of that and let you know that that is an opportunity. Okay. It looks like Jonathan Newsom says all 5 look good. And they do. There's 5 things. And number 2, actually, there's one thing that I didn't really deep dive on. Okay. Number 2, I would say also, let's just throw one thing on here and then I'll move on to the next thing. This is also co-wholesaling or JV, right? Joint venture. A lot of people call this micro flipping or astro flipping, but really these are the only strategies. Okay. Astro or micro flipping. Okay. That's it. Those are the 5 ways. So you now have to think about, like, what do I want to do? Where do I get started? Do you want to go spend money? Right? Do you want to go spend money and utilize these strategies? If you do, then great. You'll have a lot This is fast. Okay. Really fast, but it also spends a lot of money. This is why Jamil's mentorship does really, really well. And this is why my mentorship does really, really well, is because these are the two strategies we teach. I teach a lot of dead wholesaler leads, how to go leverage other people's leads and bring them value. And same thing with Jamil. And so essentially you can build your entire business off free lead generation, utilizing the strategies that we teach, right? So I also do direct to seller. I do agent and co-wholesaling. I do trusted advisors. I do deals with probate attorneys. I do a lot of this. And I never worked for anybody else, but you can do that for sure. A lot of the people who have worked in my acquisition departments have gone on to build their own companies. And so that's a really great way to go. I would not sleep on that for sure. If you're sitting there thinking, like, actually, I'll give you a good example. So Ashley Bullock, who currently works for me. This is not a knock on Ashley, but I think it's just challenging for like a stay-at-home mom, not a stay-at-home mom, but a full-time mom and a full-time wife to go out and build an entire business and not have the support that she really needed. And so Ashley came and actually worked for us after a year, maybe 2 years of trying to be in her own business. And she immediately, boom, 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 started doing deals way faster. And she's like, I just love the structure. I love walking into an organization. You guys have a level of energy. You guys have all these things available. And the fact that I get to work for you guys and be around all of this and make money is amazing. And so think about that. Like, if you want to go and network with people and you want to get into this business, then go work for somebody else's acquisition business, right? Go work for that. Now, let's talk about a couple of things. Okay. I want to talk about exit strategies. Now we're going to get into E. So it's 7:17 in the morning. Thank you guys for joining us. We've already gone through A, B, C, and D. We're going to go through E, which is exit strategies. I've already just now told you, how do I start? How do I get into the business? What are the 5 strategies to get a deal? Those are the only 5 strategies to get a deal. Now, what are the 3 ways I can make money? There's only 3 ways you can make money in real estate. There's only 3 ways. And if I'm wrong, you tell me. Please tell me that if I'm wrong. There's only 3 ways to get into real estate. I'm sorry, there's 5 ways to get into real estate. There's 3 ways to actually make money. And I'm going to explain that to you here in just a second. Okay. So here we go. First way, which, I advise most people to start right here, is wholesale something. Right? This is the strategy of, if I buy an Xbox for $100 and then I turn around and sell that Xbox to somebody else for $200, I bought this first Xbox low enough that I could turn around and sell it to somebody else and make $100 on it, right? I'm buying it at a wholesale price and I'm giving somebody else it's a decent price, but I'm selling it for more than what I bought it for. That's what wholesaling is. Literally all of business is based on wholesaling. I mean, think about Amazon. Think about, Walmart. I mean, for heaven's sakes, Walmart is not even the end buyer, right? And Walmart's not even buying the milk directly from the manufacturer. A lot of times what'll happen is you'll have these companies. I have to say this because people just don't understand. What you'll have is you'll have the farmer, right, has the cows. That farmer sells to a wholesaler. That wholesaler then sells the milk to, and we could call this a supplier. The wholesaler sells that to Walmart or whatever, and then Walmart sells that to you. Right? So you're rarely directly in contact with that farmer because it's really hard to scale that model. Right? Walmart doesn't go directly to the farm. Are you kidding me? No, they go to suppliers the suppliers work out the relationship with the farmer. And that's exactly what wholesale is in real estate. It's very, very similar. Okay. It starts with a seller. Here's a seller who has a house. Very rarely does that seller ever go directly to the person who's going to buy it. I actually don't really think that happens that often, other than pretty rarely it's like FSBOs. It's pretty rare. Those don't have, they happen, but they're not that prevalent, right? So usually there's people in between all this, and it could be a realtor. And then depending on the condition of that house, the realtor says, oh my gosh, this house is so amazing. Let's put this on the MLS or the multiple listing service or Zillow or whatever. And this buyer doesn't even see that. The buyer works with their realtor. So there's all these people that are involved in this whole entire transaction. So let's make this a little bit easier and kind of line this out. So the seller hires an agent. The agent puts the house on the market on the MLS. And then the MLS notifies this other realtor, the buyer's agent, that there's available homes that their buyer is looking for. And then there's about 10 other people in the middle of all of this that everybody makes money on this transaction. And all they're really trying to do is they're trying to get the seller and the buyer to communicate with each other. They're not communicate with each other, but they're trying to get them to sell a house or buy a house from each other. And there's so many people that make money on that transaction. It's ridiculous how many people make money on that transaction, which I'm happy for. I'm not upset about it whatsoever. So how do we make money in this world? Well, we make money, again, by either A, right? We talked about this, A, direct to seller, B, a realtor bringing a deal to us, C, a referral, or like a professional relationship, D, a wholesaler giving us a dead lead, or E, working for somebody else. But whatever it is, somebody had to reach out to that seller. Somebody had to go directly to the seller to communicate with that seller in order for this to be an opportunity for us. Okay, so who are those people? Usually it's one of these people. It's a realtor or it's a wholesaler. Okay, and then the realtor either A, goes and puts that on the MLS, or the realtor sometimes will go to a wholesaler. And this is where it gets really confusing. Is like they go, why would a realtor bring a deal to a wholesaler? Why would a realtor bring a deal to a wholesaler? Well, because maybe the house of this seller is in such bad shape that the realtor is like, no, there's no way I'm putting this on the MLS. There's no way. This house is in such bad shape. I do not want to go that route. And so they don't put it on the MLS. They go to a realtor and they go, dude, my seller has such a piece of crap house. Would you buy this from me so I don't have to actually go put this on the market? Wholesaler is like, yes, of course I will. And then ironically, the wholesaler doesn't even buy the deal. The wholesaler then sells it to a fix and flipper. And then the fix and flipper ends up selling it to the buyer. So we make money either here or we make money here. Okay. We either make money getting the deal or we make money assigning the deal in wholesale. Okay. And so our job is to basically buy a house low enough that our fix and flippers can make money. Maybe another wholesaler can make money. Right. So let's go through maybe an example deal. Okay. We've got a deal right now in Apache Junction, which is east of us. And there's a seller. This seller called a realtor. This realtor goes and puts the house on the MLS, right? Multiple listing services is where houses get sold. If you don't know what the MLS is, Google this. You need to know what the MLS is. Guess what? After about 120 days in a really, really hot real estate market, this house does not sell. Nope, does not sell at all. So now this realtor right here is stressing out. I'm stressed. This seller's like, what's going on? Why aren't you selling my house? I hired you to sell my house. Sell my house! Exclamation point times 1,000. Sell my house. Sell my house. So everybody's stressed out in this situation. So what we do is we go find houses that haven't sold on the MLS. And we go, hey, we would buy that house, realtor, but we need a discounted price. Your price is too high. The realtor says, okay, well, what price? What price would you buy that for? So this house in Apache Junction, it was listed for like $140,000. We ended up buying it for about $100,000. And the reason being is because the seller really needed to sell and the realtor couldn't sell it. We found out later why this house did not sell on the MLS is because the realtor made a mistake on the listing, which happens. And the mistake was that they said the house was remodeled and clean and move-in ready, but it really wasn't. And so people would look at the photos and felt like they were misguided, they were educated, et cetera, on this transaction. And so what ended up happening is we get the house for $100,000. Okay. So what we do is we get this magical thing called an agreement or a contract also, right? We get this contract. I really need to get like sticky notes to make this look a little bit better. Sorry, guys. So we get the contract. And what did we do with that contract? Well, I have an opportunity. Again, I can wholesale that contract to somebody else, right? I can go, hey, I know somebody else would buy this house from us. I know somebody would buy this house from us for, let's say, $120,000. And then we make a nice little $20,000 assignment fee for never owning the property, which is amazing. Okay. Or we could fix and flip it, which is the second way to make money in this business, is not just wholesaling. That's the first way to make money. The second way to make money in this business is to actually fix and flip, or as I like to call, develop. Okay. Because fix and flip encompasses a lot more than just fixing and flipping. It's scraping a house, having it as dirt, and ultimately getting this house to be developed, improving it, right? That's another way to describe this, is improving. If I buy a house and I improve it and I sell it for a higher price, that's essentially just development. Okay. So what we did in this situation is so interesting, is what we did is we did assign it. We got the deal under contract for $100,000. I told you why. I told you how. I told you all of that stuff. We reached out to the realtor and said, hey, we would like to buy this property that we notice you haven't been able to sell, but we need a discounted price. So we buy it as a discounted price. Okay. We have the contract for $100,000. And we then, funny enough, we actually assigned the deal to ourselves for $120,000. A lot of people are going to be like, wait, what? You got a house under contract and you sold it to yourself for $20,000 profit. How does that even work? Oh my gosh. Well, we talked about this on letter C, right? A couple hours ago, an hour and a half ago, we talked about the importance of having 3 different LLCs in this business. You have an acquisition business that goes out and markets to sellers and works with sellers. And the entire goal of this business is to get contracts. That's the goal of this business. Then you have a fix and flip business that does fix and flips. It does not go this business does not market to sellers. This business takes an ugly, janky house, adds value to it, and makes it a nice, big, beautiful home that you go sell for a nice, big, beautiful profit. So if my acquisition business, which is marketing and building relationships with people, gets a house under contract for $100,000, then I can easily go, hey, I want to fix and flip this myself. So I'm going to fix and flip. I'm going to sell that deal to myself in a different LLC. And I'm going to tell you guys the reason why here in just a second. So now I own this house over here for $120,000. I bought this house with hard money. Just for anybody that's curious, we did not buy this with cash. We did not use our own money to do it. And what happens is now this acquisition business has $20,000 in cash sitting in the bank. Why? Because they got a contract with this seller for $100,000. They sold it to this other business, even though it's our own business. My hard money lender gave us $120,000. And out of that $120,000, this company ended up keeping $20,000 for its profit. Why is that important? It's important because you have employees, you have business expenses, you have power, utilities, you have internet, you have food for clients, you have car maintenance, vehicle maintenance, and all that kind of stuff inside the acquisition business. So if what you're doing is you're going out and you're marketing to sellers and you buy those deals to fix and flip, well, then your acquisition business, which is meant to go out and start marketing to sellers, you're robbing from that business. You're stealing from that business and you're not paying that other business. We treat every business as a completely separate business. So if I'm going out and I'm wholesaling, and then I also want to fix and flip, well, guess what? I'm wholesaling from my wholesale business over to my fix and flip business. And my fix and flip business is going and using private money or hard money to pay for that purchase. And when that money goes over to the acquisition business, that acquisition business now can pay its employees, pay commissions, right? Because there's a salesperson that went out, Kyle actually is his name. Kyle went out and got that deal. So if Kyle went out and got that deal, don't you think Kyle deserves to get a paycheck? Don't you think Kyle deserves to get paid a commission? Don't you think Kyle deserves to get his bills paid? Well, that's why we assigned the deal from our acquisition business to our fix and flip business, so that our acquisition business can be paid a profit, even though we're going to go off and fix and flip that. And some people will say, okay, well, why don't you just, pay your Kyle guy out of the fix and flip profit? I'm like, okay, well, do you think Kyle wants to sit and wait for his commission on a deal? Do you think Kyle wants to sit there and wait to get paid? Or is it easier if I get the deal under contract, right? Get the deal under contract and I sign that deal to my fix and flip business. And in 2 days, Kyle gets paid a commission, right? It's way better to go that route, because now your employees, your people on your team get paid way faster. Everybody's happy. Okay. Munif says, Pace, do you want, what do you want from brunch? Don't get me anything. If you feed me, I'll get tired. I'll want to fall asleep. And I don't want to do that. There you go. Carolyn says, so you have money in the bank, right? Sean Bolden says, this is excellent. True value. Love it. Jonathan Newsom says the same thing. You've got to pay for the marketing, the overhead, the employees. You got to pay for that stuff, right? And so that's the way it's done. Ooh. Alizette, Pace, did you pay the real estate agent their fee? 100%. The real estate agent got paid in that transaction. Now, the real estate agent, unfortunately for this realtor, is that this realtor tried to sell this house for 140 grand when it wasn't $140,000 house at the moment, right? It was in its as-is situation. The realtor goes to sell the house on the market, and in its as-is condition, the realtor tried to sell it for $140,000. And the reality is the house was in horrible shape. And so the realtor could not sell it. And unfortunately, they didn't sell it to us for 140. They sold it to us for $100,000. So in that situation, the realtor got paid their 3% commission, which means that realtor got paid $3,000 for selling that deal to us. And the seller actually received $97,000 from the $100,000, if that makes sense, because the realtor got paid their $3,000 out of that cut. Okay. So yes, the realtor got paid. And the realtor should have gone to a wholesaler in the first place, or a fix and flipper in the first place. That realtor should have never put that on the market. But a lot of times what realtors do is realtors will go put houses on the market and tell their clients they can sell houses for way more money than they really can, just so they can get a listing, so they can get this seller and them into a contract. And then they convince that seller and them that, hey, we're in a great relationship. I'm going to take care of you. I'm going to sell this house. Okay, well, you were $40,000 overvalued, and no, you did not sell the house. And then the realtor not only made less of a commission. Do you think that realtor is going to get another listing or a referral from this person when they told the seller, hey, I'll sell this for $140,000 for you? They don't. And they end up selling for $100,000. Do you think this seller is going to refer this realtor to another one of their family members? Absolutely freaking not. No way. No way are they doing that, right? So that's the thing with realtors, is a lot of realtors that are experienced in the business won't even go and put the house on the market. They'll just go to the seller and go, hey, seller, I'm going to go find an investor to bring this deal to. And that is the opportunity for us. Okay. So yes, the realtor got paid. We bought it for $100,000 in our wholesale business. And our wholesale business sold this to our fix and flip business for $120,000. And out of that $120,000, we got a hard money loan from a hard money lender. I'll even give you guys want the hard money lender, I'll give you the hard money lender. I have a great hard money lender that is nationwide. If you guys are interested, blow up my chat and share this with all your friends and all that stuff. And I'll give you guys my hard money lender. They will lend in 46 states, I believe, 46 states. Okay. And I'll give you their information. Okay. Okay. Wow. You got the seller to pay closing costs and seller commissions. Well, yeah, I mean, Al Edmondson, that's the seller. The seller is always responsible for commissions. Seller is always responsible for commissions in every relationship. The seller is always responsible for commissions. Always, 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 always responsible for commission. The seller pays for that. Okay. Let's see here. Anybody I missed in the last couple of minutes? Irene, such a realtor and broker question. No, because I did not let the realtor represent me. The realtor did not find me. I reached out to the realtor, so the realtor did not represent me. No, that realtor, in my opinion, I'm sorry, but my opinion, I know, Irene, I've upset you in the past because I have such strong opinions about realtors. I think that, and you're not one of them, but I feel like, because you are amazing, but I feel like a lot of realtors just don't provide enough value to their clients. And I think a lot of them lie to their clients about getting a listing agreement. And then they go and sell a house. They put a house on the market way too high and it doesn't sell. And then what happens is when that agent tries to get both sides of the commission, the buyer side and the seller side, I'm like, you don't even deserve the seller side. You should give your client a discount because you did them a disservice. You made them pay multiple house payments for 120 days while you told them that you could sell it for 140,000. So I personally think that if I was a seller, I would have discounted their commission on the 3%. It's interesting to me, like if I go and this is the way I look at it. If I hire a landscaper to do a job for me to like mow my lawn, trim my trees, clean, blow everything out, trim the bushes, the hedges, weed eat, do all that kind of stuff. And they charge me, let's say $300 for it. And they end up only trimming the trees. They don't mow the lawn. They don't hedge. They don't do any of that kind of stuff, but they still want their $300. Does that sound like that's okay? Does that sound like that's appropriate? They didn't do what they told me they were going to do for their money. And so that's the interesting thing about a realtor is like, I want 3% to sell your house. Great. How much can you sell my house for? I think I can sell your house for 140 grand. Okay, great. I'm going to sign with you because the other realtors told me they could sign for 100. They could do it for 120. So I'm going to go with the person that's the highest. And this is not entirely the agent's fault, but if I'm an agent, I'm not taking that client on. And I'll tell them straight up, I don't want to take you. Right. And it goes back to the very beginning of what we talked about on letter A. Being a realtor is not being a real estate investor. You are a real estate service provider. You are providing a service. And so that's challenging. It puts you in a position where you're trying to provide a service, you're trying to get a listing. And so other agents are lying and manipulating the client to say, oh, I can sell it for 120. So the only way for you to get that listing with that seller is to say, oh, I can sell it for 121. And so they're all clawing and trying to grab at that same seller. And ultimately, they do that seller a disservice. They're not providing the value that they promised. And so then at the end of the day, they still expect a 3% commission. I think that's disrespectful in my personal opinion. If somebody took 120 days longer than they told me they could sell my property and they sold it for $40,000 less, I wouldn't want to pay that agent at all. I would be incredibly upset. So my feeling is no, they don't deserve the they don't deserve the buyer side. And I think they deserve half of the seller side. Half, maybe not even half. Doesn't mean they're a bad person. It just means that they didn't take care of their client the way they should have. And for me, as an agent, and I think Irene, you're the same way, is I would tell that seller, I'm not taking on your listing unless you completely agree that you're not selling this for 140 grand. This is in its as is condition. This is $100,000 property. right? The integrity is way more important than getting that one $3,000 check. So no, I would never pay both sides. Right. Anybody have recommendations for good hard money lenders to work with? Yes, I have a great hard money lender actually coming in today. My hard money lender is nationwide, and I will bring them to the table today, and you guys can talk about it. Okay. Let's see here. Yeah, it's interesting. And Irene, you're incredibly valuable. I think that from like a realtor standpoint, this is good. It ties back into like, what does a realtor do for you as somebody that's going out and trying to find deals? Is you've got to find the agents, and they're out there. You've got to find the agents that are making these mistakes, and you have to come in and provide value. So you guys can see where we provided value is that we came to this realtor and we go, hey, we noticed that this house that you're trying to sell has been listed on the market for 120 days. What's going on? Is there anything we can do to help? And we ended up getting the house under contract for $100,000. And the house is worth way more than that once it's fixed up, but it's not fixed up. And that's where our value is, right? Where do we provide value in a fix and flip operation? Is we then take this house and we improve it and we sell it for a higher dollar amount, right? Cool. So again, let's go into 3 ways that you can make money in real estate. There's only 3 ways in real estate, not being a service provider, but actually being a real estate investor. There's only 3 ways to make money in real estate. And again, I am not talking about being a service provider. A service provider would be if you are a real estate, if you're a notary, you're providing a service. You are not in real estate. You provide a notary service to people who are in real estate. Big difference. If you are a title and escrow company, you are providing a service to people who are in real estate. If you are a realtor, I'm sorry, there's a lot of realtors in here. We've got 500 people in here basically. And if you are a realtor, you are not a real estate investor. You are providing a service, a job. You are basically completing a task for somebody who is in real estate. A lot of people don't want to hear that, but that is absolutely true. Okay, so that is not a way to make money in real estate. That's a way to provide a service to people who are in real estate. And that might be just the way I describe it, and it might upset some people. I know when somebody told me, well, if you're in wholesale, you're not really a real estate investor. Well, no, but I am in real estate. I actually control assets. I control a house. As a wholesaler, I'm in real estate. I didn't say I'm a real estate investor. The only person that's really a real estate investor is either a fix and flipper or a buy and holder. But I am in real estate. I control the house and what happens to that house. I can dictate what price it sells for. I can dictate what the exit strategy is. I control that asset. As a wholesaler, I am in real estate. Okay. But if I'm a real estate agent, all I'm doing is selling somebody else's property that I don't control that asset. Right? I don't have it under contract for me to buy and for me to dictate what's going to happen with it. I am simply a service provider to that seller or to that buyer. So let's break down the 3 ways that you can make money in real estate. Being a realtor or a service provider is not one of them. Okay. 1, I can wholesale. 2, I can fix and flip, or a lot of times we just call this develop or improve, right? I'm going to improve a property and make money on it. Improvement, sorry. And then the third way is to hold property. Now, the goal is to do all 3 of these, right, at the same time, so that depending on what lead comes into your business, whether you're door knocking or you're cold calling or you get a referral or whatever it is, you can do any one of these 3, depending on what current situation is going on inside of your business. Okay, wholesaling, fixing and flipping, or holding. Those are the only 3 ways to make money in real estate. That's it. So when somebody says, how do I get started in real estate? Here's my question. What do you want to do? Do you want to wholesale? Do you want to fix and flip? Or do you want to buy and hold? Okay. And now how do we determine which one of those strategies we go after? I can tell you right now that buying and holding is not necessarily a beginner strategy. I think the biggest beginner strategy would be wholesaling and fixing and flipping, right? And fixing and flipping, I wouldn't even advise doing your first fix and flip by yourself. I would advise doing your first fix and flip with somebody else that's fixing, flipping, and has had the experience, right? Teaming up with somebody, squatting up with somebody. And then I'd say like by the third or fourth transaction and you understand the paperwork and the flow of things, I would then say, start now acquiring assets. And now you can start holding properties. Pace, is there an example of a contract for seller financing? Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's a lot of examples, but that's not what I'm talking about today, unfortunately. Pace, the way you articulate and simplify things is amazing. Thank you so much for doing what you do. I appreciate that. Really do appreciate that. Barbara Christie, if I had a seller who would not come to a price for what the property is worth, it has now been listed with an agent for 10 weeks at that high price. Do I go back to the seller or call the agent? Always call the agent. Great question, Barbara. Always call the agent. Respect the relationship that the agent has with their client. I never go around the agent. I respect that because for me, that real estate agent could be a lifelong relationship that I want to keep in my back pocket and provide value to that agent. Here's the thing, Barbara. Let's talk about, in this one situation, right, where this seller had this sold for 100, had this on the market for 120 days, right? 120 days right here. Oops, my bad. The agent had this up on sale for 120 days. That's 4 months. That's 4 months. 10 weeks? Or I'm sorry, what'd you say? 10 weeks? Or how long is that? I would say 10 weeks is not long enough. Okay, we tell our team not to reach out to anybody until 12 weeks, right? 12 weeks is the beginning. Okay, so let's go through that just real quick on the pain and anguish that an agent goes through real quick. When an agent signs with a seller, okay, the agent signs with a seller, here's what happens. Here's the seller, and the seller says, I have a house, and I want to sell it for top dollar, and I'm going to hire a real estate agent that's very fancy and has very nice business cards and works at Sotheby's and Keller Williams. I'm going to go find somebody that's a reputable person, and I'm going to sell this for top dollar. Okay. Here's what happens. This agent they're amazing. They're smart. They're educated. They're great. What they do is they have to go get that person into a contract. Agents are getting a contract with that seller. It's called a listing agreement. And the listing agreement is a standard. It's pretty standard. Some agents change it, but that listing agreement is 6 months. They have 6 months to sell that house. Now, 90% of the time it's 6 months. Maybe 99% of the time it's 6 months. And the agent now has 6 months to sell that house for that seller. So here's what's going to happen to this seller, the agent. The agent knows everything about the house and the seller knows very little, okay? They know very little. And so they're over here hoping that the agent's going to sell the house. By the way, agents don't sell houses, okay? The home, the location, and the price sells houses, not agents. Agents do a lot more than sell a house. They keep the transaction together. They help out with negotiations so the seller doesn't get screwed, but an agent doesn't actually sell houses. The MLS sells houses. Let's be honest. If you're a realtor and you disagree with that, you should definitely tune out. You do not sell houses. Let's be real. Your price and the price, location, and the market and the MLS sells the house. You do way more important things, to be honest, in my opinion. I love realtors. My wife is our realtor. She saves us a tremendous amount of money, but the agent is not there to sell the house. Seems like they are, but they're really there to protect the seller from bad things happening from the buyer and the buyer's agent. Okay. That's what a good agent does. And they deserve every freaking penny they make. Okay. But they don't sell houses. The market does, the MLS does, the price of the house sells the house. I mean, I'm telling you, I've seen so many amazing agents not be able to sell a house because the agents don't sell the house. The price of the house and the MLS sells the house. In fact, I actually think the buyer's agent does way more work than the seller's agent. The buyer's agent does actually the majority of the work. The majority of the work is done by the buyer's agent, but that's another topic for another day. What I really want to talk about is what's the timeline of this? And Barbara asked a good question. This agent has 6 months. I have 6 months to sell this house. That's it. So let's do this. Here's the ticker. Here's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 months. I'm going to tell you right now, there's a moment in this 6 months where this agent starts to sweat and stress out. And it doesn't start until about right here, after month 4. At 120 days in is about when they start rethinking their entire life. Here, the agent thinks it's going to sell. It's going to sell. They might do a price reduction. They might do a couple of open houses. By the way, open houses don't sell houses either. That's another fallacy, another thing that people just don't understand. But the agent's not going to be willing to negotiate with an investor until about 120 days is what we've learned. Okay. So I tell my team, don't waste your time on any listing that's 120 days or younger. Don't even waste your time. Don't waste your time. It's the moment of like absolute stress is where you want to reach out, because you have something to provide to that agent at that point, is on month 6. And always reach out to the agent. Respect that relationship. We're professionals, and so we want to respect that relationship, and we want to make sure people are treated properly. I would not want somebody going around me. So what we do is we start reaching out on month 5. We then really start pushing heavier on month 6, because this is when the agent goes, oh my gosh, I thought I could sell this house, but I need help. I need help. I need help. I need help. And by this point, the agent has now communicated with the seller a couple of times and saying, hey, I'm having a hard time selling the house, but don't worry, everything's fine. Everything's fine. And they're saying that here. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Then you get to month 4 and the agent starts going, oh my gosh, I don't think everything's fine. So for me, my strategy, and when I talk to people and they're like, oh yeah, I'm working with people that not FSBOs, but I'm working with like agents. I'm reaching out to agents. And I'm like, great. When do you start reaching out? And they go 30 days, 60 days, 90 days. Guys, don't waste your time. These agents have 6 months to sell the house. They're not going to start negotiating with you on month 1, 2, or 3. They're still in belief that they're going to sell that property at some point during this time frame. Don't waste your time. Spend all your time and energy right here. Month 5, month 6. Now, after month 6, guess what happens? This agreement, the listing agreement that the agent has signed with the seller, that listing agreement ends. And that relationship has terminated. Now you can reach directly out to the seller in being a respectful business person. And you can say, hey, here's the line. The line is this. What were you looking for that your agent couldn't provide? How can I help you accomplish that? This is on expired listings. Okay. A lot of people don't even know what the hell expired listing means. It means basically that 6-month agreement that this agent and this seller had, they now have an agreement that they put together. It's about to terminate. Still reach out to the agent. They still are in an agreement. It's not until after the 180 days. It's 180 days that relationship ends. And then you can call them and ask the seller, hey seller, my name's Pace Morby. Just noticed that your listing got canceled, that your realtor had listed for about 6 months. What were you looking for that your agent couldn't provide? And how can I help you accomplish that? That's the line. You're done. That's it. Shut up. Let them talk. Right? Let them talk. Kirsten DeVito says, in 2020, 6 months later, its value after 4 months is exactly what they overpriced it to be in the first place. Expired is the same thing as failed. Yeah. Carolyn says, expired is the same thing as failed. Yes, 100%. Failed listing and an expired listing are the exact same thing. Because it has expired, therefore somebody has failed. right? The 6-month agreement that they put together has expired. Therefore, the agent failed to sell the property. Therefore, it's called a failed listing. Expired listing, failed listing, same thing. Something happened where the agent wasn't able to sell the house, right? Really great question. Okay, so here we go. I have a seller who is an agent who's had the property listed for like 160 days. He's so delusional. Well, you already know this, Daryl. You're a really, really smart guy. We already know that if a seller is delusional, either A, we're going to use creative finance, which you've done multiple creative finance deals, or B, we're just going to continue to follow up for a very long extended period of time. That's it, right? Pace, awesome premiere. Can't wait to watch the show. How do you suggest structuring fair payment if you revive someone's dead lead and then say work for a sub-2 student to close the deal? Chelsea Gray, great question. That's an unrelated question. I got to stay on topic. I'm very sorry. I would show up to Sunday service maybe, or have a conversation, or go watch my 25-hour live, or go to my 16-hour live. I broke that down in each one of those trainings as well. Let's see. Let me just see if there's any questions on the side. Yeah, Irene says that's why listing is the goal. She's right. So I made a comment earlier. I said listing agents don't really do that much work. I mean, they do a lot, but their work is not the tedious, annoying stuff. Their stuff is like making sure that the sellers are protected. They're there to make sure that the buyers don't take advantage. They're there to make sure that the buyers in those real estate transactions actually have the credit worthiness to fulfill the transaction. There's so many things that agents do, the listing agent, but it's easy. It's light work. I would say that a listing agent spends less than 10 hours total on an entire transaction to sell a house. Whereas a buyer's agent probably spends 30 or 40 hours making the same amount of money. Right? So what if the buyer changes his mind and doesn't buy? Okay, so we're talking about wholesale right now, which is an unrelated question, but it's a great question. Daryl Olson says, yes, he told me that no to creative finance a few times. He's in my follow-up system once every week. Awesome. Actually, I'm calling sellers today, guys. Let me see what time I'm calling sellers today. Hold on. I am planning on... Let's see here. Let me see what Caroline's got for me. Hey, what time am I calling sellers today? Can you send me the Google spreadsheet link and all that kind of stuff, please? Amazing, amazing. So I think I'm going to be calling sellers for at least 4 hours, maybe 8 or maybe 6 today. I got to double check with my team. Let's see here, 2 p.m. time. Amazing. So in 2 hours, I'll be calling sellers for multiple hours. How many hours am I doing that? Is that 4 hours or is that 6 hours? All right. So, what do we got? We got, I got a couple of things I got to check in on, guys, because I want to make sure I bring you guys crazy value. A lot of times people are just afraid of taking action in this business. And so we're going to show you how easy it is to talk to sellers today for like hours and hours on end. Do me a favor, guys. It is 8 o'clock on the hour, 8 a.m. on the clock, on the dot. Do me a favor, share this, tag me on Instagram, please. I'm going 26 hours straight. I've been doing it for 5 hours. I've been up since 1:30 this morning, got ready, got live at 3. It is currently 8 o'clock. We've done 5 straight hours. We've got 21 more hours to go. I feel like I'm just getting warmed up, except my vocal cords are bruised and hurt from talking so much. Yesterday at the premiere of the TV show, it was just so long. I had to talk so loud, yell, all that kind of stuff for hours and hours and hours. It was tough, but we're going to go another 21 hours. So give me some support. share this in some Facebook groups, maybe make comments, take a tag, take the YouTube link. If you guys are on the YouTube channel, which I highly suggest, guys, just go to the YouTube channel. Way more people are on the YouTube channel. I'll tell you right now. We've got 377 people on our YouTube channel. And then I've got 5 other places people are. So guys, if you're not on my YouTube channel, it's youtube.com/PaceMorby. You are missing out on squatting up and communicating with another 377 other people. And as much as I appreciate people on our Facebook group, Facebook is a little bit laggy. It's not great. And also one thing I've learned about Facebook is it only lets me live stream there for 8 hours at a time. And so I'm gonna have to reset up the stream at some point. So if I were you, I would head over to youtube.com/PaceMorby. You can watch the live there. So I'm also going to call a seller for one of my students, Mike Hayes. He says, okay, cool. He's got a seller that wants wants to know if we're credible buyers. I'll be on whatever Zoom. Hey, bro, I'm live streaming this on YouTube, and so I will be happy to call your seller. It looks like 2 p.m. my time, so that's not going to be for about 6 more hours, which will be perfect. So 2 o'clock my time, happy to do it. I will make that phone call. Thanks. All right. So 8 o'clock on the dot. Let me see what the schedule says I'm supposed to be talking about today. Ooh, love it. All right, flow. Flow. This is great. So I've got 2 hours until we start calling some sellers for about, I think it's 6 hours. And we're going to jump into the flow of a deal. Okay. I'm going to go through a couple of things with you guys, and we're going to walk through the actual flow of a deal. But I kind of want to finish this off. And so what I almost want to do is I want to talk about like how this works a little bit more with realtors and deals and all that kind of stuff. So here's what I'll do. I'm going to go through the flow of a deal. I'm going to go through like a really complicated deal, and I'm going to break it down step by step for you guys. Okay. So flow of a deal. Yes. Christian is correct. He says Pace gets his energy from the chat. I do. I truly do. So yes, if you guys are sharing this, it gives me energy. It really does. Like it keeps me going. So really good, strong chat, watching you guys squatting up with each other, helping each other out is where I get a lot of energy. I get a lot of energy also of you guys tagging me on Instagram, letting other people know what we're doing. I've got 500 people watching today. So this is great. It's a great place for us to communicate and hang out together. But I want more people in here so you guys have more people to work with and more people to squat up with. So please go into share this into a Facebook group you're a part of in your local wholesale Facebook group. Go to those Facebook groups and just say, hey, dude, we got Pace in here doing a 26-hour live, and let everybody know. The other thing I want you guys to know about is we are currently doing a sweepstakes. And the sweepstakes is the winner gets to get all the proceeds, all the profit from mine and Jamil's next fix and flip. You got to fly out, hang out with Jamil and I, hang out on site at our project, do our fix and flip with us. We will find the deal. We will fund the deal with our own money. We will then run the project, let you watch, let you be there in person if you want to be. And then we'll sell the house, and literally all of the net profit from the deal, we give it to you. 100% of that profit goes to you. So that sweepstakes, I don't know if some of my students can throw that in the side chat for everybody. That would be super great. We did it last year, but we only gave the girl Keen, we only gave her half of the profit. So she ended up getting a wire transfer for $27,000. And we never flew her out to Arizona. We wanted to, but we just never did. It was like COVID stuff. So the experience was great. She got to watch everything, right? So I almost wish I could go in there and kind of show you guys how that flip went, but that was like 9 months ago. Let's see here. So this is what you get to watch. You get to watch my team communicate. So this is our Slack channel. This is where we communicate about our deals. Let's see. This is mobile home park we own that we just barely purchased. You'll see, oh, this is a new one. This is a new project that we just purchased. Let's see the address, Tuesday, September 28th. Dropbox, here's the address. We're about to start it. And October 1st. So this is literally 2 days ago. Cody says, hey, Anna, can we put together a scope of work? Can we put together a scope of work that I can get submitted to certain lending for funding here? Thank you so much. Out in the field for a good part of this morning. I can work on that later today. Doesn't need to be today. Anna, get this to me stat. Boom. So you'll rarely see me in these. You'll actually never see my name in here. I have access to all the projects, but I don't really waste my time here. It's not where my highest use of my time is being involved in the fix and flips. So I just don't hang out in here. However, I'm on site. I'm the one finding the projects. I'm the one communicating and getting the deals. And so if you win the fix and flip, what ends up happening is you fly out, you get to also be part of that Slack channel. You get to see every piece of communication. You get to choose paint colors. You get to choose how to do all that kind of stuff. And you get to be the person that gets all the profit at the end. Literally, the sweepstakes is to give you guys all the profit. So let me give you that link real quick. There it is. And I'll show you guys how simple it is to register. It's literally like all you have to do is register. It's like bada bing, bada boom. So check it out. So here you go. You can come in here and you can enter Pace Morby 26-hour live event. Join Pace Morby as he goes live for 26 hours, discussing the blah, 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 blah. So go in here and enter your information in here. And you guys will enter into the sweepstakes to get the have the ability to win the sweepstakes for the fix and flip. You guys get all the profit. Really, really cool stuff. Yeah, all the homies are on the chat, dude. All the cool people are in here, man. I'm telling you, all the cool people are in the chat. So guys, thank you so much for showing up. 500 people came to support me, and I really appreciate it. So let's get into the next hour. Let's get into the next topic. And if you guys have specific questions, throw them in the side chat. I really am not going to talk too much about creative finance today because I got all my students in here. Like, we don't need to talk about creative finance. All my sub 2 students are in here. Not all of them. We got 2,600 students, I think. But not all my students are in here. But a good amount of my students are in here, and they're here to help you. So if you guys need help with creative finance, reach out to my students in the side chat. I'm not here to talk necessarily about creative finance. I'm here to talk more about the basics of real estate and how to get started. Okay. So what we've talked about today is we've talked about A, analysis paralysis. B, first 10 basic steps I told you guys to take. C, we talked about corporate structure. What's my first step of getting my company built and all that kind of stuff. D, we talked about deals. Where do deals come from? There's 5 places that deals come from. And then E, we talked about the ways to actually make money, the exit strategies of how to make money, right? You're either going to wholesale, you're going to buy and hold, or you're going to fix and flip. That's the only 3 exit strategies there is on planet Earth. Okay. You're either going to wholesale it, you're going to buy and hold it, or you're going to fix and flip it. Those are the only exit strategies in the regular world. There's some extra exit strategies if you're in creative finance, but we're not going to necessarily go into that unless you guys really want to. If you guys want me to if you guys want to blow that up, I'll go through it. Shoot. I'll go through it. Regina White out of Houston, Texas. Man, look at all these students in here. How amazing is this? Love it. Good to see you guys in here. Good to see you guys in here. A lot of you guys came in from out of town to support us at the premiere. Really, really appreciate you guys tremendously. So, all right. Chris Davidson says, any students from Tennessee? A lot of students from Tennessee. A lot. Ooh, I am calling for 6 hours today. Caroline says, I'm calling for 6 hours today. Okay, cool. So we've got an hour and 50 minutes until I start calling sellers. So what I want you guys to do is let's share this in Facebook groups. Let's share this on your Instagram. Give people the link. Do the thing. Text your friends. Tell people, hey, look what we're doing today, because we're doing this, right? There's people in here that are doing this with me. All right. Give me a second. I'm going to get another bottle of water and I'll be right back. Right back. Hold on just a second. All right. So let's go through the flow of a deal. Okay. This is like every step. I'm going to give you guys every step that happens on a deal. Okay. So I wonder if I can do this on Miro. I wonder if I can figure out how to just do this on Miro and kind of make this cool. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do this on Miro. And wow. Okay. This is a board I did I did this like 6 months ago. It's an interesting board because this is like the whole flow of the whole thing. But if I do it on the iPad, I haven't done it on the iPad, so I kind of mess it up a little bit. I almost want to rebuild this to a certain degree. Okay, so here's what we'll do. I'm going to do it basic on my iPad because it's just more simple that way. Sorry, guys. The Miro board is really cool, and I love doing the Miro board, but a lot of times the Miro board just is a little bit more complicated when you're on an iPad versus doing it on the screen. So here's what happens. Okay. We're going to go out, and the first thing that we need in our business is we're going to build basically A to Z. We're going to have a conveyor belt, right? Okay. Here's the very beginning of that conveyor belt, and it goes all the way down, and we get a check. This is where the paycheck is right here. Okay. That's where we get paid, but it starts with a lead. It doesn't start with information. It doesn't start with anything else but a lead. Doesn't start with a YouTube video. Doesn't start with any of that stuff. It starts with a lead. How do I get a lead? Well, we already talked to you guys about that, right? We talked about that. Go back to letter D. Where do deals come from? Where do my leads come from? There's only 5 places that leads come from. There's only 5. So at the very beginning of this, it starts with a lead. And what happens is so many people want to start in this business. How do I start in this business? Guys, you start in this business by getting a damn lead. You don't start in this business learning about disposition and learning about title and learning about all that kind of stuff. That's not where you start in this business. You start by getting a lead. You have to get a lead. That's how you start. Okay. So when people say, how do I start in this business? Well, let's figure it out. What do you want to do? Where do you want to start? How do you get your lead? You have only 5 places that leads come from. So let's punch that in one more time for all the people in the back that we're not here for this. Oh man, do I have this up here or did I erase that? I hope I didn't erase that. That was so good. I did erase it. Of course I freaking did. Sorry, guys. Okay, so there's only 5 places that leads come from. We already talked about this. So if you missed this, then you're dumb. Sorry, guys. Direct to seller is first. Next one is JVing. That's either with a realtor or another wholesaler. 3, it would be a professional relationship. 4 would be creative, dead lead reviving. And then 5 would be working for someone. I don't know any other way to get a deal. I don't know any other way to get a lead. Nothing. I don't know any other way to get a deal than these 5. Okay. So when this whole entire business starts with a lead, you have to choose which one are you going to go for? Are you going to go direct to seller? Are you going to spend money on marketing? What are you going to do? Are you going to go and do JV, which this is astro flipping? Are you going to go, my creative finance course covers all of this stuff, utilizing creative finance to leverage all of these relationships and all these ways to go about doing it. Like even I could go work for somebody and use creative finance and amplify their business. So that's a good thing. But that's it. That's the only things. These are the only things, either direct to seller, or I'm going to JV with somebody, or I'm going to work a professional relationship like a probate attorney. I'm going to go revive people's dead leads, or I'm going to go work for somebody. Those are the only 5. And we broke that down for an entire hour. Those are the only 5 ways you're getting a lead. And you're not going to be able to start in this business without a lead. Okay. If you don't have leads, let me tell you guys something. I want you to write this down, and I'm going to put this at the top here. Okay. If you don't have leads, you don't have a business. If you don't have leads, you don't have a business. That's all there is to it. If you don't have leads, you don't have a business. And so many people are spending all their time educating themselves all in this realm. How do I build a buyer's list? How do I do this? How do I get a CRM? And they don't have any leads. Okay. So let's talk about that. If you don't have leads, you don't have a business. So what does that mean? A lead is a motivated seller that has pain for us to solve. That's what a lead is. Okay. So our job is to find people who have a sign they're holding. Okay. Every time I think about a seller, I think, what's the sign they're holding? Okay. So what's going to happen is we're going to go and call sellers today for 6 hours. There's nobody on the planet as good as me as talking to sellers, and I'll do it for 6 hours for you guys to show you. Okay. I will get on the phone, and my main reason why I'm so good on the phone is, number one, I care more than most people do. I actually care about these people that I'm going to be talking to. I care about them. I've never spoken to them before, but I'm going to be on the phone today for 6 straight hours with seller after seller after seller after seller. Probably make 25 calls, have 25 conversations. It should be really, really good. I care about these people. That's the first thing. Second thing is, I really am looking for, what sign are they holding? What's the sign they're holding? If a seller is holding a sign that says, I need help, I can make money. If a seller has a sign up that says, I don't need your help, I'm going to list my house with a realtor, there's really not much that you can do to solve that problem or to make money. We make money in this business. We make money in real estate by solving other people's problems. So I'm looking for a seller who says, I have pain. I have a bad situation going on, right? We got a contract the other day where, and I'm talking about cash, because when you start talking about creative finance, you can also implement something called gain. In a cash transaction, which means I'm giving the seller cash, I'm getting a loan, we're paying off their house, all that kind of stuff. In a cash transaction, I'm looking for people who have pain so I can solve their pain. In a creative finance situation, I'm looking for people who want pain have pain or are looking for gain, which means they want to sell their house for the highest possible dollar amount. Okay, well, I can solve that with creative finance, but I can't solve that with cash. So let's talk about cash. I'm looking for people who have pain, significant pain that I can solve. Okay, that's it. That's what I'm looking for. So if I'm talking to somebody and they don't, and I'm have 10 conversations with them and we haven't moved the needle forward, then that's probably not somebody that I want to work with. Okay. So what happens a lot of times is when people are looking for leads, they think anybody willing to talk to them is a lead. That is not a lead, guys. A lead is somebody, okay? A lead is somebody who has pain. So this all starts with a lead that has pain. So that's where this business starts. And if you don't have leads, you don't have a business. So when people say, how do I get started in this business? I say, well, what do you want to do? Do you want to go direct to seller, like knocking doors? You want to cold call? What do you want to do? You need to go find a motivated seller and you need to put them on your pipeline. That's how basic this business is. That's how basic this business is. What do you want to do? You want to be direct to seller? You want a JV with other wholesalers? You want to go get referral relationships with probate attorneys? You want to learn creative finance and revive other people's dead leads? Or do you want to go work for somebody like me? Right? That's it. There's no other ways to get deals. That's it. Those are the only ways to get leads. So what happens is then I start talking to people about their business and they start saying stuff like, well, man, I got leads, but I can't close them. And then I go, okay, well, let me talk to your seller. And a lot of times that when I'm talking to their sellers, I'm like, this is not a lead. This is just somebody willing to talk to you. That is not a lead. That is absolutely not a lead. Okay. So let's break this down. The words that people use incorrectly in this business is, here are the words that are not interchangeable. A lead is a motivated seller. Okay. A prospect is a tire kicker. Okay, somebody's like, yeah, I'd be open to having a conversation with you. That's a prospect. That's not even a lead. Stop calling those leads. Stop it. The industry is so like poisoned with this nomenclature, this conversation of people saying, Pace, I have a lead. Will you call my lead? No, it's not a lead. Say, Pace, I have a prospect that I'm hoping you can see if it is a lead, if it can be converted to a lead. A lead is somebody who's motivated to actually negotiate with you. That's a lead. A prospect is like, yeah, sure, I'll listen to what you have to say. That's not a lead. That's a prospect. Now, below that is a suspect. Okay, what is a suspect? A suspect is, I saw something, right? Like, I'm driving for deals. I'm driving around my neighborhood and I see somebody has an ugly house. That's not a prospect. You haven't even had a conversation with them. You suspect that they might be interested in having a conversation with you because they have obvious pain, right? There's something at their house. There's something going on. Maybe it's like you saw them on a foreclosure list. These people aren't even prospects yet. They're suspect. You suspect that they might be interested in having a conversation with you based on something you saw. Do we all agree with that? Do we all agree with this? Yeah, they're not leads, guys. Okay. I'm okay with you having these. This is not a problem at all. Like we need suspects. We need prospects in order for us to get leads, but they're not the same thing. So let's stop using those words interchangeably. Okay. Stop using those words interchangeably. Say, I have some suspects. I suspect this person might sell because their windows are broken or boarded up, or they have abandoned cars in their driveway. That is not a lead. So many people are like, I got a lead. Will you call my lead? I go, yeah, what's going on? They go, I don't know. I just saw their house looks like crap. Would you call them? I'm like, that's a suspect. I'm not going to waste my time. If you can't even simply have a conversation with somebody and say, hey, would you be open to selling your house to me at a lower discounted price? Man, Man. You got to go take care of that, right? So that's a suspect. Then you've got prospects, and then you've got leads. Now, above that, what's above that? Above that is a deal. And oh my gosh, this is the one that's most used incorrectly. People go, hey, Pace, I got a deal I would like you to look at. I got a deal I would like you to look at, Pace. Okay, well, your deal means you have it under contract. Okay, so let's go through this. Here's the flow. The flow is this. It goes from being a list. Okay, I got a list of potential suspects. You know, maybe it's like foreclosure, whatever, absentee owner. We'll go through like the hottest lists and all that kind of stuff later today. We got plenty of time today to hang out, guys. Okay, so there's a list. Then there is a suspect, somebody that you haven't spoken to yet, but they have like signs of pain or whatever. List is something I buy. I buy this from like listsource.com. I buy this from Batch Leads, right? And I get people asking me all the time, what's the discount code? batchleads.io/pay. Same thing with PropStream. So that's what these software solutions are. PropStream.com/pace, I believe, is the discount code for these two. But we get a list from these places. We then suspect they're people that I want to call. And then once I talk to them and they say, yeah, I'm open to having a conversation with you. I'd be interested in hearing what you have to say. That becomes a prospect. And then the prospect, once I go and I find out their pain or their motivation level, that's when it transfers to a lead. And you'll see me today on the phone. I'll get on the phone with people and I will go for the no as fast as I possibly can. I will go for the no. And the no I'm going to go for is like, hey, are you even interested in selling your house? Like, you know, you've been talking to so-and-so, but what's kept you from selling the house so far? Why haven't you sold the house? What are you looking for that you haven't achieved? What can we do for you that you're looking for and you haven't accomplished? What can we do for you? That's what we're going to be doing a lot of today. Okay. So that's where the lead comes from. That's a lead, is somebody who is motivated to speak to you and motivated to work out a deal. That is a lead. Then once you get a lead, and who knows if I'll get a contract today. I told my students at Sub 2 to bring me their worst leads today, the people who are like crazy and whatever else. So I brought a lot of I told my students to bring me 6 hours worth of calls to make today, so we can bring you guys a lot of value. And who knows, maybe I'll get a contract today, maybe I won't. I don't know, but that's not really important to me. I want to show you guys the flow and the cadence of the conversations. I want to show you guys all sorts of fun things like that. So once you get a lead, you then get a contract. And now you finally have a deal. This is now what we call a deal. It has been contracted. The seller has signed the paperwork. It is not a deal. Okay. And in fact, actually, here's what I really should do. The word contract and deal are actually used incorrectly as well, including by me. Okay. Here's why it's used incorrectly, because a contract doesn't mean you actually have a deal. Okay, let me ask you guys a question. If I go to like, I'm in the market right now for buying a new truck. Okay, I want to buy another Ford F-150. I freaking love my F-150. I want to buy another one. So I'm like, I want to go buy an F-150. So I go on Ford's website and I see that Ford sells the truck I want for, let's say, $80,000. And I go down to the dealership and I sign on the dotted line to buy the truck, but I buy the truck at $92,000. Did I get a deal or did I just get a contract? No, that's not a deal. A deal is below the price, the asking price, right? It's not a deal just because I bought it. It's a contract. And that's also improperly used. The word contract is what people should say. Like, I have a contract on a house. I'm wondering if you think this is a deal. That is really the way that it should be used. The wording should be that it's a deal only if you can make a profit on it and somebody else is willing to see the value in that property. So, for example, let's say I get a lot of people. I'm sure there's a lot of people in here. There's 500 people watching this right now. By the way, guys, 8:30 in the morning. Thank you so much for tuning in. I get a lot of people come to me and go, "Hey, I've got a deal," and I look at it and I go, "That's not a deal." They're like, "Well, yeah, it is a deal." I'm like, "No, it's not a deal. It's a contract, but it's not a deal." And it's because they bought the house too high. And they didn't start by understanding value of properties, and they didn't understand comping, and they didn't understand that kind of stuff. I'm sure there's a lot of people in here that would say, "Man, yeah, I have gotten houses under contract that I probably should have never touched. I should have never touched these because because I had a seller that wanted to sell their house to me at too high of a price doesn't mean I should have contracted it, because it wasn't a deal. It was never a deal." Okay. So let's go through that one last time. A deal comes from a contract. Once this goes to a buyer and a buyer says, "Yes, I want that deal." Okay. It only becomes a deal when you have a buyer for that. That's a deal. Okay. A buyer has actually paid for it. You're going to make money on it. That is a deal. But just because you got a seller under contract doesn't mean you have a deal. Okay. This means you have a contract and you have the ability to go try and sell it and find somebody who sees value in what you bought. But that doesn't mean you're going to. Okay. So there's your contract. It starts with going and getting a list from either list source, batch leads, PropStream, whatever. There's 100 different places to get the list. That's not really important. I start with the list. I then have a conversation with that seller, and the seller says either no, don't bother me, which happens, or B, the seller says, "Yeah, I'll talk to somebody on your team." And that becomes now a prospect. You've actually had a conversation with the person. A prospect requires you to have had a conversation with them. Okay. Then once you have a conversation with these people and you say, "Okay, well, what's your situation? Give me your motivation. I want to pull out your motivation." Once you pull out the motivation and you know this person's now a motivated seller, it then can transfer down to a lead. This person is now motivated. That is a lead. I now have a lead. I know I can make money on this deal if I can get them negotiated properly. And I know this seller will actually sell to me because my team has already found their motivation, right? Like, we'll find motivation today on these calls. Like, what is your motivation? Why would you sell? Why would you even sell to an investor like me? Why haven't you sold to an investor like me? What's keeping you from selling to an investor? Like, I'm going to ask all the questions. You guys will see all that stuff. But a lead is a motivated seller. And once the seller and you work out a deal and you send over paperwork, it becomes a contract. And then once the contract is sold, we then can use the word deal. But none of us should ever use the word deal unless it's actually sold to a buyer. Okay? Oh, Antoine says he's been here since 3 a.m. Who else has been here since 3 a.m.? We got 500 people on here right now. Thank you guys so much. Who else has been here since 3 a.m.? Adrian says, "Thank you for explaining these terms." And it's interesting because even me, like, as I'm talking through that, I forget that even I use the word contract and lead interchange. I'm sorry, not contract and lead, but contract and deal interchangeably. And I shouldn't be. Right? Ooh, thank you guys. Wow. Thank you. This is amazing. A lot of people. Alejandro Alvarez, it was good to finally meet you yesterday in person. So Pace is cold calling on a Sunday. Yes, sir. You know it. Yeah, so the phone calls will be good. It is interesting. Yeah, that's an interesting one. So Jonathan Newsom, correction, contracts just means you agreed to buy or sell. A deal is a contract that you agreed to buy and sell at a great value. That's right. It's not a deal unless somebody's willing to buy it. And man, oh man, have I made that mistake in my life. in this career is that I've talked about, like, I got a deal, man, I got a deal. And then nobody wants to buy it because I didn't value it properly. So here's the frustrating thing is if you look at this flow, you've got a list, step 1, a suspect, step 2, a prospect, step 3, then it becomes a lead, 4, and then you get a contract is step 5. You're going to take 5 steps to figure out whether somebody's going to buy this or not. This is where comping really comes in handy. And so today we're going to do a lot of comping work. We're going to comp properties for you guys. It's going to be a blast. I'm actually going to bring Jamil Damji in here to talk about value of properties. And you guys will see exactly how to comp properties the right way. So thank you guys so much for coming in here. A little over 500 people came in here right now, and I really can't thank you guys enough. So thank you. 26 hours. Crazy. So calls with sellers are going to start in about an hour and 20 minutes. Here's what I want to do. I'm going to give you guys the link to get on the stage with me. And I'm going to do some Q&A. Okay. Right there in the side chat. If you guys have some questions, right there, it says streamyard.com/DWH5ZPPT2VW. Jump in here and let's have a conversation. Okay. Let's have a conversation. Hey, Mark Giuliano. Good to see you, brother. Really, really good to see you in here. So if you guys have a question, I'd love to bring you guys up on here. Come on the stage. We got an hour and 20 minutes until I start calling sellers for about 6 straight hours. And I'd love to have you guys come on and let's have a conversation. Okay. Let's have a couple of people come on here and get on StreamYard. I've got you guys the link right there. I'd love to have student, non-student. I don't care who comes on here. Let's have a conversation. Caleb Christopher says, I want to get a screenshot of this. It's pretty ugly, dude. Holy crap. Is that ugly? Really ugly. Saqib? Is that how you say your name?
Yeah, Saqib. Hi, how are you?
How you doing, man?
Good, good. Out with the family, but I've got my YouTube. I got my headphones on, listening to you. Thank you so much for giving this value.
Of course.
Quick question. I'm living in a house that I'm going to be buying for my brother. I'm so glad I didn't pull the trigger. And I heard from about you from Clubhouse. There's an app called Clubhouse. Jermaine is one of your students.
Yeah.
So that's how I got in, and I'm already a student. I signed up on Monday. Now, he has plenty of equity in it. So if somebody has lots of equity in the house, how do they go about doing a seller finance or things like that? Actually, sub 2.
Okay, so your brother is you want to buy the house from your brother on seller finance, is what you're saying?
Correct. Yes, he's got like 200K equity in it already.
Okay, I'm going to show you how I bought my house. Okay, I'll break this down for you. Can you see my screen?
Yes, I can.
Okay, great. So I bought my personal house for $3 million. Okay. I know that these numbers don't necessarily equate to most people. Most people are like, okay, well, this is whatever. But I bought my house for $3 million. The house had an existing loan on it with Zion Bank for $1.2 million with Zion's Bank. Okay. So I took that loan over subject to $1.2 million. My payment on that's like $5,500. Okay. The seller then had $1.8 million in equity in that deal. So I bought that portion of that house on seller finance. It's called a hybrid. So he essentially have 2 payments. I have a payment to his sub 2 loan, and I have a payment to him every month. So I have 2 different payments for that $3 million purchase. Does that make sense?
I'm following. Yes.
Okay. So in your brother's situation, he has $200,000 in equity. Okay. The person that I bought this house from, the $3 million, it's a longer story that I've broken down and explained to my students exactly how I structured the $1.8 million. But essentially, this seller didn't want that $1.8 million because he didn't want to have to pay the taxes on receiving it if I gave him that $1.8 million. So his motivation for selling that house to me and letting me take over the first loan subject to 1.2 million, and then giving me the second loan, creating a second loan essentially on seller finance. His motivation was he didn't want all that money because he didn't want to pay the taxes, right out of the gate. So that was his motivation to do that. I don't know the motivation of your brother because what's going to happen? What would be the purchase price in your situation?
It'll be around 380. There's 125 left.
Okay, great. So if you have a $380,000 purchase price, you have a $125,000 sub 2 loan that you take over. What's the name of the bank that the payment goes to?
Mr. Cooper.
Okay, so Mr. Cooper, got it. So you would be making a payment to Mr. Cooper for that sub 2 loan, right? And it's the exact payment that he was making before he sold it to you. And then you would be creating a secondary loan with your brother for $255,000, essentially. And then you and your brother need to structure what that actually looks like. Is he going to ask you for a down payment? Is he going to ask you for a percentage rate? Is he going to ask you for a length of term? Like there's a lot of things to ask in there. But essentially what you're doing in when somebody has a lot of equity is you're buying it on what we call a hybrid. It is part sub 2 and part seller finance. Now, the structure of that seller finance portion, which is the 250, that all is determined by how motivated your brother is and how willing he is to seller finance that equity to you for something that would work for you. Is your brother currently motivated to sell that house to you that way?
He is to an extent, but his only thing is he doesn't want to tap into some of the equity. So would a cash out refi and then sub 2 would work in this situation, or how do we do that?
Yeah. So a cash out refi and then sub 2 would work really, really well in this situation. And I'll tell you why. So, if you're buying it for 380, I assume the value of the house is probably 380, right?
Correct.
Okay, cool. So you're going to pay full retail for it, which is perfectly fine, especially utilizing creative finance. Okay. So at $380,000, what's going to happen is you're going to get a lender probably willing to give you a 70% loan on this house. Okay. So 70% is of this is what? Let's do that. Let's do the math of that. 380 times 0.7 is, this is so easy. Creative finance is so stinking easy. $380,000 times 0.7. So that means he's going to be able to get a refinance of $266,000 without bringing any money to the table. Does that make sense?
I'm following.
Okay. So what that $266,000 does is it goes all the way up to here and it pays off the old Mr. Cooper 125, and whatever's left over of that 125 would be $139,000 essentially. I'm sorry, $141,000 is what it is. Is that what it is? 266. Okay. So your brother would get a loan, or he wouldn't get a loan for this. He would end up getting the remaining balance in his pocket of about $141,000.
And that'll be tax-free.
That would be tax-free at the moment, right? Because he received that as a loan. But at some point, he has to realize and show that that was given to him at some point because he sold the house to you. If he kept the house and he received that $141,000 and he never sold the house, he could keep going and getting cash out refis for the rest of his life, multiple times, and never pay tax on that money. But because he sold it to you on seller finance, then he has actually exchanged the deed and now you hold the deed. Therefore, he has sold the property and he loses the tax benefits.
Gotcha.
Okay. So It doesn't mean he has to pay taxes on the 141 right now. But what's going to happen is he's going to, he'll get a loan. He'll get a secondary loan for $266,000. It'll wipe out Mr. Cooper. So the Mr. Cooper was $125,000. Mr. Cooper now gets paid all the way off and done. So Cooper's gone and done. Okay. Done, gone. He's paid. Mr. Cooper's paid off. Then he has a remaining balance of $141,000 in cash that your brother gets in his pocket. Cool. That's great. That's good for your brother. He gets some cash out of the transaction. You didn't have to come up with any money to the table. That's amazing. But now you have a $266,000 sub-2 loan that you took over from whoever his new lender is. And you then have to create a secondary note of $114,000 that is now a seller finance note. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
There you go. There's the answer to your question. So whether you can pull this off or not is your ability to negotiate and your ability to articulate this to your brother. Anything else?
That'll be it. Thank you.
No problem. D Young, what up?
Yo, what's going on, man? Can you hear me?
I can hear you great. What are you truck driving right now?
Yeah, yeah.
Love it.
I'm gonna make it. I'll make it real quick because I'm finna go through these mountains in Pennsylvania. I'll be gone 2 to 3 weeks at a time, and I really want to do, get into wholesale, so I can have my freedom and everything like that. But with my schedule, what do you suggest I do as far as actually, doing it? Because I know it take a lot of time, calling people and stuff like that.
Oh, so your question is, how, if you want to start in wholesale, how do you do that while you're driving trucks and all that kind of stuff?
Right.
Okay, so here's what I would advise. If you have money, right? As a truck driver, I'm sure you make pretty decent money, right?
Right.
Okay, so what I would do is if you have a budget, I wouldn't cold call. I would hire a cold caller from Start Virtual, our virtual assistant business. And I would just have somebody cold calling all day long for you.
Okay.
And if you want to know, like, literally the step-by-step process of doing that, like exactly how to do that, Cody, Matt, and myself started a brand new business in North Carolina a couple months ago, and we documented through video exactly step 1, 2, 3. Like, we didn't show people how to build the business. We did it and let them follow along. And so we literally we're setting up the LLC, setting up the website, setting up all that kind of stuff on a live, and recorded that. And the place you can find all those recording is 0 to hero REI.com.
Okay. 0 to hero REI.com.
0 to hero REI.com. It literally shows you exactly how to start your business, only working 3 hours a day. And what we learned is that you'll get a contract. Typically, what we're seeing people getting contracts is in less than 15 days. We got our first contract in a brand new market in 8 days. In the first 3 days, we spent our entire time setting up the business. And it'll cost you a couple $1,000, but guess what? You'll never have to cold call in your entire life. Even people in the side chat, Randy Bravo's like, get VAs.
Okay.
Okay.
You said that VA is called Start Virtual?
Yep. The name of the company for the virtual assistants is startvirtual.com.
Startvirtual.com. All right.
Okay. Startvirtual.com, or go to 0 to hero REI.com. You can watch us go literally step by step through that process of building a business and showing people how in just a couple of hours a day, you can run an entire business utilizing virtual assistants.
All right. I appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Hey, thanks for following along, bro. Appreciate it. Alizette?
Hey, good morning.
I can hear you.
Can you hear me, Pace? Okay, great.
How you doing?
Great. How are you?
I'm killing it. How you doing?
You are. I'm very much awake because I'm learning a ton, and I appreciate it. Love it. Okay, so I have a lead, and the seller is trying to sell 2 properties. And thank you for teaching this because I was able to talk about terms, and he's very much open to it. I was able to find and network with a buyer, and he said he was very attracted to the seller finance side of it. And so he wanted to, he said if he could get the deal where it was, the seller finance was in second position, so he can get the construction loan, because it would be a tear down new development. If he could get the seller finance in second position, that would work for him.
Yep. It's called a subordination. Yeah. Your seller would subordinate his position to second position, allowing your buyer to go get a loan in first position to build the house.
Okay. How would you, I guess, sell that to the seller?
You don't have to sell anything in that situation. You just have to be very honest. Okay. So and here's what I mean by that. A lot of times people brand new in this business will go, well, how do I say this? Sorry, I'm not imitating you, by the way. But how do I say this? How do I do this? Tell me the line. Sometimes there is no line. Sometimes it's just literally telling the seller, hey, in order for me to buy this on terms, I need to go get a construction loan to tear down and rebuild this. And my lender is telling me that in order to do that, they need to be in first position. Would you be willing to make sure that my builder lender can be in first position, you're in second position, so I can go and build this property? That's it.
Okay.
Like, there's no magic question for that, right? Now, you'll see a lot of times on my calls, I will position things properly. We're like, man, I'm so excited to work with you on this. Unfortunately, it is going to be a scrape and a new build. And I talked to my lender, and my lender is excited and they're willing to give me the money, but I really need you to come to the table and help me out. I'm calling to see if you'd be willing to help me out. And you shut up. And then the seller goes, yeah, sure. What's going on? You've now already gotten a soft commitment from the seller. See, there's a psychological thing there. You've got them stepping forward. You've got them saying yes. And then the next thing you go, okay, so my lender, who I love and I trust and I'm so excited, they said that they'll give me a loan for the construction, but I've got to ask you if you'd be willing to be in second position with the seller finance so I can go get a loan for the construction. Would you be willing to do that?
And if they were to ask, what does that mean? How would I explain that?
It means, I don't know. What you want to call them right now?
Yeah, we could try giving them a call.
Let's call them. No, you don't call them. You need to give me, dang it. Can you DM me? Do you have my Instagram?
Mm-hmm.
DM me the seller's name and phone number and I'll call him.
Okay. All right, we'll do. Thanks, face.
Jesse Aguilar, what's up, dog? How you doing?
What's going on, man? Pleasure, face.
Good to see you, brother.
Good to see you too, man.
What do you got for me?
Well, I'm working on this lead that could potentially turn into a deal, and I'm working with Jonah on this, and it's going to be sub 2. So sellers willing to walk away for $5,000 on it. The only thing is that I think I DM'd you on this. The subordinate back. Question is, he's thinking about wrapping it, and how does that work? I mean, I know that this subordinate lien doesn't have like a time schedule or any kind of interest rate occurring. So basically you could just stroke a check of $100 whenever you feel like it, just to pay it down whenever, right? So in situations like that, whenever you wrap it, now, does that have to be, of course, it has to be announced to the end buyer, but can we still wrap that property?
Yeah, 100%. You can either wrap it, Jesse, or you can sell it on an agreement for sale so it doesn't disrupt or cause an issue with that lien, right? So it depends. What's that lien again? What's it for?
It's I think they got into a pickle, right? So the lien it is what it is, like about 78, 79,000, right? So what they did, they just put that lien in the back end.
No, I get all that. What's the lien for?
It just
is it the mortgage? Is it the mortgage company that did a forbearance or like a loan modification? Okay. So it's not a lien necessarily. It's a forbearance, or it's a loan modification, and they put the portion of the loan that they were behind on the back end of the loan, right?
Correct.
Yes, 100%. You can do all of that on a wrap. 100%.
Okay, wonderful.
Now,
cool.
What you'll want to do is when you go to the title company, Jesse, what state is this in?
Texas.
Okay, so I would reach out to Scott Horn, right? Our attorney in Texas. I would work with Scott Horn on that transaction, and I would make sure. What's that?
How do I get in touch with Scott Horn? Just Google him?
Go into the private sub 2 Facebook group and get his contact information.
Got it.
Okay, and reach out to Scott. Says, hey Scott, I got a deal. Pace told me to reach out to you and have you do it. What you want to do is you want to make sure that before you actually finalize the transaction, you want to make sure that not the forbearance, but the loan modification doesn't get disrupted, et cetera, by you transferring the deed. Okay. You don't want to transfer the deed unless Scott says, hey, yes, you can. So make sure you reach out to Scott and have Scott give you the go ahead. But 99.9% of the time, the answer is yes. But every once in a while, you'll get a loan modification that will state if the deed is ever transferred, the loan is called due. And it comes like they're watching it like a hawk. So I would reach out to Scott Horn and have him look at that.
Beautiful.
The answer is yes. Go get it done.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay, so is it Alizette?
Alizette.
Got it. And did you DM me yet?
It's coming right now.
Got it. Okay. Oh, you've never. Oh, yeah. You did DM me at 4:03 a.m. This is the first time you've ever DM'd me. Shame, shame, shame.
Well, I actually have been working, squatting up with Carolina.
Okay.
Here in Portland.
Oh, Carolina's awesome.
Yes. So she's was talking with John as well. And
it's Alizette or Alizette?
Alizette.
Alizette. Okay.
Allie's fine.
How does the seller know you?
Allie.
Okay. Guys, if I ever call a seller for you, got to tell me your real name that you call the seller. When I call sellers a lot of times, I had a guy the other day, his name is Jesus. And I called his seller and I'm like, yeah, I'm calling on behalf of Jesus. And he goes, who's Jesus? And I'm like, what the freak? And it turned out he told the seller's name is Jesse. And I'm like, you got to tell me that, knucklehead. Okay. So love it.
Your call has been forwarded to an automated.
If you only call once, you have not called at all. The first call starts after the second call. Just a quick tip for you guys. Double dial is the new single dial. Hey, is this John? Hello? Is John there?
No, who's calling?
My name is Pace. I'm in a conversation with him about a church and another property of his.
I told him you called, and I don't know how long it's gonna be back.
Okay.
What's your name again?
My name is Pace. P-A-C-E. Pace.
P-A-C-E.
Yep.
Pace. Okay.
Yep.
This is your number?
Yes.
Okay, what area code is this?
480 Arizona.
Oh, Arizona. So, but you're in Portland?
Nope.
Okay.
I'm in Arizona.
So,
I'm in Arizona, but I invest in properties in Portland.
okay. I'll let him know that you called.
Okay, great. Is he at church? Is he at church?
Not. I don't know. His church started at 9, but I don't know if he went there, but he left early.
Got it. Okay. Well, let him know we called. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay.
Bye-bye. So, the conversation is really simple. I'm going to role play with you for just a second. Okay.
Okay.
You're John. I'm Pace. Okay. Hey, John, my name is Pace. How you doing?
Good. How are you doing today?
Killing it. Hey, I've got a quick question. I'm working with Allie on this. I'm actually her partner that helps out with the financing on this deal. And I know you guys are having a conversation about potentially doing a seller finance on the home. And I wanted to touch base and just see if it would be okay if I could ask for your help.
Okay, what can I help you with?
Thank you so much. So I've got a lender that's coming to the table saying they'd be happy to work on the deal with us. At the end of the day, we've got to remove the existing structure, build a new one, and that's our game plan on this property. The lender's excited about the project. So are we. We want to work with you and super appreciate the fact that you're going to seller finance the house to us. But the lender's wondering if you would allow them to be in first position and that you would put your seller finance position in second place. Would you be open to helping us out with that?
So would that mean I don't get paid until after the first loan's paid off?
Right. So let's say that we go sell that property, right? We're going to build a new one. We're going to go find a buyer. The lender who brought the money to the table for the loan, for the construction, he gets paid first. But you get paid within 5 minutes later. You get paid second. And really, the difference between first position and second position is not whether you get paid or not, or in what order you get paid. That's not really the important thing for you to know. The reason why I'm asking you for your permission is because in second lien position, it means that if I get abducted by aliens and I'm not on this planet Earth, you have a weak position on the property, which means my lender is in first position. And if I get foreclosed on or whatever happens, that lender gets paid first and you would get paid whatever is remaining after that. So it's a tricky situation to be in. And that's why I'm calling and asking you to get, for your permission to get you in a second lien position.
Okay. So what would I have to do moving forward?
Well, I just want to make sure you're okay with it. Most of our sellers are, but some of them really don't even know what it means. And so I just want to call and explain that. That's at the end of the day, that's my department. My department is making sure the financing is in order. Everybody's on the same page, communication's happening, et cetera. So first and foremost, I just need your permission and you saying, yeah, you'd be okay with that. And then second, I would put the paperwork together and have you sign something saying that you'd be okay to be in second position.
Okay.
So, Alizette, your seller's going to say completely different things than what you're saying right now.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Okay. So I put you in a position. What I'm doing when I role play is I'm forcing you to think, what do you think is the worst thing the seller's going to say? And you're pausing because you're like, I have no idea what he's going to say. Right. This is why I offered to make the phone call for you. So you could just show, this is what I do for my students all the time. They go, how do I do it? I go, I don't know. Let's just get on the phone right now, because every individual seller is different. This is why I don't believe in scripts. This is why I think the worst closers on the planet are people who follow scripts. The best closers are the people like, let's just get on the phone and figure it out. Right. There's no magic script. It's just honestly getting on the phone and having that conversation with no fear, by the way. I have no fear. I'm in front of 530 people that are watching me right now. I could give two shits. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just want to have a conversation with people. So at the end of the day, you got to write down, just have a conversation. If the challenge is understanding how to explain that, then of course you're going to have to kind of go off of a script because it's the first time you've ever spoken about that particular topic. But the smart thing of like is having a mentor. I'm not your mentor, right? You're not part of my program, right?
Right.
So it's hard for you to be able to tap into me as a way to, I'm like today, I'm going to call for 6 hours. I'm going to call my students leads today the same way that I tried to call your lead right there. You need to find somebody, Alizette, right now, as quick as possible that you can leverage, whether it's a mentor or somebody in your local. Where do you live?
Portland, and not far from Carolina.
Okay, so there's amazing people in Portland. I've got great students. Obviously, you're squatting up with one of mine, but I would typically leverage one of my students to make that call for you. And if one of my students doesn't even feel confident to make that call, then they can have me make that call, right? That's a fun conversation to have. That's not a really common one that people have on YouTube. And it's like, how do I talk to this guy about second lien position? First off, most gurus and people creating content are not actually doing the business they say they are, let alone actually having conversation about subordination of a second lien. That's like a high level ninja strategy. So I'd be happy to have that call, have Carolina reach out to me. And if John ends up calling back, I'll answer the phone and I'll see what I can do to nudge that forward.
Okay. Thank you, Pace.
Mark Gura says, you need to sign up. Don't sign up. Just keep working with Carolina.
Okay.
Sound good? I wish your seller answered. We'll have to try him maybe a little bit later. If there's a break in the action during my 6-hour calls with sellers, I will get back on the phone and try and have a conversation with them. Sound good?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Saeed, what up? Saeed, you have 3 seconds. 1, 2, 3. Justin Schmidt.
What's going on, man?
What up, bro? How you doing?
Pretty good, pretty good. Just enjoying this live stream.
Good.
All right, so I got a question, man. I've been working with one of your students, Myron. Great dude.
Yeah, he's new. He's a newer student. Yeah, he's a great guy.
Yeah, he's awesome. So he's been trying to help me get my first deal, and we're working on one right now.
Okay.
He's actually supposed to go meet with the lady in about an hour. It's kind of a complicated situation. The lady has a triplex that she's wanting to sell.
Mm-hmm.
Myron said that, financially with the PITI and all that stuff, it's a good deal. But she doesn't have any receipts for rent, and there's no contracts and none of that stuff. She said they basically just pay her cash.
Yeah, that happens all the time.
Okay. So how should we proceed with this to make sure that if we wholesale this to a buyer that they don't feel like they're going to get, screwed or whatever?
So the buyer on this deal is going to be a little bit more intelligent than you or Myron. And I'm not intelligent in general, just about this particular topic, right?
Right.
We buy deals from sellers all the time that are not keeping good records. In fact, most sellers that sell on seller finance don't keep records at all. They just receive the money, and most of them, ironically, are not even paying taxes whatsoever. They're collecting all this money in cash and they're not even reporting it. Right.
Right.
And it's really common. So your buyer, the end buyer, by the way, Justin, what I would be doing, this is what I would be doing right now, is I would go on PropStream or I would go on Batch, and I would find a buyer within a 5 to 10 mile proximity of another triplex and ask them if they're open to buying another property. I'd do that today. Literally, I would do that right now.
Okay.
And what I would do is I would have a conversation with them and say, what would you need, assuming the seller doesn't have any receipts other than bank statements to prove the deposits? What would you need from me? And it's probably going to end up being that you need to go in and you need to find out how much these tenants are actually paying, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you also need to find out if she has lease agreements. She doesn't probably even have lease agreements, I would imagine, right?
Nope.
Okay, so your buyer is going to want you to go get new lease agreements with these tenants, even if it's month-to-month lease agreements, so that he at least has some sort of documentation to go off of, right? So for me, if I'm buying a property, I want to see all of the lease agreements from the tenants that are in there. And I would prefer them to be month-to-month, not like a year or 2 years out, right?
Yeah.
And then what I would end up doing is I would end up buying those and then calling the tenants individually and having a conversation saying, hey, I'm the new owner. I'm actually planning on raising rents in the next 12 months. Could be next month, could be whatever. But would you be okay with a price increase? If not, totally get it. I'm just going to send you a cancellation of lease, right? So I need the information for the people living in the property more than I need the information about the income, because it's only 3 units. And we can very quickly figure out what they're actually paying by having a phone call with the tenants.
Okay, and another like wrinkle in this plan is that she doesn't even want the tenants to know she's selling it. So, because I asked if we could walk the property,
you could close escrow, right? You could close escrow with her, and then a day later let them know. That's fine.
Okay. Well, it's just because you said,
Justin, why aren't you buying this?
Finances, I guess. I don't know how to.
Well, you know how to. You just don't have the financial situation right now, right?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Okay. So I would advise that you find the buyer today. What city is this in?
It's in Dallas.
A triplex in Dallas?
Yes, sir.
I would buy it.
Well, let's make a deal then.
What's the seller wanting?
$275.
Okay, $275. What's the rent for each unit?
$700 right now. But she said it's going up to $1,000 in January.
Okay, it's going up to $1,000 in January. Got it. And what's her down payment?
She didn't ask for one. It's a cash deal, not a seller finance thing.
Oh, I'm freaking not interested. I'm wasting my time on cash. I'm not buying anything in cash. You kidding? All right. So, well, here's the thing is like the PITI, you don't know what the PITI would be because the PITI is going to be obsolete. The buyer is going to buy this in cash. And her existing payments, is this a seller finance? Like, would it be a seller finance or a sub 2? Does she have a loan on it or does she own it free and clear?
I believe she has a loan on it.
Okay.
I just made first contact.
All I want to do is call the seller right now because it's like you guys have missing information you haven't obtained. What's the purpose of him going to the property today? Is it just to talk to her?
Yeah, to talk to her and look at, because we don't have pictures of the inside or anything.
What do you care about pictures if you don't even know, if you're like, you don't know if the numbers would work? But pictures mean very little.
Well, I guess for like rehab estimates.
Come on. That's like, that's like putting on a pair of pants. Like it's a triplex.
Right.
Throw 30, 40 grand at the deal. Like, okay, now you're not buying it for $275. I'm now if I put 40 grand into it, $12,000 a unit. Let's say I'm now at $315 or whatever the price is, right? I'm at $315. Who is somebody going to buy that at $315?
Yeah.
Are you sure? Have you spoken to them? The answer is no.
Myron said even at like 305 would be a good deal.
Okay. The only person that can tell you whether it's a good deal or not is who?
Is the buyer. The buyer. Right.
I can tell you that Myron knows it's a good contract, but you don't know it's a good deal until you speak to a buyer.
Right. Okay.
So what I would do, Justin, as you're part of the arrangement with Myron, is I would be trying to find a buyer that owns a triplex within 10 miles of there and saying, hey, I've got this contract. I've got this triplex on these cross streets. It's bringing in $700 a month right now. It could bring in $1,100 a month. Would you be interested in this?
Okay.
Okay. And you need to have a conversation with a buyer.
Okay.
Every comp, everything that people do when they underwrite deals is like, I teach my students, it's a waste of your time. Don't even waste your time on that. Talk to a buyer.
Okay. That makes
sense. So if Myron's going to meet the lady, you've got probably a couple of hours. What I would be doing is I'd go pull a list on PropStream and I'd reach out to individual buyers that only buy multifamily.
Okay. I got 45 minutes till he meets her.
There you go. Well, you you got plenty of time. He's going to meet with her for 30 minutes, 40 minutes or whatever.
Right.
I personally don't think he should go out there and meet with her until he's actually had a conversation with a buyer or two to determine that that's a good deal. Because what's going to happen is you're then going to have a conversation with this lady. You're going to start negotiating and planting seeds for an actual, like, setting up a contract. And you guys are thinking 305 is a good number. What happens when you find a buyer and he's like, yeah, I'd buy that for 265.
Gotcha.
And you're like, crap, man, I would have said different things. I would have this. And your buyer's going to also tell you why they think it's worth 265, right? Like, oh, I won't even, for me personally, if it's in state, I'll buy it cash. But if it's out of the state, I will only buy on terms.
Okay.
And so for me, in state, I'll look at the deal and I go, yeah, I'll look at the deal. It's a good deal. Go get the contract. Like, I want people to make money, right? I want people to make money. And I prefer the people who bring me deals to just bring it to me before they start negotiating, because what's going to happen is they're going to go get the contract too high, and they're going to shoot themselves in the foot. And now, instead of being good at negotiating, you now have to retrade the seller. Do you know what retrade the seller means?
I do not.
It means that I got to go tell them, hey, I know I told you I give you 275, but I have to give you 240, and then run the risk of having the seller cancel the contract.
Gotcha.
That sucks. That's like one of the worst things ever, right?
Yeah.
You don't want to retrade ever. So have Myron reach out to me and let me know how that goes.
Okay. Will do. Thanks, man.
Good stuff. Good job. Good job just squatting up with one of my students. It's the right thing to do.
Yes, sir. All right, man. Have a good one.
See ya. Jamar, are you out knocking doors or what are you doing, dog?
Right now, I'm just getting my steps in before I head into the gym. But I did do some door knocking before I got up here.
Of course you did, dog. You're amazing. How you doing, brother?
I'm well. Congratulations on everything, you and Jamil, brother.
It's all because of you, dude. I'm trying to keep up with you.
Well, I got a really simple question. And I asked this when you made the Instagram post. I got my foot in the door with a probate attorney, and she wants to see a copy of my advertisement I would run for her. Do you have an example, like a template that you're using with Realtor that I could just see?
Yes. I think I saw your DM.
Yeah, because I'm gonna go back up there tomorrow and talk to her, and I think this would be good. I can bring a lot of value to this lady.
Okay. Do you have my email?
I do not.
DM me one more time, Jamari, and I'll give you my email, and let's email back and forth. I'll give you a copy of it.
Okay. That's all I got, man. But hey, congratulations on everything, man. Y'all done made it to the big time. Y'all Hollywood now.
We're just starting, bro. You're on the journey with us. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you, brother. Saeed. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Saeed. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Saeed. Bye. All right. All right, we got 40 minutes or so until I'm going to call some sellers. So why don't I invite you guys, a couple of people on here. I love the live Q&A. It's good stuff. So let's keep that going. Have a couple more people. Justin, I saw you come on here and then you left. I don't know what happened, but I saw you pop up in here for a second. Yeah, Jason Murphy says, I think he has slow internet. Yeah, for sure he does. Yes. All right. I think he has slow internet. Saeed, bro. Yes. All right. I think he has slow internet. Saeed, bro. Saeed, I can hear you, but it's like a 7-second lag.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay.
Saeed, I can hear you, but it's like a 7-second lag.
Okay, Pace, the question is really this. The question is, I get asked over and over repeatedly in recent meetings with people, is timing important in real estate?
In what context?
Generally speaking, in entering real estate. Now, I don't have the concept of seeing timing as a problem to enter real estate, because obviously I'm within the mentorship, the community, whatnot, different perspectives. But as I, engage with people in conversation, the question comes up to say, well, it's really just a timing thing. You have to time the market correctly and things like that. I'm just putting the question out there for the individuals who have that question and what your perspective would be for them.
Timing is important, because here's why timing is important. Because you're going to die one day. That's why timing is important, right? You've heard the phrase, we've all heard the phrase, don't wait to buy real estate and wait, right? We've all heard that. We know that. So no, timing is so ridiculous. What are you trying to time? Either you're buying an asset that's cash flowing, or you're not. And here's the thing is, we've talked about this. Equity comes, equity goes, but the cash always flows, which means if I buy an asset that's going to cash flow, what does it matter what the economy is doing, right? Even during the 2008 fall apart, rental rates went up, right? Rental rates go up. So if you're buying an asset and you're holding it, the only thing that's going to happen is rent rates are going to go up. That's it. Rent rates are going to go up. It doesn't matter what happens in 5 years. It doesn't matter in 20 years what happens. The rent rate is going to go up. So if you have a fixed cost on your monthly expenses and you go and rent that property out, even if the economy is falling apart and it goes from a $300,000 house. Here's a really good example. Great freaking example. I have a house. I'll pull it up. And it's a house I bought. And this is the thing that people that are like trying to time the market properly are really trying to do. Check this out. So I bought this house, 2720 North Sterling, Mesa, Arizona. I bought this house 2019. I bought it subject to for $372,788. And it's currently worth that much money. I've made $200,000 on this property. I've made $200,000 on this property. But have I really made $200,000 on this property? No, I haven't, because I could care any less about the equity in that property. I couldn't care at all about it. I'm not in a phase of my life where equity is important to me. What I'm interested in only is what that produces monthly. I don't care what happens to the equity. It's going to go up and down. It doesn't affect me one bit. I'm like, oh, that's cool. Went up 200 grand. But next month it could go all the way down to $200,000. But guess what happens? My cash flow continues to come in. So I don't care what I bought it for. I care what the cash flow I acquired it at brings in, right? That's it. That's all I care about. So when people are like, oh, the market's high. Okay, well, so are rents. Market's high. Great. So are rents. So what do you want to do about it? You want to sit there and like wait for the market to slow down? When is the last time the market slowed down? 13 years ago? Right? 13 years ago, I couldn't care any less about the actual equity in the property. What I care about is when I'm retired, right? And I'm done. Let's say I'm 80 years old and I'm going to pass these assets on to my kids. All I care about is at some point they're paid down. Actually, I don't even know if I'll ever pay the properties off. That's the interesting thing too. Like once that house pays off, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go do a cash out refi, pull a bunch of cash out tax free, and I'll go buy more stuff with it. I mean, I could refinance it out right now. So that's kind of cool, but I would never sell the asset. That's the thing is people that are like, I'm trying to time the market. They're thinking about this as it's like we're trading stocks. I'm not trading stocks. I'm acquiring assets, right? So when is a good time? Let's change the question. If what we're doing is we're not trading houses, this is not Pokemon cards, right? If we're not trading houses, what we're doing is we're acquiring assets. Here's the better question. So this is the answer to that, Saeed. When somebody asks you like, when's a good time to get in the market? Say, When's a good time to buy an asset? Now, right? Now. It doesn't matter what it is. 2008, 2007. I couldn't care any less. I wish I owned all the properties in 2006 and 2007. All of them. I wish I owed them all. And I would have rented them all out. Here's the people that got destroyed. The landlords that got destroyed in 2008 and 2009, the ones that got destroyed are the people that had adjustable rate mortgages. They had assets that had fluctuating payments. So as the market changed, their payments that they were making to the bank also changed. And so it didn't matter that the rent rates were still going up. So their payment amount was going up as well. And it really kept them from actually cash flowing. And they had to let go of their assets. Right? So that's the real question. The real question is, when should we buy an asset, Saeed? And your answer is, you already saw you in the behind the thing. It's now. It's today, right? Justin, what up, dog?
What is happening? Congrats, bro. Congrats.
Hey, man. Did
Super
you get
pumped.
to see the show at all?
Oh, hell yeah. I did had the family outside.
Wow.
Yeah, we made like our own little viewing party. Yeah, cheering you on, bro.
Thank you, brother. Thank
Yeah,
you. How you doing, man?
Doing really well, really well. No, I actually popped on here earlier just to see what it was all about, and I just wanted to check it on. But if you had a moment, do you want to run through something real quick? Or I don't want to hijack anything.
You're not hijacking anything. In 30 minutes, I'm going to start calling sellers back to back to back. So this is good. You give me some energy before I call sellers.
Right on, right on. Hey, so something actually just popped up this morning. They reached out to one of our mailers, and now as I'm going on with this woman, I can tell like she's dropping words PITI. She then said something about subject to. So I'm like, what's going on here? Like they were just working on behalf of a disabled seller. So there's a house in forbearance. I don't know how long. So ARV, let's say 400. They owe about 250, $20,000 loan on it. Lien. And they are looking to see the best approach. Well, I'm actually going to be looking to see the best approach on how to deal with forbearance because I've never dealt with it. So I know it gets tacked on at the end. The arrears is 60. I think it's about 60K. So okay. I don't know if I just threw a bunch of junk at you.
No, it's good. So at the end of the day, what you really want is you want a loan modification. You don't want to mess with forbearance as much because half of the forbearances that we've purchased, the forbearance when we're in the middle of the transaction, the forbearance will come to us and go, okay, we want you to pay the forbearance off. I'm like, what are you talking about? It's a forbearance. It's not, nobody has to pay this off for 3-4 years. Like, nope. If you're going to do a sub 2 or seller finance, what they're fine with, the forbearance needs to be paid for. So what you do in that situation is you do a loan modification. Sorry for anybody that's brand new in here. So sorry. Justin's definitely not brand new. So we'll answer the question honestly and right to the point. Either A, you want to go for a loan modification, or B, you want to acquire it on an agreement for sale or a land contract so you don't transfer the deed. And then that way it doesn't trigger the forbearance to be something that they call up front and they go, well, this needs to be paid for right now. Right?
Yeah, right.
Is it a good deal?
I don't know. It's in Massachusetts. So property's pretty hot still in Mass, and they're just jumping the border. It's on a border of New Hampshire and Mass. I mean, the prices are, extra $100,000 at least. So I don't know. I'm running through it right now, but I was totally blown away. I'm like, watch this person actually be on this YouTube or whatever today.
They could. I mean, they could be. Obviously, they're talking. It probably is somebody representing the seller who understands, like, hey, why don't I try and find somebody like a Justin that would buy this on subject to?
Yeah. So I was already getting the lingo to her. I was just saying, like,
let's say we had it under contract right now. What would we do with it?
Well, I always love rentals, but it's not a single family rental doesn't work. I would probably just try to do a fix and flip, really.
And because there's enough equity on it.
I mean, I think I can maybe crank up just depending on. So if I was to go, I have to pay the arrears back. Oh, we're not paying the arrears because it's a agreement for sale, correct?
Well, what you could do is you could do a novation agreement and just flip it.
Yeah. and split the proceeds, or negotiate some sort of
give
proceeds.
them 20%, you take 80%.
20%. That was my next question, to see what you guys typically do on those.
Yeah, 20-80. If they bring the deal to you, don't pay them an assignment fee up front. Pay them when you find your buyer, and just do a novation agreement and avoid, actually putting money together.
Right on. All right. Yeah, that's kind of that was the next thought. And then so I want to say to everybody too, or to you, coming across so many deals, right? And then now it's like the first mindset goes, all right, how do I acquire this? How does it become sub 2 or creative? And like the whole wholesale mindset has it's taken a back seat. And I know it's super confusing now, because now I'm really deep diving into a lot of things.
It's tough. You have to keep a really good balance, because the thing with wholesale is that what we do is we just cherry pick the people who have the most pain for our wholesale deals, and the people that don't, we then convert them to creative finance. So if somebody has a lot of pain, I'm just like, why are we doing this? Let's work out the right price that works for both of us, and let's move forward with cash. In fact, I have people on my team that don't know anything about creative finance, because I don't want them talking to the seller about creative finance. I only want them hitting them on cash. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's the hard thing, is that creative finance is so much easier that it becomes a crutch when you actually just need cash infusions into your business.
Yeah. And that's what we're doing. Now we're finally finding that balance and then coming back from the mastermind, we just sort of taking off a little bit more. And then we have our second hybrid on the books, hopefully tomorrow. And so our first one, I talked to you about that sixplex. So I go like this. If you go down the street and look down the street, I could see my second one that we reached out to a seller. Next thing you know, they're like, yeah, we're actually thinking about selling, but we still want to, we want to get some higher retail value. But so we're doing a hybrid on that one too. So that's 10 units in one little town in the matter of like 2-3 months. So pretty pumped. This is all thanks to you.
Well, look, this comment is thanks to you, Justin.
Yeah.
Here's the comment. Pace, newcomer here. You keep using terminologies I don't understand, and I'm constantly Googling. Is there a cheat sheet I can get? Guys, that's why I tried to keep this as like a basic new person Zoom. Hefzibah. You could come on the screen, and I could answer your question for you. Justin, I'm going to jump on to next person. Good to see you, brother. What's up, Manny Petty?
Dude, what is up, man?
How you doing, brother?
I'm so good. Congratulations on yesterday.
Oh, thank you, dude. Congratulations to you too. You were at the premiere just as much as I was.
It was awesome, dude. You know how to throw a party.
That was that was dope. There was like people that have like millions of subscribers on YouTube that were like, this is the best party I've ever been to.
I met Law by Mike and his cousin.
Oh, bro. He's legit.
Oh, yeah. And his cousin does all his TikToks. So
I know we made 3 of them with him.
Oh, no way.
Yeah, we stayed up till 1:00 in the morning on Thursday and made 3 reels with him.
That is so freaking cool.
At my house.
Holy crap. I had no idea. That's sick. So I have a quick question. It's kind of funny. So there's this seller I've been talking to, and we've had like 3 conversations, and the latest one was with her husband and her, and it was a hybrid deal because they were FSBO, and then like they were FSBOing for like 6 months, and they're out of state. So I didn't find them through FSBO. I found them through cold calling. Mm-hmm. But yeah, it was a hybrid, and they liked it. And they're like, hey, we want this much down. We want they didn't want interest rate. They just wanted a down payment, and they wanted a monthly payment. And so I went and I was like, hey, let me go underwrite this. So I went and underwrote it. And then for the call back, it seemed like they blocked my number. Like I couldn't reach them. Yeah. And I wasn't sure if it was like they blocked me or whatever, but I couldn't reach them. So I had my lead manager reach them with a different number, and he got a hold of them. And I'm like, how do I approach this? Because they're like, yeah, we want to sell. We really need to sell. And then I'm like trying to get in there.
Kind of the same conversation I was having with Allie is that sometimes you just got to go right on the nose with them and be like, hey, it looks like you blocked my number. Mm-hmm. I would literally call from a different number and go, hey, it looks like you blocked my number, which I understand. You know, is it because I did something to offend you, or is it because you changed your mind?
Okay.
And that's it. And you jump right into it. You don't need to like sissy. You don't, not sissy, but I would say pussyfoot around, but people get mad when I say stuff like that. So I don't want you to be timid about it. I want you to jump right into it and go, hey, did I offend you, or did you just change your mind? Because the challenge is this. We've talked about this a lot in sub 2, where a seller will do exactly what you allow them to do, and they don't know, they don't have permission to ghost you. So what happens is when you start getting ghosted or blocked, it's because you didn't tell them that that's not okay, right?
I didn't set an upfront contract.
That's it. You didn't get an upfront contract, which is, hey, you know, this sounds great, but like at any point, if this for some reason this doesn't work for you, just let me know. I love a yes. I'm okay with a no, but I absolutely don't love maybes, because then it forces me to follow up with you all the time, and you don't want to be followed up with. That's the line. And if you're doing that up front, what happens, a lot of the ghosting that you'll run into will dissipate in your career, and you'll really never have to deal with people ghosting you anymore.
Awesome. Yeah, I actually don't do that. I don't do an upfront contract, and I deal with quite a bit of ghosting.
Yeah, that's a big thing. And I was talking to Brent Daniels about that last night. He actually added a physical ghost in his studio to drop down from the rafters. Because he's like, it's like such a common question. He's like, nobody's using that upfront contract, and he was like, what's your upfront contract again? I told him it was, hey, I'm okay with, I love a yes. I'm okay with a no, but you and I don't want to be chasing each other about a maybe. So if at any point you feel like you want to change your mind, or something's not working for you, let me know, because I don't want to chase you.
Got it. And do you say that, because like in the Sandler submarine, it's pretty upfront. Like it's like literally like one of the first things you do. Do you say that in the beginning, or do you say it like near the end of the call when someone has to think about it?
I try and say it up front, but if I forget, then I'll bring it up the next moment that I possibly can. Oh, look who's on here, Mamadou. What up, Mamadou?
Hey, what's up, bro?
Holy crap.
How you doing, man?
2 killers
Hey,
on the
congrats,
screen.
man.
Thank you, bro. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hold on, Mamadou. Hold on. So, what I would do is, because it can be somewhat weird and unnatural when you bring it up like really early, right?
Right.
And you're like, oh my gosh, it sounds so weird. So I just find that natural moment, and like I'll purposely do a couple of upfront contracts for you today when I start calling sellers in 20 minutes.
Okay.
And I'll just show you how I do it, like very on the nose. Hey, can I tell you a little bit about what we do at our business? My name is Pace. Again, I know I introduced myself at the start of the call, but my name's Pace, and this is what we do. We either buy houses with cash, or we buy houses with terms. And my goal for the day is to try and come up with something that works for you and something that works for me. And if at any point in our relationship, you want to change your mind, or you're not happy with something, you let me know. Because I love a yes. I'm okay with a no, but I hate a maybe.
Love it.
You and I don't have time for maybes. Are we okay? Are we on the same page? And I go, yep. And I go, let me tell you why. I had a seller. Here's what happened. And I'll come up with a third-party story. Here, Munif, I'll come up with a third-party story off the top of my head right now. Something I've never said before. Okay. I would say to a seller, like, here's why this is important. A couple of weeks ago, I had a seller. That seller and I were about to work out an agreement. And then all of a sudden I couldn't get a hold of the seller. Couldn't get a hold of him. And then I get a call from them 2 days later saying, hey, is our agreement still on the table? And I'm like, where have you been? Well, we were in the middle of working something, and somebody else called and offered me an extra $500, and I decided to go with them, and I was too embarrassed to tell you that I went the other direction. And now they're ghosting me, and I can't get a hold of them, and I still need to sell this house. Is your offer still on the table? I'm really sorry that I didn't reach back out to you. So the seller who I'm talking to, so these kind of things happen a lot of times when I don't tell sellers. It's okay to just tell me you're changing your mind. I don't want to chase you. You don't want to be chased. So let's just get that out of the way. Let's avoid those parts of the conversation. And even though that relationship with the seller 2 weeks ago that ghosted me never actually happened, I will tell them it happened just to give them a third-party story, to give them permission to tell me that they've changed their mind or they're currently working with somebody else.
Got it.
Because human beings are lazy, as we know.
Yep.
And it's easier to block somebody's phone number than it is to just tell them the truth. Right? Like how many times have we dealt with that? A lot.
Oh my God. Yes. I'm writing this down. Third party story, upfront contract.
Third party. And I'll do it for you. I'll be like, shout out Munif. And I'll do a couple of them for you today. It'll be good.
Awesome. Thank you.
Of course, brother.
And
Good to see you yesterday.
I'll drop by some sushi for you.
Yeah. I mean, sometime I don't know what time I'll eat. What is it? Oh, I've been doing this almost 7 hours. Dang.
Yeah, dude. Yeah. We've been up since 3 a.m, dude. Watching you.
Bro, thank you. You guys
Dude,
have you even learned anything yet?
So much.
Freaking love it.
I had to go.
Is Luciano sitting next to you right now?
He's working out.
Of course he is.
Yeah.
Good to see you, bro.
Good to see you too.
Mamadou, what up, dog?
Bro, this is awesome, man. Do you know I joined your mentorship after your last 16 live?
Yeah.
That's what I joined. So this live is crazy. I had a question that I needed to clarify for wraps, right, on the closing part of side of things. Okay. So the way and I have a lot of sub-2 students that reach out to me for help because I've done it now. I've done like 2 of them, but here in Maryland it's really tough to find title companies that understand what they're doing at all when it comes to those. So when you say you can do this thing in one transaction, this is how I understand it. Is that you don't have to close on it, right? You can wait till you find your end buyer and close on the same day with your seller and both your end buyer on the wrap, right? But as far as the closing is concerned with the title company, it has to be A, B, and B, C type of thing, right? No? Okay.
On a wrap, you're never the owner. At any point were you ever the owner? Think about this, okay? At what point do you think you were ever the owner? Why is that? Why did you ever think you were the owner? Let's go through that just real quick. So now we're talking about wraps and hybrids. There's a difference between the two of them because if you're doing a wrap and you're trying to wrap it, then yes, you're going to have to do a simultaneous close. And I'm sorry for the people who are new in here. Obviously, Mamadou's advanced, and so he's asking an advanced question. Mamadou, say I'm sorry. He's like, I'm not saying sorry. Okay, so
I'm
you've
sorry.
got is it a sub? You're taking it over sub 2, or what are you doing?
Yes, sub 2 and then doing a wrap.
Okay, cool. So you've got this house, and you're taking it over. You've got a sub 2 position, right? And then you're going to sell it, and you're going to create a seller finance position of yourself. Okay. Essentially, what you're doing is you've got the seller here, and here's their house, and then you've got your contract, and then you. What you're doing is you're actually assigning the sub 2 to your end buyer in a hybrid. So they're buying the first position sub 2, and all the title company is doing is they're creating a note for you in second position and putting it behind that sub 2 for your seller. You at no point were ever the owner of that property. Okay, let me go through that one more time.
Yeah, please.
It's very simple. You have a sub 2 contract right here, right? Right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I have a sub 2 contract. Can I not just assign that to my buyer?
Right, I can, yeah.
Okay. If I have a sub 2 contract and then I'm over here, I'm Mamadou. Can I not, in my agreement with my buyer, just create a second position that the title company creates? So this buyer bought this house with a sub 2 loan. I assigned that portion. I assigned the sub 2 to them. And then in my agreement, it says that I'm adding a second lien position in Mamadou's name to their purchase. So there's only one closing that happens. You are out here on the outskirts, and all you're doing is adding a second position, just like a lender would.
Okay, that's what I was saying, and the attorney says impossible.
Of course, that's possible.
That's crazy. They made me do a double close. I paid.
No, here's the thing. Let me ask you a question. If I buy a fix and flip, And I have to get a hard money lender, and I have to get my private lender in second position. I've got a first and a second position. Do my lenders have to do a double close in order for me to buy that, in order for me to have that money? Then what's the difference? In both scenarios, they're creating a second lien position, right? The title company, the closing attorney, creates that second lien position and puts it in there. I can throw a lien position on any house right now.
That's crazy.
Okay, so I'll give you a good example of this. Okay, a really good example. I just did this, so I just bought a house for Anna on my team, right?
Right.
Okay, so here's what I did for Anna. I got a house under contract, and I assigned that to her, and I added a 40 everything that cost to do the deal, the down payment, the moving costs, the closing costs, everything. It cost me about $40,000. Okay, so I took that $40,000 and I put it in second lien position, and so essentially she bought it from me on a hybrid, right? So she owes me the $40,000 when, and the terms of that are not important, but I never had to close on it. I just assigned the terms to her and then added my second lien position to the closing. It was all done in one transaction.
That's crazy. Yeah. They told me they couldn't do it. So probably just a title company that don't know what they're doing.
Title company, or maybe the way it was explained or something like that.
Yeah.
Now, Mamadou,
but that's
here's the other part to that. Okay. Now, if you are truly wrapping it, now this is the question. If you're truly wrapping it, right, you've got this loan, let's got the sub 2 loan, and the sub 2 loan is, let's say, $170,000 at 3% interest with, let's say it's Bank of America is this loan. If I want to take that and then plus my $40,000 second lien position, and I want to add these together, 170 plus 40, that would be $210,000, right? Is what I would sell that to my buyer. But if I want to make an interest rate bump on top of that interest rate, then I would want to sell my seller on my buyer on a wrap of 210 at 6.5%. And that would be technically a wrap, because what I've done is I've wrapped these two loans together into one loan. In this scenario, this is a hybrid where I assigned my sub 2 to the seller, to the buyer, and then I had them create a second lien position. In this situation, I'm making nothing. I'm making nothing on that sub 2 loan because I assigned it directly to the end buyer. Okay. Right. So it depends on what are you trying to accomplish. Are you truly trying to wrap it together?
The second one. Yeah.
Okay. Then you would need to, my title company would do it and has done it for me without me closing on the property.
Got it. Okay. So it depends on the title company, right?
Depends on the title company.
Yeah, I got it now. Okay, yeah, that's what I did. That's the second one I'm talking about. Okay, makes sense now. So do you use anyway? It's okay. I got it now. It's clear in my head. Another question that I had for you is slipping my mind. Give me 1 second. Oh, it was for taking subject to FHA loan. I think there's a specific way to handle it, right?
Yeah, we just self-perform.
I have one right now.
We self-perform it. The paperwork, we go through Rochelle. Rochelle does it. We record the transaction with the county recorder's office directly. We don't use a title company for that.
Oh, I'll just call Rochelle then. I'll just
yeah. So what I do in that is FHA is a 3-part step. So step 1 is I do a prelim. So I do a title report. I call the title company and ask them to pull a preliminary report. 2, I have Rochelle do the paperwork. And then 3, I go back to title and I ask for title insurance. But all this paperwork
after you self-perform?
After I self-perform, I go get a title insurance policy.
Yeah.
Isn't that interesting that a title company will give me title insurance on my own transactions?
They can say no too, right? They can say, we don't know how you did it, so we're not going to give you insurance.
Marvin Juarez, it's crazy to me that how many times I have to explain this to people, but yes, 100%. you can assign a subject to or seller finance deal. 100%. It's the easiest thing to get into real estate is to assign a sub to or seller finance deal. Abso-freaking-lutely. In fact, there's probably 30 or 40 people in this side chat right now that I've bought sub to or seller finance deals where they assigned them to me. All 4 of these right here, all four of these seller finance contracts right here that we bought 2 weeks ago, they were all assigned to us. All of these were assigned to us. Anything else, Mamadou?
That's it, brother. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate you. Thank you, man.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. Antoine, what up, dog?
What's up, bro?
What's up?
You all right?
Yeah, I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm all right. I'm actually, me and my wife, my beautiful realtor wife, we on our way to our daughter's concert. She'll be singing.
Oh,
in this
love it.
fashion show. Yeah. So anyway, what I wanted to actually congratulate you, Rahima, Laura, Jamil for the show. Excellent show. I mean,
did you guys watch it?
Oh yeah, definitely. You know I'm gonna be there. You know I got your back, bro.
Thank you. Hopefully it was good. We tried to keep it super simple and entertaining, but also educate people along the way.
Oh yeah, you've been doing that. I mean, I've been following you since the Steve Train interview. So
3 years ago, man. Thank you.
Oh wow. Yeah. So actually, I had a simple question. I'm been linking up with some of the squad, some of the sub 2 squad guys.
Yeah.
And I wanted to know, is there any, like, going by the group etiquette, is it too many to have like any type of rapport with, or I can go with as many as possible?
Oh, the sub 2 students?
Say that again.
Are you talking about the sub 2 students? Are you saying
yes, sub 2 students?
No,
yeah.
Work with whoever you want to work with. My students are all go-givers. So I would say, who do I resonate with? And if there's one of them, you're like, my vibe is a little bit different than theirs, right? Like,
right.
Maybe they're a Raiders fan and I'm a 49ers fan. I don't know. Whatever it is.
Right.
Only hang out with the people you want to hang out with. My sub 2 students will like gladly go, hey, I totally get it. Like maybe somebody's a better fit for you.
Right. Okay. See, I didn't want anybody getting pissed off or anything like,
no,
hey, you were supposed to
my sub
bring value to me.
my sub 2 students are adults. They know they get paid for the value that they bring. That's all there is to it.
My man, I appreciate that. Now,
yes.
Now, with as far as that contest, you might as well just tell everybody else, just get rid of the ballots because I'm winning that contest.
The sweepstakes is dope. If for anybody that doesn't know what the sweepstakes is, Antoine, tell everybody what the sweepstakes is.
It's the Flip Me Sweepstakes. All you got to do, it's a simple little link that you have. So if they just go and click, I don't know if you have it online right now where you can, like in the feed where they can see it.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Because all you have to do is just put in your name, email address, and you're in.
That's it.
But I don't think I should be telling anybody.
Antoine, good luck with your daughter thing, man. That's exciting.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And good luck with you guys in this feed.
You cut out for about 10 seconds. What did you say?
Take care.
Okay, so guys, for anybody that doesn't know, I'm going to start calling sellers here in a little bit, and I want to let you guys know we have a sweepstakes for people to win the next profits on Jamil and my next fix and flip collaboration. I'm going to answer one more question, then I'm going to get to calling sellers here in a couple of seconds. Kobe, what up?
Case, how you doing, my brother?
How you doing, dude?
I'm just typing you right now. I was gonna say, thank you for the value you bring. The first thing I want to say to you, because we haven't spoke yet, and my wife and I appreciate you. We appreciate you.
Thank
much.
you. Hello.
Hi.
How's it going? You guys having fun on the stream?
Yes.
Yeah, man.
So good. Oh, my toddler wants to say
Thank
hi.
you for supporting us.
Of course.
Hello, cutie. Hi.
We're
What's her
part
name?
of the TTP family. We love Brent. We love PB and J. So now we're sub 2, and we're all
Brent
in now.
Daniels is unbelievable. He's been a game changer for me for sure.
Yes, no, he's absolutely. Now we're part of the sub 2 fam. We love all three of you guys, all three of y'all.
Thank you, bro.
And so yeah, congratulations on the show too. We watched it. It's funny. One of the productions, my brother was he made a song on one of the productions on the show. I was like, I heard that beat before.
That's dope, dude. That's so cool.
Yep. So I texted him like,
the
look,
music was legit. That was the first time I've ever seen an episode. They don't let us see anything, and like anytime we have a social media following, they're like, we're not showing you anything because you're gonna like sneak it to your audience. And so that was the first time I heard the music was yesterday, and I was like, dude, this music's dope.
It's dope. That music was good. But I mean, I guess that I'm on here. I didn't even know you're gonna show me. I don't really have a question right now. I was hoping that you could talk to one of my sellers, maybe later.
Did you get your stuff submitted on the seller call?
We did it. There's all the slots are taken. Everybody wants you to talk with everybody. You're the man, So
Well, if somebody doesn't answer, I'd be happy to do it.
Okay, no, definitely. That sounds
stay on the live. Stay on the live for a little bit. There's always a seller that doesn't answer, or like they'll tell me to F off or something along those lines, and the call ends way faster than we expect. And so, I will happily call your seller.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
I'll put you on my desk as somebody to call up on the screen when a seller doesn't answer.
Okay. Sounds.
I'm gonna go get another bottle of water, guys. I'm gonna take a 3-minute break, and then we're gonna call sellers here. So do me a favor, everybody. Kobe, good to see you, brother.
Good to see you too, brother.
So I'm gonna take a 3-minute break, get another bottle of water. That's all I got. So I can start calling sellers. So guys, do me a favor. Take a screenshot. Happy to be here. We've got 570 people on here. So thank you so much. I imagine that's probably about the peak of where we'll hit today, but I would love to see, shoot, man, could we get to 1,000 people in here today? Do me a favor, share it on any Facebook group, share it on your Instagram, give people the link to youtube.com/PaceMorby. And I'm going to be going back to back seller calls for the next 6 hours. So do me a favor, give me some support, and I'll be right back. All right, guys, let's get cranking. First call of the day. Caroline. Ooh, Jesse. You were just on the screen, bro. Seller needs to sell because she has a balloon on her loan that is due. She is also tired of managing the mobile home park, 20 units, wants to take care of her mother. Seller is open to terms. Okay, great. Let's call this lady. You guys like how cold it is down here? If it's warm, I'll fall asleep. That's the hack. Yeah, you got to keep it cold. My face has to be cold, but that's why I wear a hoodie all the time where I'm on it. Yeah.
Hello.
Hi, is this Cynthia?
It is.
Hey, Cynthia. My name's Pace. How you doing?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm amazing. I'm calling on behalf of Jesse. Did he tell you I was going to call today?
Yes, he did. In fact, he just gave me a buzz and said you'd be calling me in a couple of minutes.
Oh, love it.
Yes.
Are you okay with me bothering you on Sunday?
Oh, yeah. Every day's a day for me.
I love it. You're just
you
like
know
me.
That.
Yes.
Yeah. Know that feeling.
So tell me what's going on. Catch me up to speed with your conversation with Jesse. Where'd you guys leave it off?
Okay, I don't know. I told him everything, so I don't think I left anything off.
He said, oh, well, no, I didn't mean it that way. I meant like, where did the conversation end?
That he was going to contact you and you would be contacting me and that he was interested in making an offer.
Got it. Okay. So he said that you've got a balloon on the deal. You've got a loan, but you have a balloon on that loan.
Yes.
When's that balloon due?
It's already closed.
Oh, what do you mean?
This is what happened to me.
Okay.
I was married at the time. So we purchased this park and we went through Integra Bank. They're a commercial lender and they had a 5-year balloon. It was like a 25-year loan with 5-year balloon. And so they told us when we got the loan, if everything is good, you're in good standing, you made all your payments, we'll refi in 5 years. Well, Integra sold out to First Citizens.
Oh, that's fun.
And I don't know if you know anything about First Citizens, but they just suck. And so I got a phone call 2 weeks ago, maybe 3 now. No, it's just been a couple of weeks because I've been batshit crazy. Sorry. And I got a phone call and it said, yes, I'm looking for Randy Troll for RC Acres. And I said, I am RC Acres because I got the park and the divorce. And he said, I just need to let you know that your loan has been closed and it's late. So they charged me like $11,000 late fee. And I was like, are you kidding me? He was like, no. And he said, the chances of us refining it are slim to none. I've been trying to refinance this thing for 5 years. And nobody will refi me because I bought it in 16. It was August of 16. August 16, 17, 18. I dumped everything I made right back into it.
Yeah.
Making repairs, getting everything right. It's like I told Jesse, I said, I will not put anybody in a unit that I would not live in myself.
Are your units owned by you or are they owned by your tenants?
They are owned by me, but I have one that is owned by a tenant.
Mm-hmm.
When I purchased the park, I bought a double wide and put in a vacant space. I bought another single wide. A man passed away, bought it, rehabbed it. Another lady retired, moved into an apartment complex, bought her unit, rehabbed it. And so
have you made money on this yet?
Oh, yeah. I started making money in 2019.
Nice.
Yeah, that's why I couldn't. I went through, Pace, I went through every one of those units except there's one unit. Well, I guess I'll tell you about
Why won't people refinance you?
My debt to income is too high.
Oh, so they're basing it on you as an individual rather than the asset itself.
Yeah, and I went to so I found the lender. First Citizens actually hooked me up with the lender that was with Integra. And these guys at First Citizens that I'm talking to were with Integra. And so I immediately went to see them. And I'm like, God, I said, I was under the impression that we would refinance this. I said, I had no idea it was going to close off on me. And
so what they've put you in foreclosure? Is that what's going on?
No, I'm not in foreclosure. They will not put me in foreclosure.
Well, what do you mean by it's closed?
Okay, this is what happened to me. I said, okay, what do you mean it's closed? And they said, well, you need to get it refinanced. Yeah, they were going to put me in foreclosure. But the guy, I told him, I said, I had no idea this would happen. He said, well, I'm going to get you a 90-day extension. So he's the vice president of the bank. So he got me a 90-day extension. And then I went Monday and I went and talked to the guy and I said, listen, I said, I've got a lender. So I got the guy that gave me the loan the first time with Integra. He has his own company now. He's called Movement Bank. So I went to see him and I was talking to him and he was going to refinance me. But he asked me what my plans were for the future and what I wanted to do. And I said, I do all the work on these things. I do all my lawn maintenance, so I haven't been putting any money out there to anybody much. I mean, sometimes I'll hire a painter, or, I have to hire my HVAC guy to come in and service my units. And, but so he said, Cindy, you love the lake. I have a place at the lake. That's where I'm sitting right now on my screened-in porch looking at the lake. And he said, you want to be at the lake? I said, yeah, I do. He said, your mom's 83. She's not going to be around much longer. You're going to be at the lake. You're getting older. And I'm soon to turn 61, and my body is getting tore apart. And he said, why don't you think about selling this? And I was like, oh, but it's my baby. He said, Cindy, you need to think about selling it.
Yeah,
said,
that's interesting because I was literally thinking 2 minutes ago, you shouldn't sell this to me.
I should or should not?
You shouldn't.
Yeah, and I was like, I said, I'll never get what I got into it out of it.
I feel like you love this property.
Oh, I do, and I have so taken care of it, but my body is telling. And I love my tenants. I have the best tenants. I don't have any drugs in there. I've got one right now that I just did not renew her lease, so she's supposed to be out by October 31st. But you know how that goes. She's gonna stay over. I'm gonna have to go to court to get her out.
How much are you taking home on this property every month?
Close to $17,000.
You're taking that home? Or is that what you're bringing in?
I'm grossing $17,000, and
what's your net?
Probably around 13.
Yeah. Why the hell would you sell this to me?
Because I have a farm where my mom is. I'm trying to take care of.
Got it.
Her. I have too much on my plate, and it's just me.
That makes sense. So here's a question for you. If you've got I have a lender, his name is Tim. Tim would give you a refinance on something like this, and he wouldn't base it, never. A really good lender will never base it off of your debt to income. They'll base it off of the asset itself, right?
Right.
So I have a good lender. What do you think it's worth right now?
Well, my lender that I have here that said, Cindy, why don't you think about selling it? Of course, he has mobile home parks as well.
Oh, I know where this is heading. At first, I thought this was a marriage proposal. He was like, what's your plans for the future? And I'm thinking, this guy's trying to get married.
No.
But now I know what's going on.
No. And then, so he's sending me people that are interested. And then I have there was a man that used to move all of our mobile homes. So I just contacted him because I don't want to go through a realtor, right? And so I contacted him and I said, hey, Johnny, I said, I'm thinking about selling this park. Do you know anybody that's interested? And he said he was interested. So I met with him on Saturday morning at 8:30. And so he was like, Cindy, why do you want to sell this? And, I was like, well, I guess I just kind of need to get out from under it, I guess. My mom's she's 83. She's not doing well. I've got farm property over there. I've just had a bunch of those. I had 4 lots surveyed there that I'm going to try to get sold. And anyway, I put those up for sale because I was trying to get out from under this damn loan.
Right.
With First Citizens.
How much is the loan?
300.
Okay, 300. What do you think the value of the whole property is? Like, what's your magic number?
My magic number was about 1.8. Okay. Lender's number is 1.25. Because I said, man, you got there's potential to make $20,000 a month off of this property. Got storage units on it, that I could rent to tenants. I've got one rented to a tenant for $80.
Okay.
I've got 6 Section 8s, and they're good Section 8s.
So let's say hypothetically, I gave you the 300,000. I'm just going to make this up because I don't know, right? I haven't done all the research, but I'd love to do more research. If I gave you the 300,000, we paid off that existing loan, would you seller finance the remaining 1.5 to me?
I have to, I've got another balloon. I got a second on it.
Okay.
That is also about 300K, but it comes due in 2023, I think.
What if I helped you get a refinance at like $1 million and we wiped out the first, we wiped out the second, you got a big chunk of money and I took over that existing loan that we get you and then you seller finance the remaining equity to me.
Okay. Say that again. So what do you give? So you said you give $1 million.
No. What I'm saying is I would bring a lender to the table. A lender's not going to give you 1.8 million, right?
No.
So what I'm saying is the lender comes to you and says, hey, let's do a cash out refi, right? And he gives you a loan for $1 million. So out of that $1 million, he gives you the 300 for your first, that's paid off. He gives you the 300 for your second, that's paid off. And now you have a remaining $400,000 in cash, right?
Right.
But then that means that you have $800,000 in additional equity. So what I'm saying is you take the $400,000 in cash, I make the payments on your new $1 million loan, and I make you payments towards your $800,000 in equity.
You just blew my mind. I'm trying to write this down. Okay, so what is Uncle Sam gonna hit me for?
Well, if you do a cash out refi, that's tax-free income, right? So you took out a loan. So what we would do is we'd have a conversation with my CPA and we'd structure it in a way that you don't get hit like all at once, right? And that's the challenge, right? Anytime you're making money, you're going to get hit with something. So all we have to do as a team is mitigate that hit. What I would do first and foremost before we structure the proper way to do that is I would say, all right, let's get you on the phone with Tim, my lender. Have Tim have a conversation with you and say, yeah, I could give you $1 million. Let's say Tim says, yes, let's get you $1 million. Then our next step would be, hey, let's talk to my CPA and let's figure out how to structure this so you have the smallest amount of tax hit as possible.
Mm-hmm.
But the first step is the one that we got to take, which is let's have a conversation with an asset-based lender rather than a credit-based or a debt-to-income ratio-based lender.
Okay.
That makes sense?
Yeah. Yep.
It's almost like, before we get married, let's date a little bit. Let's figure out, let's do the first step. Our first date would be, let's get on the phone with Tim and see if we like working with each other And if your number is 1.8, I'm not even going to contest that. Because what's the point of contesting the value of a property we don't know we can get you an asset-based loan on first? Let's go get you an asset-based loan. Let's wipe out that first. Let's wipe out that second. Let's get you a big chunk of money, and then let's figure out what the purchase price is.
Okay. And then
you can get out from underneath the property and receive a monthly payment from me.
And okay, what do you think that monthly payment would be?
That would be up to you. You're my bank.
Okay, what's the interest rate? Right now the interest rate of what I'm paying is 6%.
That's really high. You're gonna get a loan with Tim probably in the 3.5 to 4.2% rate. 6% is really high.
Well, one of them is a hard money lender, and then that was in 2016.
That makes sense.
When that's about what the rates were.
Right.
It's actually 5 point something.
Right. So rates have gone down significantly. And if I went down to like an institution, like let's say a debt to income ratio based lender, I could probably get like a 2.5 or a 3% interest rate loan. But that's not the kind of loan we're going to get for you. The loan we're going to get for you is probably closer to 4% on the 1 million. But you're not the one making the payment on that loan. I am.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So I make the payment on that loan at the million, and that becomes my liability that I pay. And then your remaining equity of the $800,000, you and I mean, we could talk about that all day long about today. Like what do you want for that? What's your interest rate? What's your payment? We could talk about that all day long, but that's like step 3.
Right.
Step 1 is let's get Tim to get you a loan.
And then I'm still managing it. I'm still managing it.
Hell no. You don't want to manage that.
No, I want to get out from under it.
No, what we're essentially going to do is we're going to upgrade you from being the landlord to being the lender.
Okay.
Do you call your lender when there's a broken toilet or something needs to be painted?
No.
Hell no.
No.
So I'm not going to call you either. You're going to be my lender. I'm not going to call you or bother you. I just ask, where do I send the payment? Do I travel over to the lake house and drop off the check in person and give you a hug every month? Or what do you want me to do?
No, that would be good.
Yeah, exactly. So that essentially, as you upgrade from landlord to lender, you become the almighty supreme, and all you do is collect a monthly check every month for that $800,000 in equity.
And then, but then I also have 400 cash to play with, right?
Yeah. I mean, probably like
with. It's not going to be 400 time you pay taxes and.
No, plus, I'll probably fly out there, buy the property. You'll have to take me to dinner. We'll hang out, and you're going to have a little bit less money in your pocket at the end of the day.
I don't ever go out.
All right. Well,
I wouldn't even know.
If we were going to go to dinner in your neck of the woods, where would you take me?
I have no idea. The only place I go is Chick-fil-A.
Oh,
freaking drive-through.
Love it. Chick-fil-A. Oh my gosh, the best.
That's the only place I go.
So
it's a drive-through on the run.
That's right. So here's what I would do. I'm gonna get you in touch with Tim, and let's take step 1. Okay. And let's move that forward and let's see how that goes. And let's see how that conversation with Tim goes. And you like working with us. Let's keep the conversation going.
Okay. I'm all right. This guy that I'm talking to right now that I met Saturday morning, he said, give me 5 days.
Well, how is he going to buy it? That he's getting paid at Chick-fil-A. He's a
he's a cash. He's a multimillionaire.
Oh,
guy.
okay. I thought you maybe met him at the drive-thru of Chick-fil-A.
No. I've known him for years, but he said, give me 5 days. But he said, if somebody comes in with a cash offer, he said, take it.
Let's give him 6 days, for heaven's sakes. How about this? On the 6th day, when he doesn't accomplish what he says he's going to accomplish or hope, let's you and I reconvene and let's get you in touch with Tim on day 6.
Okay.
I'm in no rush. You're in no rush, right?
No. I've got until December the 22nd.
We got all the time in the world.
And then I went to, because then I went to First Citizens on Monday and I talked to the guys. And so I said, if I bring you a little chunk at a time and pay down on that principal, will y'all continue to work with me? Will you extend this if I need it? And they said, sure. They said, we've never had anybody to come in
Right.
when a loan is closed to come in and want to pay down on the principal. He said, all you got to do is pay the interest. I said, I don't want to just pay the interest. I want to pay down on the principal.
Of course.
Because y'all are going to keep charging me for the amount of interest
Right.
on that $300,000. And he said, well, yeah, you can pay down on it, but you just have to write 2 separate checks. So I went in Monday and I paid, no, I didn't do it Monday, but one day this week I went and gave him $5,000. So I went and paid $5,000 more down on the principal, and my interest is due the 22nd of October, but I always make my payments on the 1st for everything. So, yeah.
So you want me to touch base with you on day 6?
Yes.
Perfect.
And I'm going to tell him I've got a potential deal up front.
Yeah, leverage me. I mean, you wouldn't be smart if you didn't leverage me. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah. Yeah. But this park is in excellent shape, and I mean,
I'm not even worried about any of that. Let's just figure out if we can get you a loan for $1 million, and let's figure it out.
Okay. All right.
So
what am I going to have to have? Because
you're going to have to have a conversation with Tim. That's what you're going to have.
Okay. Income tax?
No, none of that. No. Asset-based lending.
Okay.
On day 6, reach out to me and we'll get you in touch with Tim.
Okay.
It's a date.
All right.
I'll hear from you in 6 days.
Okay.
All right. Bye-bye.
Right. Thank you, Pace.
Hello.
Hi, is Carrie there?
Yeah, this is Carrie.
Hi, Carrie. How you doing? You bothered on a Sunday having some random guy call you?
No, that's all right. I'm just shopping and taking you along with me.
Oh, where are you shopping?
Oh, we're at Rural King right now.
Amazing. So Jennifer sent me some notes, but it's basically chicken scratch. And I wanted to give you a call and just get caught up to speed with what you guys were talking about. She said something about your forbearance on the FHA loans ends on December 7th. Is that what's going on?
Yes, correct.
What's your perfect scenario? What are you trying to accomplish on the house? You guys want to try and stay in the house?
No, we don't live there. We never, I lived there years ago, but it was just a rental. So my main goal is to just get this dang thing out of my name and I don't ever have to talk about it again.
Oh yeah. It's one of those situations. Love it.
Yeah. I've tried to sell it multiple times. It's been on the market, but with renters in there and stuff, it just never would move. So, and it just keeps depreciating because the renters don't take care of it. And I'm keep having to just dump my own money in it. And it's just like this constant money pit headache. And I just want it to be gone.
Love it. So she mentioned that she talked to you about buying it and taking over the payments. And then she mentioned that you might not like that because I think you're probably just sick of the property, right?
Yeah, kind of. Because the thing with like the subject to or whatever, the mortgage still in my name. Granted, I wouldn't have the headache of it and it would be your guys' problem. But, I'm still stuck with this mortgage in my name that I just assume be done with.
I totally get that. 100% I get that. At the end of the day, if you can't sell it or whatever happens, I think it probably is a best case scenario. I would just on your side say what would make me feel comfortable. But it doesn't sound like you're really ready to have that conversation until like December anyway, right?
Well, I just assume make this happen as quick as possible, but I was almost like 99% sure this was the route that I was going to have to go with because I didn't think I'd find anybody to want to just come buy it outright as it sits without me putting my own, a lot of my own money in it.
Yeah, screw that. You got to save that money for shopping.
Yeah, it's almost Christmas time, all that good stuff. So,
yeah.
I did end up showing it to a couple Friday afternoon, which I thought went nowhere, but then their realtor ended up calling and they were kind of interested in actually just pushing it straight out and then working like the repairs into the loan or however she does her thing on her end to where I would just be done. If it goes through, I would just be done.
I like it.
So I'm kind of waiting on that. She said she should follow up with me sometime on Monday.
Okay.
To see if that goes through or not. And if it doesn't, then I'm pretty sure that I'm going to have to go with the route that Jennifer's been offering me.
Okay,
just because
so
I need it to be done.
while
It's
I-
not like it's not an option, but
Right. While I have you, let me ask you a couple questions because I want you to think about this over the next couple of days, and then we can retouch base on like Tuesday or Wednesday or whatever.
okay.
What makes you feel uncomfortable about having the house in your name still? Is it just the thought of like, I hate this house, I don't want to think about it anymore?
Well, I just feel like there's still that chance, like 2 years from now or 3 years from now, like here it is again in my lap because something falls through or,
Right.
So whatever
essentially
on your guys' end.
it's not so much the name, it's not so much the loan staying in your name, it's the credibility of the buyer.
Kind of, but there again, it's like the loan's still going to be on my name, so I'm not quite sure that I understand. She keeps telling me like my debt to income ratio and stuff wouldn't be affected. That this.
There we go. Okay, cool. So there's another issue there. That's a great thing to bring up. So real quick, I know you're shopping, so give you 45 seconds and I'll get off.
That's okay. You're all right.
So what's interesting is when sellers finally understand or homeowners finally understand what subject to is, they actually are excited about having the loan in their name for two reasons. One, you now continue to have a mortgage in your name that improves your credit. It's constantly reporting payments being made, et cetera. The second thing is that they go, oh my gosh, this is great. Like you guys are credible and it doesn't affect my ability to buy anything else in the future because my debt to income ratio is not affected by something I don't actually have to pay for. So what happens is every once in a while, you'll get a homeowner who goes, well, how do I buy the next house? Or how do I buy another car? Or how do I do all of that stuff?
Right.
The way we accomplish that is that we show your new lender or we show, your car loan company or whatever it is that we've been making the payments and they don't take that payment against your debt to income ratio after we show them proof that we've been making the payments on your behalf.
Okay.
And I have multiple sellers you can talk to. Like one of my favorite sellers that loves talking to other homeowners is like, his name's Dave. And anytime somebody has that main issue, I go, just call Dave and ask Dave how it's gone. Like how many houses he's bought in the meantime while we bought his house subject to. So if it gets down to that point where you're like, hey, I want to make sure you guys are credible. I want to make sure you guys aren't going to bring this house back to my table in 2 years because I freaking hate this house. I don't want to see this stupid house ever again. I get that.
Right.
So one, let's get comfortable, make sure that we're credible when that time comes. And then second thing is I would suggest maybe talking to one of our other sellers to make sure that they've been happy for not just like 6 months, but a couple of years. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Okay. I also kind of talked to her about like, are you guys going to keep, I had a couple of people offer like terms on the subject to like, okay, within so many years, X amount of years that they would either sell it or cash refi or do whatever to where, then it would be out of my name at some point in time and not the full term of the loan or whatever. So is that like a realistic thing that you guys do, or would you just plan on holding this thing until, 15, 20 years when the loan expires or whatever?
So a couple of weeks ago, I had a seller reach out to me and she says, hey, I don't know if you remember me, but I talked to you a couple of years ago. Yeah, I remember you. What's going on? She said, the person I ended up selling my house subject to just brought my house back to me. And I was like, how weird is that? Why did you end up going with them and not with me? And she said, well, because they told me that they would refinance me out or they would get me out of the deal within 24 months. And I refused to do so because I was like, I can't predict what's going to happen. All I can guarantee is that I will continue to make the payments and I will never bring the property back to your table. And she decided not to go with me for that reason, which I totally understand and I respect. And this person ends up bringing the property back to her and goes, here's the house. I can't handle it. And so she then calls me and goes, will you take the property? I go, yes, but I'm not going to refinance you. And I'm not going to do any, I don't know what I'm going to do with the property. I don't know what the market's what's going to happen with the market. All I know is that I can make the property work long-term and forever. I don't know if I'm going to sell it or refinance it at any point. And if I promise that to you, what happens if the market shifts and I can't sell it and now I've turned into a liar?
Right. That's what Jennifer said. There would be something like if it appraises for, whatever.
I would do that.
There would have to be terms in there.
Yeah.
Because of course I can't expect you to sell it if the market crashes and it ain't worth what
Yes.
not what the mortgage is. I get that. The numbers
all
that
day long. If you're on the same page with that, I will do that all day long.
Yes. Okay. That would something like that would be fine because it'd be unrealistic for me to think that you would, you could sell it at that point in time if that does happen. So
love it.
I could respect that.
Love it. Yeah. I'm 100% down with that.
Okay.
So you've got to talk to
to
those people on Monday. Okay. You follow up with that agent on Monday. If you can sell it cash, go sell it cash. And if you can't, let's work out a deal on Tuesday and let's make something happen.
Okay.
What are you going to buy today?
My husband's looking for work boots and I need pumpkins for the front porch. So
love it.
Time to decorate. Amazing.
That's a good Sunday activity. You guys go enjoy your day and let's talk on Tuesday. Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Hi.
Hi.
Do you know you FaceTimed me?
That was a butt dial.
Well, now you know that what I look like and that I at least can grow facial hair.
Yes. Okay. But you don't have any on your head, right?
Oh, I know I have hair on my head. I got plenty of hair on my head. I just enjoy wearing a hat. We'll talk in 6 days, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, bye-bye. Oh, don't even worry about it. No problem. Thanks. See ya. Bye. Oh yeah, she's a hottie, dude. 61 and spry. Wow, 615 people hanging out, loving life. You guys enjoying the call? I haven't looked at the side chat. I'm so sorry. Are you guys anybody getting value so far? Yeah, everybody does think I'm bald. What's up with that? All right. Dustin Kircher, what up, bro? Do you guys have any feeling that it would be so cold down here? Oh, really? It's not so bad. All this equipment keeps it warm. Okay. Okay, cool. Olaf. Oh, yes. I get to buy a house from a snowman. This is dope. This is dope. Should I make a joke about that? Do you want to build a snowman?
Hello, Olaf Strong.
Olaf, how you doing? This is Pace Morby.
Hi, Pace. How are you?
I'm awesome. Did Ralph tell you I was going to call?
He did. He did.
Amazing. So I'm looking at his chicken scratch notes, and he was telling me that you guys briefly talked about 183,000, but I can't make sense of his notes. Can you catch me up to speed on your guys' conversation?
Yeah, let me give you hold on, I'm going to put you on speaker.
No problem.
Okay. What's your last name, Pace?
Morby.
Morby. Okay. Yeah, so I have this house down in Florida that I've kind of bought on spec to build it and flip it, and the market crashed in 2008, so I've just been renting it out. I'm I've only laid eyes on it twice. I don't have keys. I could get there with a GPS, but And so, you know, I was just renting it out. And then with the market picking up, I've gotten a lot of inquiries like yourself. And it's getting where I can maybe, you know, sell it. And just because I live in Cincinnati, I've got 8 other homes in Cincinnati, and this is the only one in Florida. And it's just because it's far away, and
it's like the odd man out. It's like,
yeah.
yeah.
And I, you know, I am fully employed in I'm a division president for my company. And
so what you're saying is you have a lot of extra time on your hands?
Yeah. And I just make more every hour I spend on these properties. I can make more money, you know, my job. So it's just you know, kind of, I want to get out of it without putting any more money in it, get my money out of it. You know,
Love it.
That makes sense. So
he bring up like creative finance at all?
He did.
Well,
And
what are your thoughts on that? What do you not like about it?
So I'm open to, you know, I'm open to it. And it doesn't hurt to listen, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Do you have an existing loan on it?
I do. So I'll give you the financials. And I just checked this morning. The mortgage payment is $1,444.98. So 1,444.98.
Mm-hmm.
The payoff estimate as of this morning, I went online, is 182,713. And you know, so if I could get that out of it and cover the closing costs, that would be great.
Okay. What are you currently renting it for?
It's, and again, it's $1,100.
Oh, dang. So we're losing money every month.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
And you know, I could again get some. Yes. So is a short answer.
Okay, no problem. So what's your lease agreement with that tenant?
So the lease is, and I just pulled the lease today. So the lease was signed September 28th, 2020.
Mm-hmm.
And the term expired on September 30th. So we're on a month to month.
Okay.
There's an early termination clause for sale with 45 days, but the month to month is a 15-day written notice. So I'm not sure which one has precedent over the other. But.
Okay. So let's say that I could take over payments, I pay the closing costs, and we're done. Is that something you would be happy with?
And then when it sells, what, it just pays off the loan?
No, I wouldn't pay off the loan. The value in the property, because it's losing.
Well, that's what I meant. Yeah, I mean, the loan's got to get paid off. So when you close it,
no, the loan doesn't have to get paid off.
Okay.
So
so you just take over the payments.
Yes. Because the challenge is it's a property losing money, right? So
yeah.
I look at that, I'm like, why would I go get a loan to pay off an existing loan? The only people that make money in that situation is the banks.
Right.
And so far, the only people who have made any money on that property are the banks. So what are we doing trying to make the banks more money?
Right.
So my thought is, why don't I just take over payments? I pay closing costs and I keep making the payments for a couple of years until I can refinance it, or I can do something along those lines and get the loan out of your name. But essentially the loan would stay in your name, even though I would be the new manager of the property. I'd own it. I'd deal with the property taxes, the insurance, the maintenance, the tenants. You'd be done with it.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
And then how does that work, getting the loan in your name? Is that you just...
The loan doesn't go in my name. The loan stays.
Oh, it's on my name.
It's on your name. The deed transfers to my name, and the property taxes, the responsibility, the liability, all that stuff transfers over to me, and the loan stays in your name as an existing performing loan. So I keep making payments on it. It keeps improving your credit, And then at some point, probably, I don't know, it could be 2 years, it could be 2,000 years, I sell the property. And that's when the loan gets out of your name, is either when I sell the house, I refinance the house, or I pay it off.
So do I have a lien on it then, or what?
You do. Yep. You have a lien. Yeah.
Just like a mortgage company would.
Just like a mortgage company.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah. So the other, I'd have to think about that and ask my, one of the other things, obviously, if I sell it, I'll make out on the back end of my taxes. So,
well, the way it'll work out with like your CPA is you've lost money on this property since you bought it, right? Have you ever made money on it?
No.
Did you ever depreciate the asset? Do you ever use depreciation against it?
I haven't.
Okay, then you'll have no tax liability on the deal because you've lost money along the way, and you're not going to make any money on the thing. It's just you're going to stop.
Yeah, but I won't be able to take those losses until I sell it. That's so.
Well, you've sold it. So that's the thing that's really confusing is people confuse a mortgage and a deed as the same thing. Right.
Oh, so when I give you the deed, that would.
There you go. You get to take those losses.
So then I can take the loss on it.
Correct.
Okay. Wow.
And are you working with a bookkeeper or a CPA? Who are you working with?
Yeah, my accountant.
So if your accountant wants to see how we've done this with other sellers, I'd be happy to get my accountant on it and kind of walk them through. But the deed transfers, you get to take your loss. I take over the existing house and the losses, and then I figure out how do I make money on the deal.
Yeah.
Usually what we'll do is we'll do a variety of things. We could turn it into like an assisted living. We could turn it into a different type of property that helps people, and we can amplify the rent rate. The challenge is for somebody like you is that you're in Cincinnati. 2, you have a great job that the more time you put into your job, the more money you make, right?
Yeah.
With us, we are an established real estate business. That's our business. So our job is to go into houses like this that are underperforming and figure out how to make them perform. And that's where we get our value, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that sounds, that certainly sounds easy on my end.
It's why we do it. I mean, we buy a house like this probably every other day, just like this.
Wow. Can you, do you have like a boilerplate contract or something that I could look at?
Sure.
Yeah.
Do you want to, is this your cell phone, right?
It is. And I can give you my email too, whatever is easier.
If you don't mind texting me, I've only got one hand that I can use right now. If you don't mind texting me, that'd be great.
Okay. Great. If I lose you, I'm going to do the same thing.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay. Okay.
And here's what we'll do. I've got actually another seller I got to call in 2 minutes. I called you a little bit late. I apologize. I got another seller I got to call in 2 minutes. And what I would do is I'll send over some stuff. You let me know what you like, what you don't like, and then let's touch base in the next couple of days. When's your next payment due, by the way, from that tenant?
From the tenant?
Well, actually, both. When's your payment? When's the last day you'd like to stop losing money on the house? Essentially, is what I'm asking.
The answer should be yesterday, right? I've only been doing this 11 years.
Right. Oh my gosh. Think about that. I mean, you've lost 50 grand on this.
Yeah. My wife will be happy. So the payment's due on the 1st of the month, and I usually pay it, like if they say the late charge is on the 15th, I just pay it a day before that late charge is due.
Okay. So have you made the payment this month for October yet?
I have not.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why don't we do this? We can close quickly. And what would happen is, here's what the next step would be. You and I would work out an agreement.
Yeah.
I'd probably set to close in 10 days. And what I would do in that time frame is I would call your tenant and I would ask her, because she's been there a while, I imagine, right?
For a year.
Okay. So year's a decent amount. I would reach out to her and I'd say, hey, do you want to, stay here for a couple extra months? And I wouldn't mind losing money for a couple of months just to make sure she found a place to live.
Yeah.
But there's no way I could afford like to sit there and lose
no doubt.
$400 a month, right?
No doubt. And I think, even, and I don't know if Ralph told you, the house it's pretty clean. If you were going to turn it and sell it, it just needs some, well, I don't know what this recent tenant does it, but I think it's just carpet and paint, some cosmetic things. And, it's, the market every time I check is increasing, so.
Yeah. So, the thing is, we don't really look at the market, it's, again, we're asset. We try and buy assets and
okay.
The market could go up or down. It doesn't matter to me. What we want to do is just help people out, whether it's assisted living or something along those lines. And you giving us an opportunity to buy the house helps a lot of people.
Yes. Okay. Well,
not just you,
helps.
not just
certainly
you.
Helps me. And, I am sensitive to, if we can, even though I've never spoken to her or whatever, I do try to take good care of my tenants or work with them when I can. And, so if
we'd be happy to work with her, give her an extra couple of months to find another place. We'll take care of it.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Shoot me an email, shoot me your email and text, and I'll get you some stuff.
Okay. And then, okay, great. And I have a property manager as well. Do you want me to shoot you the lease as well?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay.
What are you doing with your 6 properties in Cincinnati?
I've got, I have 7. I have a property manager here.
Oh, love it. And those ones are easy because they're just in your backyard.
Yeah. And I've got, her husband's, he's got a construction company. He does all the rehab, and I'm making money on those. I'll close to paying them off. So.
Love it. Okay. Yeah. Sounds good. Well, let's figure this one out and let's move forward and get this monkey off your back.
Okay. Terrific.
Thank you, Olaf. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Do you want to build a snowman? Is that the line? So, do you take anything away from those calls?
Dude, every time I'll call and listen to, I learned something. That call was excellent. I mean, he asked great questions, but your answers, the way they phrased.
And sometimes it's like a lot of people are afraid to answer the question that the seller's asking, and they want to like dance around the answer. It's like, are you going to take the loan out of my name? No. It could be 2,000 years. Right? Just right to the freaking point.
And when you said that, the key was there that you said no, and there was a pause.
Yep.
You didn't say anything. You paused and came back to
challenge me. Come at me, bro. It helps a lot, like seeing that stuff, because like scripting is, you can see this on a script and it just doesn't help. It's like, you've got to see this in action to like truly see how this goes. And then also, even though you guys, like you've been in the program for a long time, it's a good reminder of like, you're like, oh man, I've lost my way in some of my calls. And I actually, did you see me write down on my desk? Like I'll write notes, right? So I write notes to myself, and these are my dumbass notes. Okay. My dumbass notes are in the very beginning of my first call, because it was my first call of the day. I was too fast. And so I'll put that on my desk, and my note was start too fast. That's it. So my first call was right out of the gate. I was hasty and I was whatever. And so I had to remind myself, slow down, shut up, speak less. And so what happened is on the second, third, and fourth call, they all went way better because I just slowed down and shut up. And then I also gave way more pauses, right? So, I mean, you guys know this shit. It's good. It's always good. It's always good to see it in person and do it. Why are people DMing you? Kelly Hanno's in the studio, guys. Tanisha's in the studio. Rick Corbett's in the studio. You got here. Come stand up and say hi to everybody.
I said hi when you were out. What's up, everybody? Christina, Daryl, Jordan, Anthony.
Wow.
What's up, fam?
Can you guys hear them? A lot.
In the studio. Thank you.
700 people. That's cool.
Boom, I like that.
Pretty good.
That's awesome.
Pretty good.
Love you all.
Pretty good stuff. Here's the thing that's interesting to me too is like about this is that people think that they're going to learn real estate from somebody who doesn't do this for them. Right. So I'll see other people join mentorships and I'm like, your dude ain't calling your sellers.
No.
Your dude ain't calling your sellers, you know, like, and I've never spoken to any of these sellers before, but what's funny is like on the second call, I go, you know what? The audience probably thinks I have a rapport already built with these people. Like that's how fast I get right into the thing. Like, are we going on a date? You taking me a Chick-fil-A? Oh yeah. Yeah. It's like a monthly thing. Yeah. Yeah. That sounds fun. Yeah. Let me join a mentorship, pay somebody a bunch of money and then have to pay them a monthly fee after that. That sounds dope. All right. So Christina Solara says, mi familia. Jeremy Davis, bro, stop listening to the stuff on your freaking, your Android, dog. Okay. Crap. Is my audio lagging, guys? Or are we good? Can you guys hear me fine? They're not. It's a non-student asking about the entry fee. Please tell me how the entry fee incorporates into these calls. Okay, everybody says you're good. It's always the Android users, guys. Just before you ask a question about audio or internet, just ask yourself this one question. Do I have an Android? If the answer is yes, Tanisha has an Android. Okay. Okay. Dang it. Got another call I got to make. Sorry, guys. I'm entertaining myself. The challenge is like normally in the Zooms with the students, I get to like break down the call with the students and I can't, that's why I hate YouTube. The Zooms with students is so much better than this. It's like I get to actually pause and like go through and go, okay, here's your next steps. Here's what to do. All that kind of stuff. Do you want to buy a sub too?
McAdams.
Hi, is this Francis?
Yes.
Hi, Francis. My name is Pace. Did Chris tell you I was going to call today?
Oh, hi. Yes, he did.
Amazing. Did you forget about me?
No, I didn't. I've been sitting here waiting.
I'm so sorry. I had another homeowner I was trying to help. They were in foreclosure and I was trying to help them out.
Oh, no, you're quite all right. I was just eating lunch, so I'm just waiting. I was waiting on y'all. It's okay.
Amazing. What are you having for lunch?
I'm trying to diet, so I'm having pepper turkey sandwich meat and a salad.
Oh, I love that.
So
that's great.
It's helping a little bit. I just started, so no big deal. I'm not hoorahing yet.
Are you on a diet because you're moving or something, or what's going on?
Well, no, I'm on a diet because I'm overweight and I'm tired of feeling overweight and I want to look better and I want to feel better. So I'm trying to see what October will bring for me. A new month, new me, maybe.
That's right. Yes, I love that you're not starting for New Year's because that means you're serious about it.
Well, I am. I am. I'm pretty serious. I've been looking on Pinterest, and they've got a lot of great weight reduction affirmations and.
How cool are you? How you're amazing. You're looking on Pinterest?
Oh yes,
Pinterest is amazing. So many people do not use Pinterest as much as they should. That's such a great website.
Oh, you ought to believe that. You won't believe the number of pins. I have one called Optimism and another one called Mindful, and I've got like over 75 pins in each one of those.
Wow.
It's my Portalo.
Wow.
My Portalo mini iPad mini is about to. It's so slow. It's probably why. I'm running out of space.
Well, wow. So Chris told me you're moving to another city in Texas.
Yes, I am. That's my goal. Yes.
What's the hope and wish? What do you think I could help you with? How could I help you?
Well, I want to sell my place, and then once I sell my place, I need to buy a home to live in, of course.
Okay.
So the property where I'm moving to it's paid for. So once I make the sale here, then I can pay for the home and get settled there.
Okay.
My sister is helping out with this, and I'll live with her the few months that it's going to take to get the home built and then put on the property.
Oh, wow. You're building a brand new house.
Yes.
Okay. So you said the house you're moving from is the one that's paid off, and the one that you're moving to is the one you want to pay off.
Oh, yeah, that's correct.
Got it. How much money do you need to make that happen?
I need a lot.
Like more than you think it's worth?
Yes.
So that's where your challenge is. You probably having real estate agents telling you it's not worth that or something?
Yes, that's true.
What are you going to do?
Well, I'm going to put it up for sale and hope.
What do you think it's worth? Like if you were a real estate investor, what would you pay for it?
I think it's worth $250,000.
Why? Because it's cute?
No, because it's worth that.
And are you having a hard time getting that?
Well, I haven't tried yet. I haven't tried very hard yet.
Got it. Okay. So you're planning on selling this yourself?
Yes.
No realtors. You're going to do like a for sale by owner, or like maybe listed on Pinterest or something.
That's what I want to do. I want to do it for sale by owner, but then again, once I get down to the nitty gritty of what I need to do, I may engage a realtor.
Okay. And how much money do you need in your pocket to make the deal work for the new house?
I'm looking at 220.
220. Okay. So if you listed it for like 250 and you paid commissions and closing costs and all that stuff, you're hoping you walk away with 220 in your pocket.
Correct.
Got it. And this is the property in Elgin, Texas, right?
Correct.
Okay. Got it. So I got to do my research. I have one note from Chris, and it says moving to another city in Texas. That's literally his whole entire notes.
Okay.
He didn't tell me how cool you were. He didn't tell me that you loved Pinterest as much as I did. He could have given me more notes. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Maybe I didn't tell him I had interest in Pinterest. I don't know.
Well, he should have asked. And so what's your timeline? Sounds like you've got months.
Well, if I make the deal, if the place sells and then I get the deal with the new home, that's all. That's dependent on those two things.
It sounds like it all kind of depends on the builder for the new house.
Well, no, it's going to depend on the sale of the house here first, because I need money in the bank to buy the house.
Oh, so what happens if you don't sell it? What happens to the house you're building?
Well, Oh no, I won't start selling. I won't start building the home until I sell.
Got it. So what you'll do is you'll sell the house, you'll get money in the bank, then you're going to go stay at your sister's house, then you're going to use the money in the bank to go build the house and then move into it.
Got it. You're right.
Do you have a builder already lined up and you've had like quotes and all that kind of stuff?
No, I don't. As a matter of fact, I'm going up this week, and I have an appointment this Thursday.
Got it. Okay, so you got plenty of time. Sounds like.
Oh yes, yes. Time is on my side. I'm not. If it happens, it happens. It's going to happen when it happens.
Francis, you sound like super sweet and amazing person. I don't even think I can help you. I think the right thing for you to do is hire a real estate agent.
Okay.
Personally, I mean, an investor is going to want one of two things from you. Okay. So here's what I'm going to give you some advice, and maybe it's helpful, maybe it's not, but I'm going to give you some advice of what a real estate investor wants. Cause I'm not an agent, nor would I ever be an agent. Agent is like the worst job on planet Earth. But I would, as an investor or as a homeowner, I would want to know, what do real estate investors want with my house? We want one of two things. Okay. One, we want to buy your house at a discount so that we can go and actually make a spread, right?